Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was Kidnapped by Villains. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku didn't get the chance to get all of the rest that he wished he could have gotten. He had taken a long time to shower because the heat felt good on his clammy skin. He had scrubbed until his skin stung from the hot water. He wanted to make sure all of his BLD was off of his body. Shigaraki had only given him a brief wipe down before they had changed him, but it hadn't been done well. Then he had turned it to cool to wake him back up again when he had started to drowse. He admittedly took too long in the shower, but if he was avoiding the world at the moment, he doubted that anyone could blame him. There was BLD on Izuku's clothes which he should have grasped earlier. He had already learned how to handle BLD and hoped that it was still fresh enough that it would rinse out. He turned the sink to cold water and squirted some hand soap onto the various spots before beginning to scrub them out. Thanks to the material of the inside of the clothing, the stains came out relatively easily. Anything else could be washed out in the laundry. Embarrassingly enough, he realized too late as he got out of the shower that he didn't have a change of clothes. It would look ridiculous for him to put on his jogging wear again when he had supposedly just come back from running. His towel wouldn't be enough to cover his entire body. He had to risk rushing to his bedroom. He peeked out of the bathroom hesitantly with his towel wrapped around his torso. At this point, he was more concerned with hiding the evidence of his night than any kind of decency. He didn't see anyone in the hallway, but he listened carefully. He could hear low voices from the kitchen as well as the movement of dishes. Izuku didn't hesitate and dashed into his bedroom and shut the door to breathe a sigh of relief that for once things had gone his way. The adrenaline had drained from him completely by the time he had dressed. He made sure his loungewear would cover any of his new wounds, although he left his arms exposed. He didn't have any more long-sleeved loungewear for the time being. He gathered up what clothes he had and decided to start his laundry immediately. He didn't even bother to separate anything and set everything to warm to begin washing. The next couple hours were a blur for him. His exhaustion weighed heavily on him and he knew that he was probably still anemic. He remembered getting some type of food in him and having both his mother and Kaken ask him some questions, but he couldn't for the life of him remember the answers he gave. He could only think about crawling back into bed and never waking up again. His bed always accepted him and he never needed to hide from it. His bed was his best friend. He vaguely recalled that Kaken had stayed with him and didn't immediately leave the house in the morning. The two of them had retreated to Izuku's room and Kaken had placed books in front of them as if to study. Izuku retained absolutely nothing. Even Kaken snapping at him couldn't wake him properly. They must have given up on any kind of studying because Izuku vaguely recalled sitting in the living room with his mother and Kaken and watching some kind of movie. There had been bright colors and All Might laughing, so he figured it must be an old video of the hero. All Might's laughter was comforting to him. A part of him tried to perk up and focus on the video, but that part gave up easily under the pressure of fatigue. He caught snippets of a conversation between Kaken and Izuku's mother, but he couldn't remember the words. He recalled being coaxed into taking some pills and drinking some juice. He remembered feeling small fingers combing through his curls and soothing him even further. He faintly recognized his mother's perfume and some monkey part of his brain registered safety. It had been enough to cause his eyes to water just a tiny bit, but not enough to cry. It was like being in a dream state. Nothing felt real and his mind found nothing to latch onto. His worries about his mother or Kaken were very far away. Time was relative and escaped him just as easily as air passed through his fingers. He couldn't even begin to grasp anything. He didn't have the energy to even try. At some point he must have finally succumbed to blissful sleep because the next thing he registered was being woken up. He was tucked into his bed with his covers over him. He frowned in confusion and wondered if maybe everything had been a dream after all. But when he shifted, he hissed at the pull of the scabs on his back. Reality came back into sharp focus after that. Wake the FCK up. Izuku opened his eyes to meet Kaken's frown. It reminded him of being woken up by Shigaraki earlier. The comparison was almost funny. Your mother sent me to wake you, Deku. Izuku pushed himself to sit up and this time did not react to his own wounds. He was warm and comfortable and felt significantly better than he had before. When he blinked, he was actually able to think rather than just react to what he saw. Kaken was wearing different clothes from this morning. The light that peeked through the curtains of Izuku's room was higher and brighter than the last time he had seen it. Kaken had his backpack on and his school uniform jacket thrown over his shoulder to keep it from wrinkling in the back. He was packed to go. Are you leaving? Izuku asked. His voice was thick and heavy with sleep. He must have slept a long time, he realized. He was also dreadfully thirsty judging by the cotton mouth he had. I don't have time to spend just sitting around your DMN house, Kaken told him. What were you hissing about? Izuku blinked at the sudden change in topic. I must have slept wrong. My shoulder hurts. You were pretty freaking unconscious. Kaken agreed. Izuku wondered how he had gotten to his bed. How did I get here? he asked as he glanced at the bed. Weren't we watching a movie? Kaken grumbled something under his breath but didn't respond to his question. Get up already and get dressed. Why? Izuku asked, already climbing out of bed. He had regained some of his energy. His head still kind of hurt, though. He needed more pills, he thought. His pain was getting worse. Auntie said you have an appointment. Oh, Izuku rubbed at his eyes and mumbled, right. The therapist. Forgot. Kaken said nothing and shifted his bag on his shoulders. Luckily, Izuku didn't have to make up an excuse to get the other boy to leave so that he could change because Kaken left himself. Izuku hurried to change into something more suitable for outside before following behind. His mother looked relieved to see him. Good afternoon, Izuku. Are you feeling any better? Izuku blinked and understood that. Yes, it had to be afternoon if he was going to see his therapist. He had slept the entire morning away. Yeah, I am. Sorry for worrying you. You went to bed so early last night but you were still so tired. Katsuki said you went running this morning. Izuku's eyes met Kaken's from where the boy was putting his shoes back on. Kaken looked away quickly with a scowl. Izuku wondered why Kaken was covering for his lie when they were both well aware of the fact that he had lied. Kaken didn't seem to have reservations about calling out Izuku's lies in front of other people before. I woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. Izuku scratched at the back of his head nervously. His mother watched him with a sad face. She said no more, though, and briefly touched his cheek to end the conversation. Izuku felt like it wasn't quite over, though. I'm headed out, Auntie, Kaken announced as he stood. Oh, not yet, Katsuki. Let us walk you back. His mother insisted and hurried over to go slip her shoes on. She motioned for Izuku to join her, which he did. You don't have to, Kaken responded stiffly, looking uncomfortable. What had Izuku's mother said to Kaken to get him to act like that? Or was that how he had started treating his mother during Izuku's absence? There was still so much that Izuku needed to learn. I insist, Izuku's mother responded. She was smiling, but Izuku could sense the tension in her, the worry that extended to Kaken as well. Izuku hated that he was the cause of that paranoia. We're headed that way anyway, Kaken. Izuku decided to back her up. So we'll walk with you. Kaken glared at him but relented at that. Izuku was starting to recognize that glare as constantly screaming liar at him. He pointedly ignored it. The three of them left the house together and walked the 10 minutes to Kaken's house. Nobody was there to answer the door because both of Kaken's parents were probably out at their jobs. Kaken barely gave a goodbye as he separated from the Midoriyas and entered his house. Both Midoriyas turned down a side street and backtracked in the other direction to head for the therapist's office. They didn't talk about much along the way. Izuku's mother seemed to be caught up in her own thoughts, and Izuku didn't really want to talk at that moment. His thoughts were filled with his upcoming mission and what Shigaraki was planning. He thought about Kaken and how he had been a little too open with the other boy. He thought about how he needed to shut down any more inquiries from Kaken. He forced aside the memory of Namu. Going back to his therapist was a good way of putting himself back into the act of being Izuku. He had been so thrown off by Kaken this week with his constant attacks on the act he put forward. In front of his therapist, who had no concept of who Izuku was before he had been kidnapped, it was so easy to just tell them whatever. He just needed to make up some shit about how he was coping and how much fun he was having at school. How he was having nightmares that he couldn't remember and that he's been studying heroes again. He went on from there to spend the rest of the time rambling about how heroes are amazing and his teachers especially. It was another pointless meeting, but Izuku felt more solid afterwards. Like his armor had been repaired from the barrage of Kaken's explosions. His mother surprised him when the two of them left by not immediately heading to the station to go home. Why don't we go out to eat? She asked with a soft smile. She had stress lines on her head and cheeks. Izuku could count which ones were given by him. Okay, where at? It had been a long while since he had gone out with his mother. The two of them didn't spend much time out of the house. Izuku had spent all of his break either in extra classes or training or therapy, and his mother had been busy with her orders. A day out with his mom sounded like a good idea to him. How about that cafe where they used to have an all-night dessert? The one that was special edition. To commemorate that time he managed to save 200 people in one go. Izuku finished excitedly. His mother laughed. Let's do it. It was about half an hour's trip from the therapist's office to the cafe, and Izuku admittedly felt happier than he had in a little while. He and his mother didn't talk about much on the train ride over other than little things. When they got to the cafe, both of them ordered some food with the full intention of also getting a dessert at the end of it. Izuku's stomach still hurt a bit from Namu's attack, but he was determined to eat as much as he could, especially since he would get a dessert at the end of it. Something sweet would probably do wonders for him. He had a wonderful time reconnecting with his mother. Izuku repeated many of the stories about what was happening at school, and went on to finally talk about his new friends. His mother gasped and grinned in all the right places as Izuku motioned to explain his plans and his attacks. He rambled about his teachers again, even though his mother had already heard everything he could tell about All Might and Eraserhead. He spent maybe far too long telling his mother about all of the amazing quirks of his classmates and which ones he was certain would be heroes, but she didn't seem to mind. His mother had always listened to his rambling. They drifted onto other topics such as how her work was going and when she had last heard from Izuku's dad. Supposedly, he was to come back in a couple months for a visit for the holidays. Izuku was excited to see his father again considering he hadn't seen him in nearly a year. But he couldn't say he was too happy. At least he was safer overseas. Or, at least, Izuku hoped so. The two of them ordered desserts that both of them had wanted to try and decided to share with each other. It was amazing, Izuku thought, how just chatting with his mother bolstered his spirits. He still felt tired and sore, but he didn't feel as emotionally beaten down. He didn't feel that he had to fake too much with his mother because he could just be her happy son. The pressure wasn't as there as it was with Kaken. Izuku didn't have to show off his powers, and his mother already knew about his various scars. Playing ignorant was so easy with her. Izuku's mother smiled tenderly when Izuku finished giggling to himself over a story she had finished about a terrible client. He took a bite of his cake and sighed with pleasure at the sweet flavor. He was full, but wanted to eat just a bit more sugar. "I'm so glad you're smiling again," she said and threw Izuku for such a loop that all he could do was cough on his dessert. She quickly handed him a napkin even as she laughed a little. Izuku only stared at her in surprise as his eyes watered from coughing. "What?" "Well," his mother glanced away and down to smile sadly. She let out a small breath before lifting her eyes back to his. They were shimmering in the sunlight. "You mentioned that yesterday was a bad day for you. And then this morning Katsuki mentioned that you went running. You didn't have much sleep, did you, Izuku?" Izuku opened his mouth, but she cut him off gently. "You don't have to lie." He closed his mouth. "It's okay to feel upset, Izuku. You're still recovering. You don't need to be ashamed." This was something he could take advantage of, Deku realized. His mother thought his behavior and lying were because he was embarrassed by his slow recovery. He could strengthen his own act by covering it in another believable layer. If he did that, she would be less likely to be suspicious if Kaken brought up how Izuku was lying and hiding all of the time. It was a reasonable excuse. Izuku dropped his eyes and bit his lip. His fingers tugged on his other fingers. He glanced at her in a way. He gave a nervous huff of a laugh. "Is it that obvious? I thought I was hiding it pretty well." His mother reached across the table to hold one of his hands. Her eyes were wet now. "You don't have to lie to me, Izuku. You can tell me anything. You know that, right?" It was one thing to know and another to act upon it. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, I know. If anything is bothering you and I can help in some way, please just come to me. I can't do much, but I can try my best." She pumped her other fist, smiling encouragingly. Izuku returned the smile, touched. "I'm trying to get better." Her voice choked up some. Her hand tightened around his. It's strong, but I'm really trying." "That's good," she said honestly. "I just don't know if I'm going about things the right way," he confessed. It was the smallest bit of pressure released off of his heart for that. The tiniest pinprick, but it helped to say it. "You can take your time," she reassured him. "And when you're ready you can ask for help." She hesitated before adding, You're not alone anymore, Izuku. You have people who are here for you." Izuku thought back to dark days locked away and in pain, chained to the walls and gasping for air as the room pressed too much in on him. His breathing LBR as he tried to even inhale around the crushing agony of his own broken body, crying into his knees and wishing for someone to help him, for a hero to save him, realizing that he could only trust himself, that he would have to crawl out of hell on his own bloodied hands and knees. His mother's grip felt foreign in his hand. He resisted the urge to clench around it. He wished that he had the strength and courage to tell her everything. He wonders if she would take him far away from there. Maybe live with his dad overseas. Maybe the villains wouldn't bother attacking his loved ones then. He could become a hero in America or something like All Might. He would be free of his shackles and could start over. He wouldn't worry about being caught or being a villain. He could be ignorant of anything MSDR and Shigaraki might cause. Maybe he would be left alone. He could be a kid again. Fantasies were so easy to indulge in as long as they remained in his head. "I'll remember that, Mom." Something dark and disgusting had taken to roiling in Katsuki's stomach ever since he had made the split decision to spend the night at Deku's house. It was obvious that the boy hadn't wanted him there, but Katsuki's persistent attacks on Deku's armor throughout the week had exposed chunks of his truth. He now had confirmed his theory that Deku remembered his time with the villains and that Deku was well aware that he was lying to everyone. It explained why he had rejected the offer for a memory quirk to force him to remember for the sake of the police. He also confirmed that Deku really was just struggling at school and that Auntie and Co didn't actually know what was going on with her son. But with the success of Discovery came the flip side of the coin. It was where the dark and disgusting thing in Katsuki's stomach had come from. It had crawled down his throat, leaving a freezing trail behind it that chilled his entire body until not even the fire of his indignation and anger could warm him again. It continued to ride there with each new piece of the puzzle that Katsuki picked up in the Midoriya house. Deku didn't just remember his time with the villains, he had never forgotten. That explained many things as to why Deku was clearly different from before. Katsuki had always suspected, but he had assumed the boy had remembered later. The fact that he had never forgotten just opened up a field of more questions. Why was he hiding it? What had he actually gone through with the villains? Did he remember getting his quirk? What was the point of hiding it from everyone? Why was he so against Katsuki finding out? Deku wasn't faking his struggle with school. Katsuki had thought that he was just slow because he had missed school. It made the dark thing swell in his stomach to realize that Deku had permanent brain damage from his time with the villains. Was it from the torture? Or was it something worse? Did that account for the change in his personality as well? Katsuki kind of hated himself even more for being so harsh with Deku while trying to tutor him. He should have told Katsuki from the beginning that he couldn't understand properly. Katsuki didn't like that Deku had a learning disability now. He also didn't like that Auntie and Co had no idea. Why was Deku hiding that information as well? The thing that had frozen him from the inside out and had choked the breath from him had been when Deku had broken down. His anger was a familiar sight to Katsuki, but he had never seen it outside of himself or his mother. The look on Deku's face had been the fire that burned through Katsuki's own veins. Katsuki had responded instinctively at the time to snap back, never one to back down from that fire, but it had only made things worse. The crumpling of Deku's anger the moment his mother arrived was like watching a bridge collapse. Everything had caved in and Deku was gone to be replaced with the cracked and chipped armor that he always wore, a mask that had barely been clinging to his face before he had run out and locked himself in the bathroom. Katsuki had been angry after that for a while too. He had blamed everything on Deku and his lies. It wasn't his fault that Katsuki didn't know he wasn't understanding, and both of them were used to his yelling, so Deku couldn't have blamed Katsuki for that either. But Auntie and Code had a different idea. After she had failed to get Deku to respond to her, she had returned to the bedroom where Katsuki had been furiously kicking around the school books. Deku's notes from what he could see were thorough but useless. All of the wrong answers just infuriated him more. Why was Deku so goddamn useless? Auntie and Co had entered the room and shut the door quietly, but the look on her face was one that he had never seen before. Her face was dark with her anger and her eyes were a little wet. She had pointed sharply at Deku's bed. "Sit," she commanded. "What?" Katsuki had bit back, more surprised by the command and the look on her face than anything else, but his voice was still laced with his frustrations and confusion. "I said sit, Katsuki Bakugou." Every single childhood instinct filled him as he responded to the tone of a mother who had been pushed too far and had enough of her children. He sat himself quickly on the bed and felt on edge from the unknown. He was used to his mother's anger and his father's occasional disappointment-filled scolding, but he had never had to deal with the anger of Auntie and Co. She had always been the quiet and nice one. It honestly terrified him in a way he hadn't felt since before he had reached PBRTY and had fought for more independence. Auntie and Co had gathered herself shakily, her body vibrating much like Deku's did now. But Katsuki knew it wasn't for the same reason. He fought the instinct to make himself smaller and held himself proudly instead as he waited for his sentence. "You went too far with him," she finally said with controlled words. "It's not my fault." Katsuki immediately yelled back, "FC King Deku, I don't care." Auntie and Co cut him off with words sharper than a blade. Katsuki reeled a little as his rant had been snapped loose, blowing in the wind without an anchor. "What was this? I have sat by for many years and saw how you have treated him before in the past. Katsuki, I have let it go because Izuku had insisted he was fine and that it wasn't my place to scold you because you are not my child. But I will not sit by anymore and let you hurt him any more than he already is." He didn't know what to do with this. How was it that this was worse than when his parents yelled at him? When his teachers had occasionally scolded him? Everything hurt so much more. "I didn't do anything to him." Katsuki tried again because he hadn't done anything. Deku was to blame for all of his stupid FC King secrets. "Izuku is not the same boy you knew," Auntie and Co shouted, and it was enough that even Katsuki could only stare at her. It wasn't louder than his yelling, but it was more poignant. The tears fell for real down her face now. She let them go without making an attempt to hide them. "Izuku is hurt, Katsuki. He's still healing from his trauma. He's struggling every day. Do you understand? He doesn't need me babying him." Katsuki argued. "It's not about babying. It's about sympathy, and that's something that Mitsuki seems to have failed to instill in you." She responded coldly. Katsuki's chest felt like it had turned concave at those words. He opened his mouth to speak, but the furious rush of BLD to his cheeks almost made him want to tear up as well. Inexplicably, he was filled with a self-loathing he was used to but hated nonetheless. It took all of his willpower not to cry as he gritted his teeth against the rush. "You weren't here from the beginning, Katsuki," Auntie and Co continued when he didn't respond. "You never once came to see him. Mitsuki told me that it was because you were." Katsuki glared and dared her to say it, to tear out even more of his chest when he was already bleeding. It wasn't like he couldn't handle it. It wasn't like he wasn't aware. But she didn't and moved on. "But because you weren't here, you haven't seen what he's been like when he's not in class." She took a breath and calmed herself more. Her blaze of a fire was fading out now. I'm glad you're trying to be friends with him again. I really am. Izuku needs friends, and I think your presence in his life could be a good one. But I'm only saying that because I have seen the change in you, Katsuki. I know that you've changed as well since before Izuku's disappearance. She approached him then. Katsuki instinctively flinched as she reached for him because his skin was too bare. He was too exposed. Her hands cupped his cheeks and her anger was gone to be left with her own sympathy for him. And Katsuki FC King hated it because he knew those eyes. They were the same goddamn eyes that Deku had used on him that day at the river. The day that Katsuki decided that he hated Deku too for looking down on him. And he hated that Auntie Inko was looking at him with those eyes. But those eyes didn't have the same effect as that younger Deku's did. He saw through his own disgust to see someone who saw his self-loathing and wished to help him. Katsuki would never accept the help, but he didn't stop the furious tears that dropped from his eyes when she cupped his cheeks and his skin burned. I'm not asking you to be someone you're not, Katsuki, she murmured and wiped the tears on his cheeks. He couldn't look her in the eyes. His mother had never done this. She wasn't the touchy type just like he wasn't. Her comforts were always in firm hugs or embrace on the head, not these soft hands holding him like he was precious and fragile. Katsuki hated it and craved it at the same time. It felt like how he felt when he was with Izuku. I'm just asking that you give Izuku some time to adjust. Just be a little sympathetic to him and understanding. If you want to be his friend again, you're going to have to allow him to set the pace. He needs help and a hero knows when to help, right? Just like All Might. Katsuki said nothing. And Auntie Inko released him. He wanted to hide away for a while. Maybe blow a hole in the wall. He wanted to scream and yell, but mostly he felt drained and beaten down. He wondered if Deku had overheard anything. He wondered if he was still in the bathroom. Auntie Inko left and allowed Katsuki to recover. He ate dinner with Auntie Inko and Deku didn't join them. They had Deku's favorite katsudon and Auntie Inko had provided enough hot sauce and SBK to add to his own. The tension between the two of them was palpable. Auntie Inko charged him with the job of knocking on the bathroom door and trying to get Deku to eat. She handed him a bowl with chopsticks and a napkin. Katsuki had stood in front of the door to the bathroom and heard the gasping sobs of Deku on the other side. He felt drained just listening to him. The dark mass in his stomach writhed in agony as he felt no pride in making Deku cry again. Deku had always been a crybaby, but never like this. Never the type to just sob for a long time. His had always been waterworks that he couldn't help. How many times in the past had Katsuki made Deku cry like this when they were younger? He thought of the missing poster on the wall at home and his promise to himself in the wake of Deku's funeral. He left the food by the door without knocking and retreated to the bedroom. He took his time to clean up his mess and really take a look at Deku's bedroom without him in it to distract him. He still had some All Might merch everywhere, but it wasn't as much as it used to be. He could see some stains on the walls from where posters had hung for years but were now removed. The hologram that Deku received from UA was still on his desk even after all this time. Katsuki felt like an outsider in a box that should be familiar to him. Deku came in sometime later while Katsuki was still looking at the All Might posters and was reminded of the last time he had been alone in Deku's room after Deku's funeral. The boy looked haggard and the worst that Katsuki had ever seen him, which was saying something considering he had seen what the boy had looked like when he had been rescued. Deku offered information more readily than he had before, too drained to be ashamed in admitting his learning disability. Katsuki was transported back to that day in class when his teacher had scolded Deku for his tremors. He remembered how he had scoffed at what an idiot that teacher had been when it was obvious Deku couldn't help the shaking. He was cold with the understanding that he was that teacher now, scolding Deku for something he couldn't control, unknowingly mocking him for something that embarrassed him and that he didn't want to talk about but now had been forced to. It was then that he realized maybe he really hadn't grown up at all. Maybe he really was still that Sitlord who bullied Deku for being Deku. Auntie Inko was right. He needed to try something different. Katsuki had been determined to become Deku's friend again only as a means of finding out answers, but he didn't like that anymore. The other boy was wearing the armor for a reason that he was determined to keep. Deku was fighting back with all of his force to make sure that Katsuki didn't learn any more than he already did because Deku didn't trust him. Because Deku realized from the beginning Katsuki's real intentions for wanting to be his friend. That Katsuki had been lying too. Deku didn't need a friend like that. Deku needed an actual friend, someone he could trust and someone who could help him. Katsuki wasn't so certain he could be that, though. Wasn't sure if he was the right person for that job. But he wanted to be better. He had already gone this far, so Katsuki was determined to finish what he started. He would become Deku's friend and he would earn the trust. He would find out Deku's secrets and he would get the boy to tell him himself. Later that night, Katsuki had been researching learning disabilities because Deku wanted to go to bed early and Katsuki still felt raw from his talk with Auntie Inko, so he had gone to bed too. Deku had hesitantly lifted his mask just a tiny bit to answer Katsuki's question. and Katsuki could only stare into the darkness and understand that this hole was far deeper than he had originally anticipated, and that he had to be prepared for the long haul. Well, Katsuki was nothing if not determined to win. The stakes had changed and positions had altered, but the game wasn't over yet. It was time for some new tactics. His couple of days off from school were definitely not as relaxing as Izuku had hoped they would be, but he still felt prepared to take on school again by the time Monday came. His talk with his mother had restored some of his fragile heart, and Sunday had allowed him to spend the day planning for his mission. He had only cried once when he thought too strong about it and remembered that he was going to have a hand in the possible fall of All Might. Monday morning had Kaken waiting for him outside of the gate again to walk with him. Izuku straightened and held him a little stiffly. He wasn't going to bother to fake around Kaken when they were alone. Izuku had decided. That would not mean he would tell him everything, but it seemed to keep Kaken calm when Izuku wasn't faking in front of him when they were alone. Rather, that observation was based on the last time they had walked home together. As it was, Izuku didn't bother to trail behind Kaken like normal. He took great strides forward and didn't wait to start walking away from Kaken. "What the fu, wait up, Deku," Kaken called when he realized that Izuku was just walking off without him. Izuku said nothing and Kaken hurried to match his stride. He moved a little bit faster, so he was walking a little ahead. Izuku sped up to be a little faster than him, annoyed by the action. Kaken growled lowly and walked even faster, practically jogging. Izuku's eyes met his and a current of competition ran through both of them. Izuku was the first to break into a sprint, with Kaken immediately starting afterwards. There was some shoving along the way and some shouting from both as they attempted to reach the train station before the other. Kaken crowed his victory as he barely beat Izuku to the entrance to the station when he had given a pointed shove to the other boy right before the end. "Jerk," Izuku muttered as they both stood on the platform and breathed from the race. His uniform was sticking uncomfortably to his skin from his sweat, but he was certainly more awake. "You're still slow as sit, Deku," Kaken responded with that smug aura of victory still clinging to him. Izuku was whipped right back to hot summer days in their childhood chasing after Kaken. Back then he had never been fast enough to beat the other boy. Now he was certain that he could do it. He just needed his quirk. "You were shoving me half of the time. I almost ran into someone because of you. Get better at dodging, then," Kaken sneered and shoved his hands into his breath. He looked away at the incoming train, and Izuku took the chance to plant a foot into his butt and force him to stumble to the side. Kaken let out an instinctive curse and regained his footing quickly to spin on Deku. "Get better at dodging," Deku mocked. "I'll kill you, you little..." Whatever insult he was about to throw at Deku, though, was interrupted by the station guards. The two of them were briefly scolded for screwing around on a train platform before they were left alone. Kaken scowled after the guard. Izuku bit his lip to resist the small smile that threatened to form. Their trip to UA was uneventful after that up until they reached the school gate. It was crowded with reporters who were trying to talk to multiple students. Izuku blinked. He hadn't taken into consideration that with the breaking of the news that All Might was working at the school, reporters would flood in to try to talk to the hero. He watched as both Uraraka and Ida were stopped and briefly interviewed. He wondered if there was a way around the crowd. Kaken was the first to move forward. Izuku could tell just by the dead-set expression on his face that he wasn't even going to humor the reporters. Izuku followed after him this time as he weaved through the crowd. Questions about All Might were thrown at them left and right. They wanted to know about the hero's teaching methods and the students' opinions on him. One microphone was moved into his face by a news reporter who asked, "What do you think of All M? Wait, aren't you the kid from that villain kidnapping?" "Is it really?" Another asked. "Midoriya-kun, that's your name, right? Did you decide to become a hero after everything that had happened?" Izuku opened his mouth nervously, sweat forming on his skin as words refused to come out of his mouth. There were too many people around him. He didn't like it. There were so many microphones being pushed into his face. A hand found the back of his uniform and yanked him away from the crowd. Izuku glanced up at Kaken as the boy turned his dark face on the reporters. "Screw off," he growled, and a couple of the adults actually flinched back at the anger in his voice. Izuku only stared at Kaken in surprise before he was dragged off, yelping at the rough treatment. Kaken didn't release him until they were both past the gate. The reporters couldn't come in through there without a student ID or allowance to be there. Izuku watched as the school gate automatically closed so that they couldn't follow after the students. It was a heavy, multi-layered door that could handle most quirks. Izuku remembered reading up on it when he had been studying the school, and the various security systems that were available for the public to know. He was sure that there were more outside of the gate, wall, and sensors around the school, but those secrets were kept by the teachers. "Thanks, Kaken." Izuku sighed now that he could breathe again. The gate was opening to allow more students in. The reporters turned to preying on them instead. "Just tell them to leave you alone next time, idiot." Kaken scolded and turned away from him to keep walking. Izuku glanced back at the gate one more time before following him. "It doesn't work for you, so I doubt it would work for them." he responded dryly. Kaken shot him a glare at that. Izuku sent him a sly smirk before he heard his name called by Uraraka. He pulled on Izuku and gave a small, happy smile at the sight of her. Kaken made a mildly disgusted sound next to him and wandered off. Deku-kun, did you get stopped by the reporters too? Isn't it so exciting? I might be on TV, she said in a rush, hopping excitedly next to him. Izuku blushed a little at how close she was. She was a ray of sunshine that he couldn't stare directly at even though he wanted to admire how cute she was. I did, but I didn't talk with them. He scratched at the back of his head with a short laugh. They started asking about my past rather than All Might when they realized it was me. Uraraka gasped in offense. How could they? I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Yeah, Kaken, surprisingly enough, got me out of there. I guess you guys really are becoming friends. Uraraka leaned around Izuku to peek at Kaken's retreating back before straightening again. I'm happy for you. Izuku wished that he was the type of person that could tell her that Kaken wasn't actually his friend and didn't want to be. Friends don't try to force secrets out of you. Haha, I don't know. He shrugged. Shall we walk to class together, then? She asked as they both began their trek to the classroom. Izuku didn't know why she had to ask, but he liked it. Unfortunately, he had other things to take care of. He had to make a revision to his plan now that he had the new factors added in. Good. That meant his job would be a lot easier. You can go ahead. I have to actually use the bathroom first. Oh, okay. I'll see you in class, then. He waved as she joined the stream of students entering the school. Izuku then turned and walked quickly towards one of the bathrooms away from the entrance to the school. Luckily, there weren't too many students loitering in the area near the gym since it wasn't too close to the classrooms. He entered the bathroom and checked the entire place before he locked the door and pulled out his phone. Deku dialed a familiar number and tucked himself into one of the corners. He kept an eye on the gap at the bottom of the bathroom door for any kind of shadows. The phone rang for a little while and then reported that there was no voicemail before ending the call. Deku called once more to the same result. He frowned in irritation as he tried a third time. This time the phone was answered. What? Shigaraki grumbled. I was sleeping. Now you know my pain. Deku responded, feeling some satisfaction in his petty revenge. I need your help. With what? Deku could practically hear the man oozing self-satisfaction. If I'm to get the information we need to make it look like an outside job. I want you to destroy the school gates and allow the reporters that are outside to enter the school. You can't do it yourself. Your quirk is better suited for it. And that will make it look like someone broke in. Better than having the hero suspect that a student from the inside took the plans when you invade. Shigaraki was silent for a little bit. Finally he said, text me the time. Deku smiled at that. Give me a few minutes and I will. He didn't expect it, but his teacher suddenly decided they needed a class president and vice president. Izuku felt his heart spike with excitement because this would be good leadership skill. Any class presidents would be respected and it would look good on a hero resume. But Izuku couldn't take the role even if he wanted it. That would take up even more of his time in the day as well as put him in too high of a position. He still needed to maintain his mediocrity in class. Despite that, he had screwed himself. He received the most votes in class even though he didn't vote for himself. Most of the class had voted for themselves. But a couple of them had voted for Izuku with Yaoyorozu coming in second. He supposed that he should have seen this coming considering how they had both done in the test with All Might. Both had proven to be valuable tacticians. If this was literally any other day, Izuku might have been glad. You've gotta be sitting me. Who voted for Deku? He didn't even raise his hand. He heard Kaken growl at one point. I guess it's my loss today. Yaoyorozu sighed with a reluctant smile. Izuku felt even worse stealing the win from her considering she had actually wanted it. But looking over at Ida, he felt the pressure of guilt increase at the boy's overdramatic defeat. Even though he had voted for Ada, 3 people had somehow ended up voting for him instead. He decided that he would have to find a way out of it later, maybe. It was low on his list of priorities at the moment. He just wanted to get the morning done and over with so he could go back to his normal life. He had to admit that the lapse into such a normal school activity was good at throwing him off. On his best days, Izuku struggled to grasp what he was learning in class, but today was worse than usual. His mind wasn't on class at all because he would soon need to risk everything. He believed that his plan was fine enough, but there was still a lot of information he lacked. He wished that he hadn't been so CCKY and had told the villains he would have the information by tomorrow. He had been foolish for not doing some reconnaissance first. He had to follow through now no matter what. With Shigaraki's help it should be easier. He was antsy, but at least his lack of focus was shared among the class. They were all heroes, but they were still teenagers who grew more and more anxious as lunchtime approached. Izuku could tell that Aizawa-sensei was choosing to ignore all of the shifting around while he was teaching. Izuku waited until his teacher turned to face the class again and shot his hand up. You want to answer this question, Midoriya? Aizawa-sensei asked. Izuku quickly shook his head. No, I need to use the bathroom. Aizawa-sensei didn't look impressed. You can't wait until lunch. He glanced at the clock. It would be a few minutes until the bell rings. Izuku shook his head and tried to look nervous. The only time his shaking ever helped him was when he needed to act particularly pathetic. Maybe it was some kind of instinct ingrained in humans, but a trembling person always evoked either sympathy or scorn in people. Sorry, but I don't feel good. Aizawa-sensei sighed with the weight of a teacher who has heard all of these lies before from students but still had no real reason to deny it, nor the will to follow through on it on that particular day. Izuku considered himself lucky. Fine, but leave your stuff here so you can pick it up before you go to lunch. Yes, sir. Izuku hurried to stand and ignored the rest of his class to rush out of the door with the impatience of someone who has been holding their PSS for too long. He waited until he was a good distance away and broke into a sprint to head towards the bathrooms nearest to his target. He slowed down as he spotted the office of his aim and peeked through the door with all the appearance of a curious student. He saw a few teachers lounging inside and chatting. A single receptionist. He tucked himself inside of the bathroom and then proceeded to wait. He used the restroom properly and washed his hands and face. He lifted his gaze to stare at the water dripping off his skin and into his own eyes. His normally bright eyes were darker with the weight of his thoughts. He touched the mirror and tried to figure out what was different from this face and the past Izuku's. Maybe it was the scar on his forehead. Maybe it made him look tougher. Izuku only thought that it was rather ugly to look at. The bell for lunch rang then. The patter of various shoes and the chatter of students filled the halls outside. Izuku found a window in the bathroom and checked it again. He could easily open the window, and with some shuffling he could get through it. There was a tree outside that was too far for a normal jump, but if Izuku could get his foot on the ledge right, he was certain he could at least grab a branch. Hopefully nobody would hear the tree over the sound of the alarm later. It was a risk, but the fall wouldn't be enough to kill him if he didn't make it anyway. He waited a few more minutes, pacing the bathroom. At one point someone came in, but he ducked into a stall to not be seen. He glanced at his phone to see the time. It was 1 minute past the time he had given Shigaraki. Anxiety spiked because he wasn't sure if Shigaraki had succeeded. He didn't have a way of checking from his angle in the building. The alarm blared then, making him jump from his seat on the toilet, but he instantly went into action then. He whipped off his shoes and socks and opened the window to toss them outside. His bare feet had better grip on smooth flooring of the school. He pulled on a set of gloves as well so that he would leave no fingerprints. He opened the bathroom door to see the teachers rushing from the entry point to Deku's target. He counted each of them and glanced around the hallway before rushing to the door. He only had a few moments to do this. It was his luck that all of the teachers had left. As he had suspected, Shigaraki's unique quirk was enough to set off an alert so high that all of the staff was responding to it. Downstairs, Deku could hear the rush of students all yelling at the same time over the alarm. Deku steeled himself and entered the room. He activated Snapshot and took in everything he would need from the room. There were no cameras. He was sure that any kind of information on USJ was probably in the filing cabinets back there. The room was slightly messy from the rush of all of the staff running to leave and find out what was happening. The room would not allow for him to leave footprints due to the flooring, which was good considering he had a unique footprint. He gave himself 3 minutes at most and breathed out to release Snapshot. Deku rushed forward to the filing cabinets and yanked them open. His eyes scanned the labels with a speed he had developed from training time and again under a time constraint. His brain was barely registering the words before he was moving on to the next cabinet. He spent a solid minute searching before he found what he was looking for. He pulled out the plans and immediately spread them on the desk. He pulled out his phone and took multiple snaps while also briefly reading the contents himself. He knew that USJ had some good security systems, but this was something else. Did UA also have this stuff, or was it unique? Deku wished that he had time to also look for more information. But he couldn't. He doubted he would have a second chance, but this was a sacrifice he had to make. He used his last minute to make sure everything was exactly as he had found it before he dashed out of the room and shut the door. He ran back into the bathroom and was out through the window in the next moment. He paused on the tiny edge of the windowsill to judge his strength and angle before launching himself at the tree. Deku didn't quite reach it. Not enough to land in, anyway. However, he did get far enough for his hand to grab the tree branch. Reflexes had him barely hanging onto it with the tips of his fingers. His body swung with momentum and he followed through with it. He released the branch to flip backwards as he fell and grabbed a second branch properly. He was low enough then that he just flung himself off and landed on the ground. He took a breath and activated Snapshot for a second time to scan his surroundings. There were some reporters passing by, but nobody was looking at the student who had just appeared from above. Deku didn't doubt that they were all rushing to find All Might as soon as possible. Deku was plain enough to not stand out as he released Snapshot and ignored his migraine before grabbing his shoes and socks. He ducked into the nearest entrance to the school and yanked his footwear back on. Deku was riding his adrenaline high and grinning at his success. He had just done that. He had just managed to steal information. It was amazing how easy UA was when you were already on the inside. Heroes could be so easy to fool if you were smart enough, and Deku had to thank his training to be able to have pulled that off so easily. Now he just needed to finish the day and steal away at some point to text all of the pictures over. Izuku ran to go find the other students. They were all around the cafeteria trying to push each other in the rush to evacuate as instructed. However, they all came to a stop when Izuku heard Ida shout about the reporters triggering the alarm. He couldn't see Ida, but his voice was loud enough for all of them. Izuku only grinned wider as his plan worked. The reporters were a useful distraction. He would consider it revenge for that morning. On top of that, he believed that Ida had just resolved his second problem. He would see if he could convince his class if maybe Ida wouldn't be the better class president. Izuku made it through the day without any kind of suspicion being placed upon him. He had texted the pictures of the plans to both Shigaraki and Kurogiri while he had been changing out of his gym uniform. He planned to read them on his own as well once he was home, and then he was going to delete all of the evidence from his phone. He had already researched how to do such a thing a few months back. He was relieved when the day's end approached so he could go home. He was ready to escape the school for a while. He couldn't help but think about what was to come in the future. When would they be going to the USJ? How was Izuku to prepare for it? Izuku pressed his knuckle to his mouth and thought. Shigaraki said he was supposed to remain ignorant, probably just to help keep his cover. He had said that he had an army on hand for the job as well as the Namu for All Might. Would All Might be the one to take them to the USJ? Was there some way Izuku could warn the heroes before it happened? Delay it somehow? No, he couldn't. Shigaraki would know or at least suspect Izuku if he did that. The heroes definitely had cause to be suspicious after what happened today, but he severely doubted that there was any clues left behind that would set the heroes off. He would have to keep his mouth shut. The thought of All Might being killed, though, Izuku was terrified at the thought. He still didn't know for sure why Shigaraki hated All Might. He wasn't even sure what MSTR had against him either except that he was the enemy of all villains. Izuku had sensed that there was some kind of history between the three of them, but he didn't have nearly enough clues to even begin to figure it out. Maybe he could ask Shigaraki next time he visited him. Oi, Deku. Izuku pulled himself out of his thoughts to see Kaken glowering at him. Did the bell ring? He must have missed it. Sorry Kaken. He grabbed his bag and stood up. Don't make me wait next time. Kaken grumbled but still waited for him to finish packing his stuff up. Izuku waved and said goodbye to his classmates before leaving. He was feeling buoyed between the high of his successful plot and the weight of his guilt that threatened to drag him undersea. He decided not to think of it for the time being considering he had the rest of the evening to do so. Most of his walk with Kaken was still filled with silence. Even after spending the night at his house, neither boy had anything to say to each other. Or, rather, Izuku had nothing that he really wanted to say to Kaken. He was waiting for the other boy to bring up the other morning and what he had saw considering Izuku knew that his lie had been seen through. But Kaken had yet to bring it up. It set Izuku on edge wondering when the other shoe was going to fall. They both made it out of the school gate and through the crowd of students leaving. Izuku's thoughts had turned towards how he was going to handle his homework tonight and if he should stop by the convenience store for something to snack on before dinner. He would have to text his mother first to see if she would want anything. What the hell? Kaken muttered next to him. Izuku glanced at him and spotted a confused frown on his face as he looked at something past Izuku's shoulder. Izuku looked too as he realized he heard someone calling his name for a second time. He looked around for the voice, but didn't find it until arms suddenly wrapped around his shoulders. Izuku-kun. Izuku's entire body stiffened as he recognized that voice and found his arms full of a familiar blonde. Well, what? Izuku quickly pushed her off and stumbled backwards. His body automatically moved between Toga Himiko and Kaken as she straightened herself. Her slitted eyes were bright with joy and a big grin across her face as she spread her arms widely. Izuku-kun, I was hoping to catch you. I haven't seen you in forever, she crooned. Who the FCK are you? Kaken demanded. Izuku's eyes darted over Himiko to double-check what was in her hands. She was dressed in her school uniform with no sign of her needles or her butterfly knife. It was enough to relax Izuku enough that he could breathe a sigh of relief. It didn't mean the two of them were safe from her, but at least she wasn't preparing to attack either of them. Is this, like, the famous Kaken? Himiko asked, ducking in close to lean on Izuku to stare at Kaken. He's so tough-looking. Hey, let's be friends too. Any friend of Izuku-kun's is a friend of mine. I don't want to be your freaking friend. Izuku had to admit that it was a little hilarious to see Kaken so thrown off like this. He had even taken a step back. His eyes darted over the contact between Izuku and Himiko as Himiko continued to hang off of him. Izuku shifted her in his grip and tried to put a little bit of space between the two of them. Can I call you Kaken as well? I'm going to, okay. She responded despite Kaken's denial. You can't. Both Izuku and Kaken responded, although one of angrier than the other. Himiko looked to Izuku in surprise, mouth opening a little. She fully turned towards Izuku and allowed some space to form as she tilted her head to the side and grabbed her own wrists. I can't. Is it special to you? It can be special to me, too. Deku rolled his eyes and stared at her a little coldly. His name is Bakugou Katsuki. Himiko blinked once before her smile broadened. Bakun, then, she decided. Don't just give me some city nickname, you stupid bun girl. Kaken yelled. He spun on Deku and pointed at the girl. Hey FCK Munch, who is this crazy beach? He's pretty funny, Izuku. Himiko whispered in his ear with a giggle. Deku finally ducked out from under her arms and pushed her a little aside. This is Toga Himiko, he finally introduced. She's Izuku's my best friend and future boyfriend, Himiko declared, clapping her hands together once cheerfully. What? Kaken asked, voice going strong with his own shock. He was dumbfounded for just a moment before glaring at Deku. You don't have any friends, City Deku. Ooh, he calls you Deku still. Himiko, shut up. Deku grumbled. I'm not going to be your boyfriend. Why are you here, anyway? Was she sent to fetch him? She wasn't a famous villain, but nobody should know of his relationship with her. She was dangerous to have near Kaken. She was too dangerous to be seen with him. What was she planning? We haven't seen each other in so long. Her hand found his. Deku allowed her to because that meant he had a grip on her at all times. He made sure she was always on his other side away from Kaken. I wanted to see you and I know you had school today so I, waited for you. Are you serious right now? What the hell is this bullshit? Kaken demanded. Since when do you know people from other schools? We trained together. Himiko told him. Izuku, let's walk home together. No, Deku immediately denied. If you wanted to hang out, you should have texted me. If we're supposed to train tonight, why didn't you message me? He meant. Himiko's smile didn't dim as she swung her hand in his. I claimed your time first. You're coming with me. I'm walking home with Kaken. Go away now. Himiko was up against him in the next moment. Deku resisted the flinch and the instinct to dodge away from her as his grip on her hand tightened to painful levels. Her tongue glanced his cheek before she brought her hand up to block her mouth as she whispered in his ear, You. Oh, me. Deku, her lips brushed against the shell of her ear with her every slow, punctuated word. Fine, he murmured to her because honestly the thought of hanging with her was exciting. Either it would end up being a fun time, or a crazy time, or both. Either way, he was willing. Maybe he could get some information out of her, then. I'll text you later, he promised. Okay, I'll hold you to it. She released Deku finally and backed away with a couple skips. She spun on her heel and waved to them both. Bye-bye, Izuku. Bakun, don't call me that sit. Kaken yelled back. Izuku could practically feel him vibrating with anger next to him. Deku only waved back as Himiko disappeared between the buildings. A few moments later he felt a buzz in his pocket from his phone. He didn't doubt it was already from her. Kaken whirled on him immediately as Deku started walking again, wiping off his cheek with a grimace. What the FCK was that? Arguably a better nickname than what she gave me. That stupid nickname better die before I kill her. Kaken snapped. I meant, are you seriously training with that crazy girl? Deku frowned, disgruntled at Himiko for giving so much away. Kaken really didn't need to know anything more about his life or Izuku's life, especially Deku's life. Yes, she's been teaching me some skills. Like what? Kaken demanded. Deku recognized the shift in focus from his offended anger to serious curiosity. Izuku wondered if that meant he had impressed Kaken with his moves during their practical training. Deku rolled his head on his shoulders. He didn't bother to hide his distaste from his face to show how little he wanted to talk about this as he said, speed and agility. Boy, you don't have to look like someone sit in your cereal. Kaken growled as they both entered the train station. Is she the one who taught you your moves, then? What's her quirk? Deku turned cold eyes on Kaken then because he was tired of the questions. I remember telling you that I wouldn't tell you anything. Kaken sneered and Deku smirked without feeling behind it. What happened to you figuring it out on your own? Kaken looked irritated at that. Deku saw his jaw move as he grinded his teeth together. This kind of information was even more fun to hide from Kaken because the other boy loved to fight. People underestimated Himiko. And Deku was still just glad to be learning her skills as well. Finally the boy commanded, train with me, then. What? Deku laughed, surprised. Seriously? What part of any of our conversation sounded like I was going to train with you? FCKU. I'm tutoring you in school, a whole. We both saw how well that went last time. Next time you'll learn so much that your sit nerd brain will explode from it, you ungrateful son of a beach. Kaken shoulder-checked Deku as they both climbed onto their train. The crowd of students going home meant that they were once again left with no seats. Deku reached up to hold onto a hand grip. His shoulders smarted a bit. His head was still hurting despite his pain pills and his back was starting to sting from when Deku had accidentally ripped open wounds again. He would bandage them again when he got home. I don't have time to train with you, Deku told him. My days are busy enough without that added on top of it. What, going out and getting bloodied up at but o'clock in the morning you mean? Deku should have expected that. He knew that Kaken wouldn't let that go so easily. He met the red eyes of his companion with steely green ones of his own. Kaken had that curious frown back on. That blank face that Deku hadn't yet learned to see through. What kind of thoughts were going on in Kaken's head for him to be able to make that kind of face? Kaken had always been somewhat easy to read because of his expression-filled face, but this was new. This was territory that Deku didn't know. He needed to learn what it meant. Exactly, Deku said slowly, pointedly. In those stupid dress shoes you'd been wearing. Kaken glanced down at Deku's shoes, but they were his usual red ones today. Kaken's eyes fell back on him. They have better grip, Deku said, and it was surprisingly true. You had BLD around your lips too. That happens. Why the FCK are you training that strong so early in the morning? Kaken yelled, and they both received a number of glares and disapproving looks in the quiet of the train. Deku decided he was done with answering questions. He had been generous thus far. Deku refused to speak to him anymore. Kaken threw a sit-fit next to him, hissing threats and the longing to kill him. Deku was unaffected by Kaken's anger anymore. He looked like a toddler next to the true threats he had received over the past couple of years. He pulled out his phone instead and texted Himiko to plan a meeting time with her. It had been too long since he had hung out with her, after all. Izuku snuck out that night to go to the beach. It was a once appealing place that was now filled with trash because people had used it as a dumping site. It had started with just trash from the ocean winding up there, but humans had a tendency of ignoring their responsibilities for convenient excuses. Izuku liked to go down to that beach for the sound of the waves, but also because he entertained himself training among the trash. In the darkness of the deep night, the hulking figures of cars, tires, refrigerators, and other miscellaneous nonsense was rather creepy. Nobody liked to go down to this portion of the beach because it was so unappealing to look at. Tonight, however, there was a figure swinging their legs from atop a fridge. Izuku approached and climbed up on top of a car to jump to a seat next to her. Himiko's smile was easy to see even in the low light. There you are, Izuku. You kept me waiting. Took longer than usual for my mom to fall asleep. He looked at her. She was still wearing the same uniform as earlier. He wondered if she had gone home at all, or if she even had a home. She seemed to prefer her school uniform in the time he had known her. He wasn't even sure if that was her actual school uniform or not. What are you doing back in town so soon? He asked. She stood up on her fridge and did a twirl on one foot. She wobbled like she would fall, but Izuku knew that she would be fine either way. Tamura has plans. Did you know about them? Are you part of them? Himiko crouched so quickly and was in Izuku's face before he could blink. Her speed was still incredible to him. Some preservation instinct said that he should be on his guard as her breath smelled of BLD and her presence of death, but it was something he was used to. He was never sure about any of the other villains he knew, but he was certain that Toga Himiko would not kill him. She might try to maim him, but not kill him. At least, not in moments like these. It was only when he was beaten and bloody did he run the risk of reminding her of her longing to become him. Deku would never allow it. Deku was strong enough now that he didn't have to worry about her so much. He had bigger enemies. I've heard some, but Kurogiri stopped him from telling me everything. Izuku frowned and pulled his knees to his chest. I'm supposed to remain ignorant, apparently. What is sourpuss? Himiko hopped to the spot next to him and sat down. Her scent only became stronger, but a breeze from the ocean filled the air with salt and made it manageable. Izuku didn't want to know where she had been during the hours they had been separated for her to smell like that. Not that I can say anything. I'm not participating either. That was a surprise. I thought he was bringing an army. Why would he leave behind one of his strongest people? I didn't want to go, she said succinctly. It sounds like the kind of bloodbath you'd like. Deku dropped his legs and leaned back on his arms instead. He couldn't see very many stars due to light pollution, but looking at the sky was still such a pleasant experience. It reminded him that he was out of his prison, even if he wasn't exactly free. I'm not really, into the thought of killing All Might. She waved her fingers. Since when? Her bright smile turned bigger as she spun on him. In a quick movement she had him pressed down flat, sitting on his stomach and blocking his head with her two arms. She licked her lips as she salivated more, and Deku instantly put up his guard. His hands were free to punch her if he needed them. He could twist out of their position as well. Since I met Stain, she monoed. She leaned closer to him and Deku felt sweat break out on the back of his neck. You would love him, Izuku. He likes heroes as much as you do. Who is that? He asked somewhat hesitantly. The hero killer, she whispered back excitedly. It was no longer safe to have her so close to him. Get off, Himiko, or I'll remove you. Awa, Izuku, don't be jealous. She giggled but did sit up. She didn't get off of him, but the immediate threat had lessened if she was willing to get out of his face. Her hands came up to her cheeks and she wiggled with glee. He's so sassy, Izuku. I saw him in action tonight. I stalked him and saw him covered in BLD and HNNG. Deku made a face, uncomfortable at her making those sounds on top of him. Usually she was much more aware of the fact that she was a girl and he was a boy. He hoped she would get a grip soon. A hero killer who likes heroes? He asked, pushing her off of him. She fell to the side, but caught herself. Deku rolled out from under her and scooted back a bit to get some space. Yeah, she laughed and straightened herself, pulling herself back onto the fridge and patting it quickly with her hands. I talked to him after one of his kills. He told me about how he only kills fake heroes. At Deku's confused look, she leaned forward and raised a finger in explanation. There are a ton of heroes out there, right? But only some of them are real heroes. The heroes that are out there to actually help people and risk their lives to do it. Isn't that all of them? Himiko shrugged. No, not from what I've seen. She didn't explain. Deku would have to think on it later. What does that have to do with All Might, then? Obviously. Himiko shouted cheerfully and then lowered her voice. Her eyes had that crazed look in them that set Deku on edge. He's the truest hero. Stain thinks he's the definition of a hero. And I, agree. So, you don't want All Might dead? Nope. She popped the P of the word. Besides, I'm more interested in talking more with Stain. I want to know everything about him. I want to drink his BLD and become him, you know. I've heard that before, yes. Deku responded dryly. Jealous, she sing-songed, rolling onto her stomach and kicking her feet in the air. I love you more, Izuku. Izuku was perfectly fine with Himiko turning her affections elsewhere. Ugh, so tell me. Her manic gaze suddenly became sharp and unyielding with her wide eyes staring at him. That look, more than any kind of manic look, made Deku tense in preparation. She always looked that way before she attacked. He made sure to keep his attention solely on her. What about you, Izuku? Do you want to be a true hero? Deku was frozen, realizing he was trapped. If he said no, he was almost certain Himiko would attack. He could fend her off, but not without some damage. He needed to keep his adventures outside and his training as hidden as possible. It was bad enough that Kaken now knew that he trained with Himiko. If her own bloody tendencies became known to the public eye, then Kaken would learn he was still in contact with the villains. But if he said that he did want to be a proper hero, then Himiko might tell Shigaraki. And if Shigaraki learned that Deku wasn't faking his training to become a hero and wasn't actually a villain, then Izuku and his loved ones were screwed. It would be just like MSTR and Shigaraki to kill off one of the people Deku loved as a true threat. He had too many weak points. Taking out one would only increase the risk of the others. This was a matter of immediate threat on Deku's life. He needed to be careful. Playing with Himiko was often like walking a minefield. You know that I'm only in that school as a spy, right? He asked her. Is that so? She asked curiously, tilting her head. Deku smiled mockingly. You really think that I can become a hero? Himiko only smiled back. Her smile crinkled her eyes as she murmured, do you? And Izuku didn't respond because he honestly didn't know anymore. When Izuku had passed on the plans for the USJ to Shigaraki and Kurogiri, he hadn't expected his class to be going to the USJ the next day. He didn't think that the teachers would do that considering the destruction of the front gate the day before. It was the main reason he had decided to hang out with Himiko and train the night before. He regretted that now because he was a little sore, although he did manage to get some interesting information about the villain Stain. Izuku had yet to do any research on him, though. When Aizawa-sensei told them Tuesday that they would be leaving campus for the afternoon training, Izuku's heart rate spiked even more. He kept his face with slack curiosity while his classmates questioned their teacher and then got excited at the prospect of rescue training. Izuku couldn't join in with them, though, as he gathered up his hero uniform and joined the boys in trekking to the changing rooms. His mind was filled with static. All Might is going to die. All Might is going to die. All Might is going to die. Was there any way he could prevent this? Izuku felt like he was going into a war zone with nothing but the clothes on his back. His entire body felt too stiff and rigid even as he walked with ease. A part of him wanted to scream at Aizawa-sensei to cancel the lesson. He wanted to blow his cover and just confess everything. Beg for him to stop the trip so All Might would live. All Might couldn't die for Izuku. Izuku wasn't worth it. He wasn't worth the symbol of peace's life. He couldn't be the reason All Might died. Izuku found his breath coming too quickly. His body was cold and the back of his neck was numb. He felt like his stomach was going to turn inside out as tears rolled down his cheeks. He told himself to get it together, but it only freaked him out more that he was losing it. He couldn't do this. He couldn't go there. He had to tell someone. He had to put a stop to this. He wasn't worth it. He wasn't worth it. Midoriya. A hand touched his back, and Izuku's entire body rejected the sensation. He jerked away and backed up against the lockers. It was clatter of his body hitting the lockers loud enough to attract the attention of his nearby classmate. Kaminari was the one standing near him, his hand extended and looking shocked at the reaction. He immediately held up his hands. Whoa, are you okay? Izuku couldn't respond. He could barely breathe. Where was the door? Where was Aizawa-sensei? Where was the nearest window so he could throw himself out of it and run far away? He wanted to P&D his fists against something to bring some sensation back to them. Make himself bleed and hurt so he could regain control. He couldn't be freaking out like this. He couldn't think. He's having a panic attack. Todoroki's voice was far away. Izuku's eyes followed the movement of his classmates as Todoroki motioned for them to move back. His heterochromatic eyes were watching him with more sympathy than he had ever seen the boy display, although his face didn't change much. Give him room. What happened to you, Midoriya? Ida asked. Do you need me to get a nurse? Someone should call recovery girl. Minda suggested. I will. He said. Stand back, dumbasses. Kaken shouted, pushing his way to the front of the crowd. Izuku felt shame mix into him as his legs gave up on him and he was forced to sink to the floor. Kaken stared at him for a moment before whirling around on their classmates. What the hell happened to him? I just saw him start freaking out, Kaminari said. He sounded like he was breathing weird, so I touched him and he motioned to Izuku. I'm going to get recovery girl, Takoyami announced. I am fine, Izuku shouted quickly, and his classmates paused. They were all watching him warily, shuffling with the need to help but unsure how. Izuku tried to clench his jaw and stop his hyperventilating. His chest hurt. He gripped it tightly and forced himself to stand. He wanted to be away from all of the eyes watching him. Just give me a minute. Please. Are you sure? Shaoji asked, forming a mouth on one of his appendages to speak. Izuku hated himself. He hated that he had worked himself up to this point. This was too often. He shouldn't be having panic attacks this often. His therapist had warned that sometimes panic attacks can trigger another faster, but he thought he was better. He didn't realize how much stress this was putting him under. He was exposing himself. Izuku shouldn't be having panic attacks over seemingly nothing. A hero shouldn't be freaking out like this. He was looking weak in front of his classmates. They could use this against him in the future. They could tell people that he wouldn't be a good hero, that he wasn't strong enough. This was blackmail material. Izuku couldn't let anyone have any more blackmail over him. Come here. Kaken grabbed his bicep. Izuku flinched at his touch and tried to pull away, but Kaken wouldn't let him. His grip wasn't too tight, but it was firm enough to keep him there. Bakugou, Todoroki, and Ida both tried, but Kaken cut them off with a sharp, shut the FCK up. Against his will, Izuku was dragged away. Kaken led him to the bathrooms that connected to the locker rooms and shut the door behind him. He locked it and then released Izuku, who was still only in his undershirt with the top of his hero costume hanging around his hips. He hugged himself and shivered as he gasped through his sobs. He didn't stop staring at Kaken. Kaken only met his eyes before frowning and looking away. Finish letting it out, Deku. It'll hurt you more if you try to fight it. How would you can know? Izuku challenged, trying to fight his fear with anger instead. It was like slipping on a second skin in a situation like this as Deku easily pulled forward. Deku bared his teeth at Kaken. Common sense, Kaken responded, gaze snapping back to Deku at the hostile tone. Liar, Deku snapped. Real FCkin ironic coming from you. Kaken automatically countered angrily. Deku attempted to wipe the tears from his face, but more quickly replaced them. It was hurting his chest more to bite back his gasps. Breathe, moron, Kaken scolded, but his voice was just a shade softer, less angry, but still tight with discomfort. Breathe through it. FFCKU. Deku gasped. I'm trying to help you, motherfucker. Deku couldn't help but laugh at that. It was a little crazed sounding, but it helped to relieve a bit of his tension. Don't think about it, Deku told himself. He repeated it in his head as he hid his face in his arms so Kaken couldn't see it. He didn't want Kaken to see him then. The darkness helped to soothe him. The ringing in his ears didn't seem so loud. He could hear Kaken breathing louder than normal. Deku was tempted to fight him more about this, but instead he matched the other boy's breathing. It only took a couple minutes for him to grasp some semblance of control again, and his panic receded in slow increment. Only when he was feeling well enough did he drop his arm. Izuku was still shaken and was a little more drained than before. This was a short one. He reluctantly opened his eyes to look at Kaken, who wasn't looking at him anymore. The boy had turned around to give Izuku some privacy. Against his will, Izuku appreciated that. I'm good, he murmured. What happened to set you off? Kaken asked in a soft voice that Izuku hadn't heard before. He stared at Kaken's back and thought about how he wanted to expose himself. How he had wanted to give up his cover and risk everything for All Might. How he couldn't actually handle the pressure he was being put under. It would be so easy to just talk and let it all out. But looking at Kaken only made him think of long summer days during his childhood. The fun times he'd had despite how mean Kaken had been. He thought of the funny and sweet ways that the Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru had shown their affection to Izuku and his mother. Izuku thought of his mother waiting at home for him and how much he had cried when he had first seen her again after his kidnapping. He felt his resolve harden again. Izuku wasn't worth All Might's life, but they were worth it, even if it would probably tear out more of Izuku's already wrecked heart if All Might really and truly did die. He wouldn't forgive himself if anything happened to them. It would end him for sure. He couldn't let it happen if he could help it. He had to make up a lie. Just something to tell him. Kaken deserved that for helping him, as much as he hated to admit that. The thought of the rescue just triggered some things in me. Memories of the villains, he asked in that same soft tone. He glanced over his shoulder at Izuku. His eyes fell to some of the scars on Izuku's shoulders and exposed chest, the discoloration of his neck. Izuku grabbed his arm and rubbed it. Yeah, Kaken said nothing in response to that. Instead, he nodded and unlocked the door to leave. He closed it behind him to leave Izuku alone to gather himself up. He had escaped that relatively unscathed. He stayed in the bathroom to finish changing and washing his face before joining the others back in the locker room. A couple of them came up to ask him if he was okay, but most of them didn't know him well enough to have the confidence to ask. They all watched him a little nervously. He could sense their longing to help and regretted his thoughts from earlier that they were going to somehow use his panic against him. He hated exposing his trauma. Izuku lost himself in finishing getting ready to leave. Nobody bothered him after that. Aizawa-sensei had scolded them for the delay, but everyone covered for Izuku. Kirishima claimed they were having too much fun talking. Izuku stayed quiet and focused on not losing it again. When Ida led the way onto the bus and instructed everyone on how to sit, Izuku had to pull himself back to reality. The loud static in his ears became the white noise of all of his classmates chattering with each other. He looked around but didn't see All Might. He frowned at that. Did Aizawa-sensei say that All Might was joining us? He asked, looking to his neighbor. He was a little surprised to see Kaminari, although the boy was spun around and kneeling on his seat to talk to the people behind them. Yeah, man, weren't you listening? Kaminari straightened his back in a stretch. Izuku was glad that he didn't seem to be treating him any differently after that fiasco earlier. Where is he? Izuku wanted to keep an eye on the hero. There had to be a way he could help. Probably coming later. Dude, could you imagine All Might on a bus with us? Kirishima asked, leaning forward so his spiky red hair was in Izuku's vision. Izuku turned so he could see the seats behind him. It was Ashido and Kirishima sitting together, although Siro was also leaning forward from his spot behind them. It would be huge. Ashido burst into excited laughter. He would take up the entire back half of the bus on his own. That guy is all muscle. The bumper of the bus would drag on the ground, Siro said with a grin. Izuku pictured that and couldn't help his own puff of laughter, covering his mouth. He probably doesn't take the bus. He can just jump to where he needs to go, Kaminari said with a wave of his hand. But still, Ashido laughed more. The image of it. Izuku listened to his classmates' laughter and wished that he could join in more. He wished that he knew more about Shigaraki's plans so that he could feel more in control, but he also wished that he had no idea about it either. He would have rather been caught completely off guard. Now all he could picture was how scared his classmates would soon be. Unlike them, Izuku was used to the terror. He had fought in real battles and had survived. Even if Shigaraki ordered the villains to attack him as well, he would be fine. He hoped none of them blew his cover. MSDR would probably kill them if they did. His eyes drifted over to Kaken, who was ignoring everyone with his arms crossed. Izuku felt a familiar fear coat his tongue. Were the villains ordered not to hurt Kaken or kill him? He doubted that Shigaraki had given that order. He doubted the villain army even knew who Kaken was. He also very much hoped they didn't know what he looked like. There was a possibility that Kaken could die today as well. Deku would make sure that if Kaken died, he would burn the entire place to the ground himself. The USJ was a gigantic place full of simulated destruction. Izuku marveled at the complexity of the building just as he had when he had read over the security plans for the place. There were different zones to represent different kinds of destruction, and Pro Hero 13 was there to explain everything. Izuku didn't have to fake his excitement as he and Uraraka vibrated together while the gentlemanly hero spoke. 13 had one of the coolest quirks that Izuku knew of with their quirk Black Hole. They could SCK up anything into a void through the fingers of their suit, and anything that entered the black hole turned to dust. It made rescue operations much easier and faster, which is exactly why 13 was a rescue primary pro hero. Izuku had studied the hero extensively, but he hadn't been able to go to any of the sites that 13 appeared at for obvious reason. He had attempted in the past to find a destroyed building during an attack in hopes of seeing 13 in action, but the pro hero was usually dragged towards more extreme scenarios. This was the excuse Izuku had for not gathering as much information as he could on 13. His MSDR had yet to ask for the hero's information. Luckily, so Izuku continued to slacken his study. He didn't like passing over information on rescue heroes. Plus, the thought of his MSDR with the black hole quirk was so frightening that Izuku tried not to think about it too much. Before they could even be told what they would be doing that day, the pressure in the air changed in a familiar way. Izuku's eyes quickly found the dark portal that materialized at the bottom of the large staircase that led towards the center of the USJ. He saw Aizawa-sensei tense immediately when he saw it as well. Then the pale hand and hand-covered face of Shigaraki appeared. Izuku would wonder later what his day would have been like if he could have been able to do the rescue simulation like normal. Huddle together and don't move, Aizawa-sensei commanded as he spun towards Class 1A. The class all froze, having been startled. None of them had noticed the portal yet. 13. Protect the students. All at once the rest of his class saw the portal. Izuku could only watch with horror as villains poured out of the portal Kirigiri had opened up. Some of them were horrifying to look at. Most villains tended to have quirks that would modify their bodies and make them more monstrous. They were the ones society rejected because they didn't fit the standards of society. There were so many to look at, but his eyes fell on Namu as the creature stepped through the portal into Shigaraki's side. His stomach howled with the echo of pain from only a few nights ago. It made him sick to see it again. "What is that?" Kirishima asked, lifting a hand to his eyes to shield them from the light above to see better. "Is this like that training pattern at the entrance exam?" "Don't move," Aizawa-sensei yelled. "Those are villains." Izuku glanced at Kaken as he stepped up next to him. His face was tense with his teeth bared at the enemy. Izuku could have sworn he had been on the other side of the class a moment ago. He was glad that Kaken was in his sights, at least. "Mother of seekers," Kaken hissed under his breath. "How did villains get here?" "This is school property," Yaoyorozu said, eyebrows drawing together as she looked back and forth between the two adult heroes and the villains. "Sensei, aren't there security systems?" "There should be. They must have someone who can short it out," 13 said. Izuku could hear the commotion going on around him, but he filtered it out. He ducked his hands into his pockets and pulled out his gloves. An All Might lighter. He hated how soothed he felt at the metal digging into his fingers when he squeezed it. He pulled on the gloves. Kirigiri began to partially reform enough in a swirling mist to have a human shape near Shigaraki. It was impossible to tell where he was looking because he lacked pupils as he stared at their group. It was deadly silent despite the roar of the different danger zones, and considering how many villains had invaded. They had been trained enough to not speak or attack quite yet, or they just knew who was really in charge. It really was an army. "Eraserhead and 13, Kirigiri said. "According to the teacher's curriculum we procured before, All Might Sen was supposed to be here, and yet, I knew it. So yesterday was the doing of you louts," Aizawa-sensei responded, clenching his jaw. Izuku bit his tongue. Shigaraki was practically oozing with his own fury. Izuku recognized that same crazy aura from many different times he had infuriated Shigaraki. It was instinctive for Izuku to flinch. His eyes darted nervously to the Namu. "Where is he?" Shigaraki's voice was rough and bubbling like oil waiting to be lit. Izuku was surprised they could hear it from as far away as they were. "We went through all of this trouble and rustled up so many of us to bring along. You can't tell me All Might ... the symbol of peace." It was said like it was a disgusting thing in Shigaraki's mouth. "Isn't here." Izuku's shaking stopped and he pulled down his goggles over his face. He lifted his mouth guard as well. Kaken tensed further seeing Izuku's preparation. Shigaraki's head tilted back as a wave of murderous intent filled the room. The villains vibrated like hungry wolves, realizing the slaughter of lambs was in front of them. Izuku gritted his teeth. Aizawa-sensei pulled down his own goggles and whipped the ends of his neck cloth. His hair rose away from his face in preparation. There was a grin in Shigaraki's voice as he said, "I wonder if he'll show up if we kill the kids." The next few moments were a blur. His classmates were somewhat panicked as they turned to their teachers for help. Aizawa-sensei didn't stick around after a few short commands as he chose to deal with the group of villains on his own. Izuku worried for him immediately, but also knew that Eraserhead's specialty was in large groups. The man would most likely be able to fend for himself for now, but that depended on if Shigaraki sent the Namu after him. Every part of him urged him to chase after his teacher to grant him back up, but that would mean his classmates would have less protection. Izuku needed to set goals for this mission right away. He needed to get his priorities straight because for once he was a hero and not a villain. He wasn't fighting just for his survival right then. In this case, his classmates were all but civilians. Izuku was all but a pro at surviving. Priorities, Izuku, he mentally yelled at himself. List them. Number 3. Help the teachers. He felt more than saw Kirigiri materialize behind the group of his classmates. He had memorized the sensation of the air shifting as his portals opened up. He barely heard the polite way Kirigiri mentioned their longing to kill All Might and him questioning where the hero was. Number 2, protect my classmates. Izuku spun on his heel and snapped his lighter open in one smooth, perfected move. The fire responded instantly to his pull as he stretched it taut for a WHP. He heard the caps of 13's suit fingers pop off. Kaken was already leaning forward. Izuku knew what he was planning to do. Number 1, don't let Kaken die. Izuku, Kaken, and Kirishima all launched themselves at Kirigiri at the same time as the man's quirk began to spread through the air. Izuku knew that physical attacks like what the three of them were known for wouldn't work well on Kirigiri's mist, but he pretended he didn't. Kirishima struck out with a hardened kick as Izuku spun and slashed down with his fire WHP, catching it in Kaken's explosion as the three of them hit Kirigiri together. The explosion was enough to scatter Kirigiri away from his body a little. "Bet you didn't think we'd be able to do you in before you got the chance," Kirishima yelled, bragging again. Deku muttered and yanked his flame back to him with a swipe of his arm. It was more powerful after gathering up some of Kaken's explosion in it. Kirigiri was unaffected, though. He just gathered himself back to his body with a small noise of interest. That was quite perilous, he said. To be expected. Though you may be mere students, you are also the hero world's golden eggs. It's no use, 13 shouted, catching the attention of the 3 students. They pointed their open fingertips at Kurogiri in preparation to use their quirk. Run, you 3. Kurogiri didn't even give them a chance to even move before his body basically exploded outwards. His black mist surrounded them in a cold roar as his voice echoed without a mouth to project it. You will be scattered. Izuku stared into the familiar darkness without fear. And tortured, Kirishima tried to shout something. But Izuku couldn't hear him as Kurogiri's mist swallowed up all sound but his own. Just as you once were, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stumbled at the sound of his own name. You son of a beach, Deku thought as he glared into the darkness hoping that Kurogiri could suddenly hear his thoughts. Kaken's eyes met his own then. There was an emotion there that Izuku never thought he would see in Kaken's eyes. Desperation. It made Izuku's heart skip a beat in his chest. Izuku reached towards Kaken without thinking, determined not to be separated. Kaken reached back and grasped his forearm before the darkness swallowed them all. Izuku blinked the darkness away to see a cracked and uneven floor appear beneath him. His grip on Kaken's arm was tight and he felt the other boy gripping him in return. Izuku fell with Kaken right behind him. They released each other the moment they were both free of Kurogiri's portal and landed on the ground. Kaken's eyes locked onto the various enemies waiting for them while Izuku turned his attention to Kirishima. He was relieved to see the other boy had made it just fine and was on his feet as well. Look at the brat students, one of the cronies sneered, pulling back the nose of his pig face. Izuku turned his eyes to the man and did a quick head count. There had to be at least 15 people, 5 for each of them. It would be easy. SHT. How did we get here? Kirishima said. He jerked his arms and his hands sharpened into sharp rock in preparation. He scattered us, Izuku said. Kurogiri hadn't brought Izuku's fire with him, so he needed to make a new one. The villains were hovering around them already muttering and bragging. They honestly thought they could defeat 3 aspiring heroes, let alone Izuku. It was hilarious. He pulled out his lighter again and pulled a new WHP of fire from it. Asia, Kaken said with a ferocious grin. That seemed to be the trigger the villains needed. They charged as a group, throwing themselves at one hero or another. Izuku heard the explosion go off next to him, and he aimed a kick to the knee of the villain nearest to him. They went down howling with a dislocated kneecap as Izuku pushed his fire snake through Kaken's explosions to gather up the fire. He didn't need his WHP yet anyway. He would need it later. 20%, he reminded himself. He ducked under the spit attack of another enemy and hit him with an elbow to the nose instead. He then grabbed the 2 protruding appendages on the villain's face and yanked him forward to toss into another villain that Kirishima had just knocked his way. Kaken launched himself over the both of them and shot another explosion upwards to spike himself down sharply. He mercilessly slammed his feet straight into the backs of 2 downed villains. Whoa, Kirishima called. He didn't notice the villain preparing a net behind him. Izuku spun on his heel and pulled his fire to him before launching it at the villain. He sliced through the net and sent the flames into the villain's face. They shrieked, and Izuku darted forward to grab onto the villain's belt. He could use that net, he decided as he spun to roundhouse kick the man. He went down with a flat thud as Izuku sent the fire towards Kaken's next victim for more power. He pulled the second net out of the downed man's hands and threw it to tangle 2 more enemies. Izuku threw himself back into the fray and joined Kirishima's side to brawl with the villains. Kaken seemed content to blow everyone away, so Izuku would leave him to it. Better than getting caught up in his attacks. He could feel the sweat rolling down his back. But a delightfully familiar burn ran through his chest as he fought. He was in his element and moved where his classmates did not. These people were easy to fight. This was a simple day of training. He had bigger things to worry about. He couldn't even focus on his fights, although he did end up having a lot of fun and grinning. It was over before they knew it. Izuku hadn't even had to take a hit just to look weaker than he was. He would feel insulted with himself if he let these trash touch him. Shigaraki may have brought an army, but they were a city one. Was he trying to overwhelm the heroes with numbers? He needed to do better than that. He could have told Shigaraki that was a bad idea himself. These guys could barely use their stupid quirks. Izuku needed to figure out where they were and get out of there immediately. Kaken's immediate safety was fine, so he needed to help his other classmates. They wouldn't be able to beat Kurogiri by themselves, but they had 13 with them. What about the rest of the class that was also scattered? He doubted he had to worry about them if all of the villains were of this level. There were only a few of them that Izuku had to worry about. Is this all of them? Man, they were weak, Kaken said with a sigh, dropping the last of the enemies. Izuku lifted his goggles to his forehead and glanced around. They all seemed downed. Yeah, Izuku said. Kaken seemed to realize his presence then. His face shifted from calmer to angry again as he grabbed the edge of Izuku's mouth guard and yanked him forward. Izuku couldn't help his yelp. How the hell did that Mist BSDRD know your name, Deku? He demanded in a low growl. Izuku blinked and tried to find any kind of hint of that desperate look on Kaken's face from earlier, but it was nowhere to be seen. Maybe he had imagined it. Kaken never looked like that. Is he a villain you know? Izuku shook his head quickly. No, I don't know him. Kaken bared his teeth. Izuku really hated that Kaken had caught onto his tails for lies. He needed to figure out what they were and get rid of them immediately. He sure FC King seems to know you. The villains probably just know about me just like everyone else does. Izuku held his hands up placatingly. His fire hovered behind him, bloated with kinetic energy. Deku wanted to build it even more by burning the clothing of the villains around him. But a hero wouldn't do that. Or he helped. Kaken's anger no longer seemed focused on him. Izuku was just a convenient outlet. Come on, guys, Kirishima yelled to attract their attentions, pushing the two away from each other. Izuku readjusted his mouth guard. We can think about this later. We gotta focus on saving the others. If we're here, then everyone else must have been warped to around the place. I'm worried about the ones without many battle moves. They'll be fine, Izuku assured him. Most of these villains don't seem very strong. Most of us were crowded together, so everyone is probably with someone. That's not the only problem, Kirishima argued. We all rushed forward and left 13 Sensei to play the rearguard when they're better suited against that villain. If Sensei had been able to SCK up that black mist, we wouldn't be in this mess. Kirishima wiped a hand over his face to rid it of some sweat. He looked a little disgruntled with himself. As men, we have to take responsibility. If you want to go, then go. Kaken clenched his hand. I'm gonna go murder that warp gate mother-seeker. Huh? Kirishima yelled, shocked. Kaken, don't. Your attacks won't work on that type of guy, Izuku tried. But Kaken cut him off with a snarled, shut it. No, dude, stop saying stuff like a kid would. Now's not the time to do that. Midoriya's right, man. Kirishima agreed. Kaken shook his head with a scowl. That guy somehow knows Deku. He probably has information. His voice was unexpectedly dark with a sense of false calm. Izuku blinked in surprise. Plus he's the villain's ticket out of here. He was their entry and will be their escape hatch when things go wrong for them. So when the chips are down, I'll pin his butt to the ground. How? Izuku asked, honestly curious on how Kaken would go about it. Izuku may be well aware of Kurogiri's weakness, but Kaken certainly didn't. There's no way there isn't something to counter him. Izuku saw Kirishima react to something behind them and realized too late that he heard someone coming up behind them. Kaken didn't even cut his sentence off as he turned and grabbed the attacker's head and caused an explosion in his palms. The villain was knocked out by the force, his knife dropping from his loose grip. Kaken pushed him to the ground with one more explosion for good measure. If he assigned these useless mooks to us, then it ought to be fine. He finished like he didn't just take out a would-be killer effortlessly. Izuku found himself smiling even as he made a mental note that Kaken's reaction time had definitely increased since before. He would need to start an entirely new page on Kaken soon with all of the information he was learning. Izuku was impressed. Judging by Kirishima's grin, he was as well. You mean that's why you're so calm? Kirishima asked. Usually you're all like die. I'm always calm. UFCKING hair for brains. Kaken shouted at him, immediately PSS off at the generalization. He made sure to flip him the bird for good measure. Kirishima only laughed a bit. There it is. The added sigh of relief was hilarious to Izuku. I agree with Kaken, though, Izuku said despite the fun. He dropped his smile and pressed his knuckle to his chin as he spoke his thoughts aloud. That mist villain is definitely a big problem. He should be taken down because he could just scatter the heroes again. But Aizawa-sensei is fighting alone. Despite his skill in crowd battles, his quirk only works on emitter and transformation class quirks. That could be a disadvantage. I'm more worried about that monster thing that was with the main villain. He could try to plant the idea into his classmates' heads. He would go for it. Why would they think they could kill All Might with these kinds of villains? It seems off. Oh, I thought you had quit your stupid FC King muttering sit. Kaken grabbed Izuku's goggles and snapped them to his head. Izuku yelped at the pain and grabbed his head. Kaken, he whined. Kaken ignored him though and turned back to Kirishima. Just FCK off already. Hair for brains. See you later. Me and Deku will go after Mist BSDRD if you want to go help the extras. He adjusted the one gauntlet he was wearing and stormed towards the door of the broken building. Izuku knew his cue to follow when he heard it. He wasn't going to protest about sticking with Kaken to make sure he didn't get killed in this cluster of CK. Wait up, Kirishima called and followed them. He P&D his hardened fists together while grinning eagerly. He looked as he did when he had fought against Deku. I believe in my buddies. Besides, you're starting to sound real manly. I'm with you guys now, Bakugou, Midoriya. Izuku didn't doubt Kirishima's abilities, but he was a little glad to have the boy on their side. His defensive skills would probably be a great help to them. He wouldn't do much against Kurogiri, but a distraction was just as good. He may also be able to stand an attack or two from Namu if Izuku could survive a hit without dying immediately. And he hadn't even had armor to help him. They moved at a quick pace to get through the crumbling building. Izuku could feel how unsteady the building itself was, even though he knew that it had to be purposely made that way. Maybe by pro-hero Cementos. He didn't know for sure. It was tough and required them to sometimes take longer routes around fallen debris though. It was clearly irritating the already impatient Kaken. "I'm just gonna blow my way through this," he yelled as they had to stop dead in their tracks and make another turn around. "The building could come down if you do," Izuku reminded him. "This area is the ruins area. We need to get outside of this stupid building. There has to be a path." Kaken stormed over to the window where Kirishima was already peeking out. "SHT, dude, we're so high up," he muttered. "The other side of the building is tilting towards the ground. We might be able to jump out there," Izuku suggested. He didn't actually think the ground looked too far. "No time." Kaken punched out the cracked glass of the window with his gloved hand. Both Izuku and Kirishima jumped back to avoid the shards. Kaken used his strong gauntlet to destroy the rest of the glass and then climbed onto the windowsill. He looked back at them both. "I can get down from here with my explosions. What about you, City Hare? Can your quirk let you survive the fall?" "I can make it just fine." Kirishima grinned. "Good idea, Bakugou." Kaken looked to Izuku. "What about you?" Izuku glanced around him again and looked around. There were a couple of spots he could swing down to, but would it look believable without his agility quirk? He already told the class that he was good at Parker. He could see a viable route from there. "Yeah, I can do it." Kaken didn't wait then. He launched himself outside and set off his explosions to descend quickly to the ground. Kirishima was after him in a moment. He jumped out of the window and hardened his hand to slow his fall as he SCD'd against the building. His feet and legs hardened before he hit the ground to take most of the impact. Izuku followed last. He pulled his goggles back down over his eyes and grabbed the windowsill to lower himself to the next window below it. From there he jumped from rubble and wall bounced until he could roll to the ground. He didn't even need his agility. The terrain had to be made easier on purpose for first-year training. That is still so freaking cool to watch. Kirishima grinned with his hands on his hips. "You've got to promise to teach me your moves, Midoriya." Izuku gave a bashful chuckle. "Haha, sure, maybe later." "Oi, you still owe me some FC King training time," Kaken said. Izuku wished that he could glare at him for that. Kaken still hadn't let it go. "We can talk about training later. We have a real situation to deal with." "Right." Kirishima nodded seriously. The three of them took off in a sprint. There was a pathway through the middle of the rubble that led back towards the middle of the USJ. Luckily, the zone didn't appear to be too big, but they were deep enough into it that Izuku couldn't immediately see the gate that separated the zone from the central plaza. The three of them stumbled a bit over the rubble, but could catch themselves without a problem before they were on the path. From there they took off into a full run. "I hope the others are okay," Kirishima said. "They can handle themselves," Izuku reassured him. "Hopefully," he added mentally. He still didn't know what all Kurogiri might do, and Shigaraki planned to kill students. He still didn't know why the hell Kurogiri had mentioned him by name. All he did was alert his entire class that Kurogiri knew Izuku. Was that on purpose? Kurogiri wasn't the type to slip up like that. Was this MSDR's plan? Or Shigaraki's? Deku would need to find out later. "Shut the FCK up and speed up." Kaken barked at them both. A new wave of determination ran through him as he ran even faster, and they attempted to catch up to him. It was a relief to exit into the central plaza of the USJ. "Look," Kirishima pointed towards the top of the stairs. He could still see Kurogiri up there, although he was more mist than man. He was disappearing. Izuku then turned his attention to the central plaza and felt his BLD go cold. Namu had moved from his position and had a hold on Aizawa-sensei. Kurogiri materialized next to Shigaraki. Whatever words they exchanged was lost to him, but he felt Shigaraki's fury from there. He suspected that Kurogiri had not brought good news. They turned to Aizawa-sensei and Namu. Izuku didn't have time to think. "No," he gasped and took off. He heard Kaken curse behind him, but his footsteps were following closely behind. Izuku could only pay him half a mind. All he could think about was how he couldn't let Aizawa-sensei die. But how could he possibly help? He couldn't take on the Namu. He could try to fight it knowing he couldn't win, but he was supposed to be a novice hero. He wasn't supposed to be skilled. He couldn't give himself away. But he could go after Shigaraki, Namu's weak point. He wouldn't kill him, but if he could get Namu to abandon Aizawa-sensei for Izuku instead, then at least he would be able to rescue his sensei. He coiled the fire downwards and into his palm, lighting all of the matches on his fingers to fuel his flame. He gritted his teeth and charged Shigaraki as he shouted, "Let him go." Shigaraki turned on him then. His speed wasn't greater than either Deku's or Himiko's, but his speed wasn't to be underestimated. This time Shigaraki was expecting his attack on him. Shigaraki didn't need to predict his attacks, though. Izuku was a novice, and Shigaraki took advantage as he grabbed Izuku's wrist with one hand, moved it to the side away from him, and was in his face in an instant. His other hand reached towards Izuku's face and he said, "Let's take the symbol of peace's pride down a notch." Primal fear filled Izuku's bones as all 5 fingers touched his goggles. He thanked his goggles and face mask for their protection. He waited for the ash to blow into his eyes and the burn of his wrist as the skin and muscles decayed. But it didn't come. Izuku opened his eyes wider as Shigaraki sneered. He could see the hatred in Shigaraki's eyes through the gaps of the hand on his face. Izuku could only stare at him, baffled at the lack of pain. Eraserhead. Shigaraki growled darkly, "Man, you really are a cool hero." Izuku understood then what had happened. Despite Namu pinning him to the ground, Aizawa-sensei was still able to look at Shigaraki. Izuku took a shaky breath and then saw Kaken and Kirishima jump for a sneak attack behind Shigaraki. He opened his mouth to warn, but Shigaraki merely said, "Namu." Namu was on both boys in a flash. Kirishima and Kaken cried out as they were both crushed to the ground by a force as strong as All Might himself. Kickchan. Izuku yelled and activated Snapshot instantly to take everything in. Kaken and Kirishima were pinned, seized to the ground, by Namu's huge hands. Izuku already knew that neither of them would be able to escape. Kaken, their best chance against Namu, could try successive explosions. But he couldn't twist his arms to aim for the face like he needed to. Any attacks to Namu's arms would be useless. Izuku had to get Namu off of his classmates by getting Namu to let go by command, not by force. If Shigaraki was as smart as Izuku gave him credit for, he wouldn't let Namu kill Kaken. Kirishima, though, was definitely at risk. Attacking Namu was not an option. It would be a pointless gesture. Aizawa-sensei was down. What little bit he had been able to see of his teacher, it was obvious that Namu had hurt him badly. There was BLD in the air and Aizawa-sensei's arm had been bent and crushed. He had seen Namu holding the man's head and arm. It sickened Izuku. Aizawa-sensei's quirk must have done nothing to Namu. Could he cancel out Namu's healing factor? He didn't have an accurate time for how long Aizawa-sensei would still be conscious. He couldn't rely on him. Shigaraki still had a grip on one of his hands, the one that his fire was in. He would have to pull his fire over to his other hand, which was still free. He could aim a punch at Shigaraki, or a knee to the stomach. That was the better option. Izuku could PSS off Shigaraki and have him sick Namu on him instead. Knowing Shigaraki and the state he was in, though, Izuku didn't know for sure if that plan would work. He gave it a 75% chance. He would have to attack Shigaraki either way, though. It was his only option. He only had a split moment before Shigaraki's quirk would activate again, with Namu almost blocking Aizawa-sensei's sight. If Namu moved even a little bit forward, the quirk would be blocked. He had to act. Snapshot ended. Izuku used Shigaraki's grip on his arm to yank him forward and kneed him straight to the stomach. Shigaraki coughed as the air rushed out of him, and Izuku slammed his free elbow into the crook of Shigaraki's arm to break his hold on him. The moment he was released, he kicked off the ground in a backflip. He aimed to hopefully kick the man in his backflip, but Shigaraki dodged backwards. Kaken screamed with fury. Izuku saw him grab Namu's hands and set off explosion after explosion while Kirishima attempted to kick the beast with a hardened foot. Namu was unaffected by it. "It's regenerating," Kirishima yelled, horrified. "What kind of FC King quirk is this sit?" Kaken's explosions only increased. At this rate he would burn the fingers off of Namu if he did it fast enough. Namu retaliated by pressing down harder on the students. The floor indented and cracked beneath them. Kaken's next yell was much more pained. Kirishima called his name in fear. His back was stone now to protect himself. Izuku felt his BLD grow cold with his terror and anger. What was Shigaraki doing? "Little brat," Shigaraki growled venomously, grabbing his own arm and scratching at it in his fit. "Leave them alone." Deku responded in the same tone, eyes flashing behind his goggles. He doubted Shigaraki could see his anger, but he was certain Shigaraki could feel it. They both knew each other too well. Shigaraki met his eyes directly and spat out a little BLD. "Namu," he commanded. Izuku tensed as Shigaraki stepped back. Namu released Kaken and Kirishima and turned towards Izuku. Izuku felt the BLD drain from his face and yanked his fire back to his hands, separating the flame into both hands and burning the S of fire hotter. He was prepared to fight if that was what Shigaraki wanted. He could play. In an instant Namu was at his side and grabbed both of his hands despite the fire, effectively snuffing out the weapon. Izuku regretted not activating Snapshot. He could have dodged in time. He could only stare in horror as he was lifted into the air. "Midoriya!" Kirishima yelled as another of Kaken's explosions went off. He couldn't see him, but then he spotted Kaken as he flew above the Namu. "Die, UFCKINGBSTRD spawn!" He shouted and slammed an exploding fist into the exposed brain of the Namu. Namu shuddered a little under the impact, but didn't buckle or release Izuku. Izuku kicked and struggled, but his strength was nothing against the creature. Kaken landed on the hunched back of the Namu and punched him a couple more times, but not enough to beat the healing quirk. Namu barely seemed to acknowledge Kaken with its eyes focused only on Izuku. Shigaraki turned to Kirishima then and opened his mouth, but whatever he had been about to say was cut off as the doors to the building burst inwards. It was as if the very air itself had changed as All Might's hulking form appeared. He was unsmiling as he said the line that sent hope through Izuku's heart even after all these years. "Have no fear, for I have come." Shigaraki crooned with horrible delight. "We gotta continue." When Izuku was a little boy, long before the reality of how close villains were to him and before he and Kaken had come to hate each other, he had admired All Might. He had always been wowed and amazed by the hero and everything that he was. The symbol of peace was strength, kindness, and the embodiment of everything that Izuku strove to be. He was the strongest hero, and his smile never failed to cheer Izuku up when he watched his videos online. No matter how desperate the situation was, All Might would power through. When he was older, he learned that not everybody thought of All Might the same way. Just as he had inspired future heroes, he had inspired future villains. When Izuku had been captured, he had quickly learned that All Might's name was taboo. As Deku, he had learned to suppress his admiration for All Might. He had to pretend that the villains had convinced him of the man's taint. Deku was someone who had no love for All Might and saw him as just another hero that had failed and abandoned him. Between the pressure to hate All Might and his ingrained love of the hero, Deku fell somewhere around apathetic towards the hero. But when All Might appeared before them all at the USJ prepared to fight, there wasn't a single drop of that apathy anywhere in him. He could only gape in amazement at his teacher. His very presence was a sight to behold and sent shivers down Izuku's body. Hope flooded his chest as the thought of winning finally appeared. All Might could save them. Shigaraki's voice brought Izuku back to reality. "We were waiting for you, hero. Or should I say, you hero trash." Izuku's eyes darted over to him and then to the Namu still holding him. That hope fell to the pit of his stomach as his eyes met the empty eyes of the creature holding him in place. All Might is going to die. He heard the last few villain mooks standing cry out. He couldn't see past the hulking form of Namu, though, to tell where All Might went. The hero no longer stood at the top of the stairs. Above Izuku, Kaken was still attempting to get Namu to let go. The anger in his face was sharpening as he stood to full height and aimed a gauntlet down at the back of the beast. His smile was ferocious as his finger latched onto the pin of the gauntlet. "Die, All Might," Kirishima yelled. Between one blink and the next, Izuku's surroundings changed. He recognized an arm wrapping around his stomach before suddenly he was freed and being placed on his feet away from Namu. Kirishima and Kaken were beside him now. Izuku had to take a moment to let his brain catch up to the fact that he was now by Aizawa-sensei after all four of them had been moved a significant distance away from the villains. The hand had been knocked off of Shigaraki's face, causing the man to shake and talk to himself. Deku resisted the urge to go over to him. He didn't like when Shigaraki was like that. "Hey," Kirishima stared at All Might in shock as well. "Holy shit, so fast. I had it FC King handled." Kaken protested, clenching his fists. One of his hands came up to hold his side. His face was pale with some pain. "Namu probably broke something." All Might ignored them both. His voice was laced with heavy seriousness as he commanded, "Head towards the entrance, you three. I have to leave Aizawa with you. He's unconscious, so hurry." Izuku couldn't stop staring at All Might's back. He had known the hero was fast, but he couldn't believe just how fast he really was. It was the first time he was seeing All Might move in person. A war was raging in his chest between hope and despair. He wanted to cry out and warn All Might, but he couldn't say anything. He had to remember that to Shigaraki and the villains he wasn't Izuku. He was Deku. He was only pretending to be Izuku in front of everyone. But it still hurt not to say anything, because Izuku realized that All Might was shaking. It was the tiniest tremor, but Izuku recognized suppressed pain when he saw it. Was All Might injured? Had something happened to him? No. He needed to be at full strength for fighting Namu. Then he caught the words Shigaraki was saying. He could just barely hear him announce that they had intel that All Might was weakening. And suddenly it all made sense. The sudden decision to lure All Might out and attack him with Namu. How had he missed the signs? He had been reporting about All Might back to MSDR for the past year and a half. He had never noticed the trend before, but now that he thought about it, Shigaraki was right. All Might was doing less over the past couple of years. He didn't do as many rescues. For a time he was even meh. Izuku had thought nothing about it at the time, but MSDR or Shigaraki must have put the pieces together. It was like punching a hole straight through Izuku's stomach. He had given them the intel of All Might's weakening. Static rang in his ears. He could feel it coming on again. His stomach churned. He wanted to throw up. All Might was going to. "Midoriya, my boy." Izuku looked at All Might through tears in his eyes. The man beamed at him, holding up a peace sign confidently. Izuku could only stare. "It's all right." All Might then turned and charged back at the enemies. "Come on." Kirishima grabbed his shoulder and Kaken's and spun them both to face him. His eyes darted back and forth between All Might and them. "We gotta get Aizawa-sensei out of here." "FCK no." Kaken ripped his shoulder out from Kirishima's grip. "I'm not leaving." "Dude, my attacks were doing nothing on that muscle beast." Kaken gritted his teeth. I'm going to find a way to take that thing down. Izuku turned his gaze back to All Might. His attacks really weren't working on Namu. Even his super strength did nothing to the shock absorption. Aizawa-sensei needs us. The impacts of All Might's hits were powerful enough that Izuku could feel the shock waves from where he stood. Shigaraki claimed a better way would be scooping the guts out of Namu than trying to beat it with brute force. While a viable option with someone like All Might, Deku highly doubted that the hero would do something so gruesome. An emitter-type quirk would still be the better of the options. It just depended on the strength of the quirk. Then you take him, City Hair. Midoriya. Kirishima turned to Izuku for help. Izuku startled and looked at him with wide eyes. He wanted to go back to watching the fight. He wanted to analyze how All Might would take down an enemy like this, or how someone would take down All Might instead. The man was a powerhouse, but what does a powerhouse do when his power is useless? He wanted to know. Midoriya. Kirishima yelled again. This time even Kaken was looking at him with a frown. We need to get Aizawa-sensei out of here. I can't, he said quietly. He couldn't finish. He didn't know what he needed. We'll take him. Like a blessing, Asui and Mindo appeared. Both of them were soaked to the bone with more than a couple of SCS and bruises on them. Mindo was bleeding from his head, most likely from overuse of his quirk. We saw what you guys were doing, Ribbit, Asui said. Bakugou seemed to be doing the most damage to that thing ... and Midoriya-kun was fending off the other villain decently as well. We can get Aizawa-sensei out of here. Mindo slid under Aizawa-sensei's legs to lift them with his shorter height. Besides, I need to get away from that. Kirishima moved to help put Aizawa-sensei onto Asui's shoulders when Kaken cursed loudly next to them. An explosion and a tremor shook all of them nearly to their knees, but they steadied themselves. Izuku spun around and felt cold fear run through him. It was easy to tell what All Might's plan had been. He was going to do a backdrop slam on Namu and force it deep into the asphalt of the building to bind its movement. But just as Kaken had predicted, Kurogiri had been trouble. What they were left with was a portal that Kurogiri had opened up right as Namu was to be slammed into the ground. All Might was bowed in a bridge position with the top half of Namu now beneath him digging sharp claws into the torso of the hero. Even as he watched, All Might was being dragged slowly through Kurogiri's portal. Izuku knew that Kurogiri could rip people in half with that technique if he wanted. Izuku couldn't breathe. He could hear his heart in his ears. This was it, he realized. This could be the end of All Might. Izuku was standing right there and doing nothing. But what could he do? He couldn't help. If he helped, he would give himself away to the villains, wouldn't he? It would go against all of their plans. MSDR had given him a gift to remind him of their ultimate goal, to kill All Might. He couldn't interfere. MSDR would be furious. But he wasn't Deku then. He was Izuku. He was training to be a hero. Heroes rescued people despite the odds. They risked everything to protect, and all Izuku was doing was standing around. Izuku should be helping. Do you mean any future consequences? You really think that I can become a hero? Do you? Izuku was running before he could think of an answer. All Might. Izuku screamed and charged. His hand found his lighter and lit it. He pulled the flame from it quickly and burned it wildly in his hand. He allowed it to eat up the last of his matches as he aimed his fire towards Kurogiri. Fool! Kurogiri scolded and began to form a warp gate in front of him. Izuku's flames began to spread around him. Get out of the FCKING way, DKU. Kaken screamed as he blew past Izuku with his explosions and slammed an exploding fist into Kurogiri's real body. His hand grappled the metal neck brace that Kurogiri always wore and that contained his real body before he slammed it to the ground. He heard Kirishima's yell as he swiped at Shigaraki, but the man dodged his attack. Namu had ice suddenly forming on half of its body as Todoroki appeared as well. Izuku stumbled to a quick stop, his attack cut short. SHT. I had him, Kirishima cursed. No funny business out of you, you shadow but mobbling. Kaken growled at Kurogiri with a sinister smile on his face. The symbol of peace won't go down as easy as you clowns, Todoroki said. Kaken, everyone. Izuku breathed, relieved. In an instant, the tables were turned. Izuku already knew that Kurogiri was effectively pinned with Kaken holding him down. Todoroki had managed to freeze the Namu partially with his emitter quirk. All Might managed to slip away from the beast's grip then and darted back to join the kids. The immediate threat was over. Two villains were pinned. All that was left was Shigaraki. Shigaraki's eyes met Izuku's. They radiated fury. Izuku stared at him back and felt something terrible slip into his throat. The villains were defeated. Shigaraki couldn't handle all of them on his own, and Kurogiri couldn't get them out of there with Kaken's threat to his physical body. They had taken a risk and failed. Deku worried for them. Would they be arrested? He fought the conflicting longing of who he wanted to help. Kaken was cackling a little too happily as he sneered at Kurogiri, pointing out all of the tells the man had given them to expose his weakness. Honestly, Deku didn't understand why giving away weaknesses was still such a thing. He thought Kurogiri knew better than that. Kirigiri twitched and Kaken warned, "Don't you move. One twitch out at you and I'll load you with a nice little explosion right here and now. I still have some questions for you, Mother Seeker." "That doesn't sound very heroic, buddy," Kirishima commented with a laugh. Shigaraki folded his hands together and stood up straighter. Izuku pulled his fire close to his body and waited. Shigaraki had yet to take his eyes off of Izuku. "We've been cornered, and what's more, you're nearly unscathed. Man, I really have to hand it to kids these days. At this rate the villain alliance will be a laughing stock. That's because you didn't bring some of your strongest fighters," Deku thought. He knew why Himiko didn't come, but what about Dabai? With his power he could have gotten the ice off of Namu immediately. Maybe even burned All Might at the same time. Shigaraki hadn't brought his strongest forces with him. He itched to return to Shigaraki's side and help him. "Namu," Shigaraki commanded, "go ahead and finish off Izuku there. We're rescuing our escape hatch." "What? Why would they attack Izuku if they wanted to rescue Kirigiri?" Kaken wouldn't give up his position to help him, but he didn't have time to contemplate that decision. Namu pulled his body back up through the portal and completely ignored as half of its ice-covered body fell off in chunks. Within 2 seconds he had regenerated everything that was lost. Izuku wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He activated Snapshot. Namu was fast enough that Izuku could still see him moving with Snapshot. All Might was the same, already reaching towards him. What he didn't expect was Kaken on his other side already leaping at him. That same desperate look from before was mingled with fury on his face. Kaken would be in the line of fire. He could think later as to why Kaken came after him when All Might was right there to help. He had people coming at him from all sides. Self-preservation said he just needed to drop to the ground to avoid Namu. All Might could grab Kaken from the angle he was coming at, but both of them would be hit. All Might could handle the hit better than Izuku or Kaken could. He trusted All Might to rescue Kaken. Snapshot ended and Izuku dropped to the ground with agility, only feeling a hint of claw at his face before he was blown away by the combination of air from All Might and Namu's combined speed. Izuku rolled and pushed himself off the ground with a yell of Kaken, only to realize that Kaken was suddenly on the ground beside Todoroki with a blank, shocked look on his face. "How did you get here?" Kirishima asked him, shocked as well as Todoroki asked Izuku with wide eyes, "How did you dodge that?" Izuku pushed himself to his feet quickly and looked back towards who Namu had hit. All Might was still standing, as Izuku had predicted. He had taken the attack, but he was coughing BLD. "Do you not know mercy?" All Might asked. "We had no choice," Shigaraki said without a care. "We had to save our ally. Not long ago one of your kids." "Ah, which one?" Shigaraki didn't hesitate and pointed to Izuku. "Midoriya Izuku there." Kaken twitched at his name, and then his scowl deepened. "He tried to beat me up with all of his strength, see? He was even going to set fire to Black Mist. Who do you think he mustered those acts of violence for, HM? Doesn't sound very heroic to me." Shigaraki spread his arms wide. "Now listen here, All Might. I'm very PSS off. Everyone categorizes us as either heroes or villains. But at the end of the day, violence is still violence. We all do it. Who judges which violence is right and which is wrong? Society does." Shigaraki lowered his arms and his voice darkened a bit. "Symbol of peace. What nonsense. You're just a tool of violence. Only you're used for good, so that makes you good. Violence only breeds more violence. Once we kill you, that will be known to the world." Izuku frowned. Was that really the reasoning behind this? Did that make Deku a tool for violence as well? It felt weird to be compared to All Might in such a way. "You're mad," All Might responded. "You ought to keep your antisocial viewpoints to yourself." Izuku would laugh if he could. He would also have to use that line against Shigaraki later if they all got out of there and if it wouldn't kill him. "Besides, you're just getting your kicks out of this." Shigaraki grinned. "You saw through me. It's 3 versus 5. Todoroki said, and Bakugou exposed the Shadow Guy's weak point. "If we work together with All Might, we can take them easy." Kirishima agreed. "No," All Might yelled. "Move a hand out sideways to stop them. Please escape." Izuku stared at the wounds in All Might's sides and the BLD on his lips. Those fingers pierced deep. Izuku knew from experience that being able to move so much with that kind of damage hurt like hell. His admiration for All Might only grew. "But if I hadn't come to support you earlier, it'd have been bad," Todoroki argued. "Right you are, Todoroki, my boy." All Might agreed passionately. He clenched his fist. "But now I'll be okay. All you need to do is sit back and watch how the pro work is done." He's lying. Izuku knew. All Might wouldn't last long in this condition. Namu was at full strength. All Might came here weakened to begin with, right? He couldn't last long like this. "Namu, Black Mist, do your thing. I'll take care of the kids," Shigaraki said. He spun and launched himself at Kaken, Kirishima, and Todoroki. Izuku flinched, wanting to go help, but was caught between his conflicting longing. He needed to help his classmates. He didn't know for sure if they could take Shigaraki, but he also needed to watch All Might. He needed to study the hero and make the notes. It was his mission. This was his chance. His head throbbed viciously with a migraine. He was left frozen. No matter what action he would have taken, the decision was stolen from him. All Might charged Namu, and the force of his attacks whipped the wind around all of them so strong that they were gale force. Nobody else was able to even move except to hold their ground. Izuku's fire was blown out again. All Might's attacks were fast enough that Izuku couldn't even see all of them. If he risked using Snapshot, he didn't doubt All Might would still be moving. His sheer power was overwhelming. Wow, Izuku thought as with one final punch he sent Namu rocketing through the ceiling and far away into the sky. Izuku could do nothing but stare. How did we ever think we could beat him? Kirishima was the only one who had anything to say. All Might stood there, torn up, bleeding, and trembling slightly. But he was steady as a pillar. The grin on his face was blinding. The light shined down on him and practically illuminated the area through the smoke and dust in the air of the rapid attack. Izuku felt tears roll down his face. It was almost too much for him to be as close to All Might as he was. This was the world of a hero. All Might turned to face Shigaraki, head held high and his back straight. The dust obscured him briefly in its movement as he said, "Now then, villain, shall we finish this?" Deku wanted to tell Shigaraki to run. He wanted the man to leave and give up the lost cause. Their forces were defeated. Kurogiri was still currently free. They could leave and try again another day. If All Might was here when Aizawa-sensei had said he wasn't supposed to be, that must mean that one of his classmates had escaped and had run back to the school. He was willing to bet it was Ida, which would mean reinforcements would be coming. There was no way they would be able to beat All Might before the other heroes came. And if they showed up and took down Kurogiri, Shigaraki would be captured. Despite everything, Deku didn't want Shigaraki captured. He didn't want the man to succeed in what he wanted to do, but he didn't want Shigaraki to be taken away. He would miss spending days playing games with the man. He could still remember laughing at Kurogiri's expense and how Shigaraki had occasionally treated Deku's wounds after training they'd both had. Shigaraki was his friend. Shigaraki needed to give up and leave. Deku tried to tell him with his eyes, but Shigaraki was breaking down again. He was losing it quickly with the loss of Namu. Namu had been their trump card and now the creature was gone. Deku didn't doubt that MSTR would be upset as well to learn this information. Kurogiri was arguing, though, and insisting to continue, to take advantage of All Might's clearly weakened state. Deku wanted to punch the man. "It's no use," Deku yelled, and pretended to be Izuku telling the villains to accept their fate. His eyes were desperate and he thanked the situation for covering for him believably. "You can't win. Retreat. Try again." Shigaraki's eyes met his again. His neck was bleeding from scratching at old scars. The hands around his neck covered the worst of the wounds. "You think so?" he asked scathingly. But Deku knew he had heard his message. Deku didn't respond, but he did tilt his head down a little in a sharp, pointed movement. He didn't lift it again. "He's right." All Might called. He was still standing tall. Izuku could feel waves of heat coming from him. There was a strange smell in the air that was nothing like dust or BLD. "Give up now. Come on, let's get out of the way," Kirishima said to Todoroki and Kaken. He motioned to Izuku as well. "Let's leave this to the pros before we become hostages," he needs to say. "No," Kaken growled, and Izuku's head snapped to him. Kaken's eyes were furious as he took a step forward. Izuku felt his stomach sink again as he recognized that face and tone. He hadn't seen it in a long time, but he knew when Kaken was at his breaking point for his temper. He had seen it a couple of times when they had been younger and he'd had an even shorter temper than now. Kaken pointed a single finger at the villains. His breathing was harsh. "UFC-kers better open your goddamn mouths and start spouting answers instead of the shit you were saying before." "Bakugou, my boy All Might tried while Kirishima asked, "Bakugou, what are you doing, man?" Kaken only shouted over both of them, "How the hell do you know Deku's name?" Shigaraki's mouth twisted into a mocking grin. "Wouldn't you like to know?" That seemed to be the final straw for Kaken. The sound of his final nerve snapping was practically audible. He let out a roar of anger and set off multiple explosions in quick succession that launched him so quickly across the field towards Shigaraki that nobody could move quickly enough to stop him. Not even All Might reacted in time before Kaken was rearing back for a furious punch with his right arm. His face was murderous and blinded to the threat in front of him as Kurogiri immediately moved between them and formed a defensive cloud of mist. Shigaraki simply reached through Kurogiri and his hand appeared right at face level with Kaken. Kaken couldn't possibly dodge from that close and he was heading straight for the hand of decay. "No!" Izuku almost screamed as his body jerked into a sprint. He wouldn't be able to make it in time, but he could help somehow. He had to do something. But then a bullet struck straight into the hand. Izuku pushed a burst of agility into his legs and tackled Kaken right before he landed his attack on Kurogiri. They both fell to the ground in a tangle with fire around them from the explosion and Kaken shouting expletives. With Kaken out of the way, Deku was already back on his feet and automatically moving to protect Shigaraki from the attackers. His only thought was making sure Shigaraki received no more damage. Shigaraki muttered as he pulled back his bleeding hand to his chest. He barely even reacted to the pain. They came. It's our game over screen. Back to the drawing board, a black mist. 3 more gunshots rang out then. Kurogiri moved instantly and blocked the hits and tried to pull Shigaraki through the warp he was making. Deku felt relief before he saw Kurogiri's mist being pulled away. That would be, Kurogiri hissed, but didn't need to finish. Izuku could feel the air being pulled back as well towards 13. Even this far away their quirk was working. It really was a black hole with all of that power. Deku made a mental note of it. For the time being, we've failed. Shigaraki growled as he melted into Kurogiri's portal. Only his head remained as he threatened. But we'll get you next time, symbol of peace all might. With that, both Kurogiri and Shigaraki disappeared. FCK. Kaken yelled and slammed his fists on the ground. MOTHERFCKERS. I almost had them. He couldn't even finish as he just bellowed at the ground in his own frustration with no outlet. Izuku would worry for him considering he was still pretty sure Kaken had a broken rib. But he couldn't because his eyes were elsewhere and so was his mind. Through the dust and the steam Izuku saw something that he understood immediately he was never supposed to see. It was a turn of fate, and pure luck on his part that he was close enough to see it. He doubted that any of the others could see him through the clouds in the air, and Kaken was too distracted by his sit-fit to even notice. But as the wind blew a cloud from his sight, Izuku stared at the vision of All Might with half of his body almost like a skeleton. Their eyes met, and Izuku imagined he might have heard the sound of a game over screen. The sight of All Might before him that day was one of the few memories that Izuku knew he would never forget. It was almost gruesome to look at the hero as his body positively deflated into a skeleton of what he used to be. His muscles disappeared and his eyes were wide and too large for his thin face as he stared into Izuku's eyes. His torn and ragged clothes hung off of him. He looked frailer than a twig. There was BLD dripping from his mouth. This was not the hero he had thought All Might to be. In another life, Izuku would have screamed. The mixture of shock and horror and confusion would have been enough to easily set off his old, jumpy self. As he was now, Izuku couldn't even muster up much more than his own wide-eyed stare. His voice was gone, stolen by the billions of thoughts that rushed through his head. He couldn't even begin to process any of them. Everything was still too much to handle. So he turned away from All Might and faced Kaken, who was still beating the ground to get out his anger. It was amazing what the red haze of his fury did to block him from his surroundings. Izuku made a note that Kaken was dangerous to himself in this state. Midoriya, my boy, All Might said over the sounds of the heroes hurrying down to meet them in Kaken's rage. Izuku couldn't look at him. He didn't have the energy. His head already hurt so badly from using Snapshot twice. It was strong for Deku to fight the temptation to use it a third time to really get a good analysis on All Might this way. It was almost worth fainting over. Instead, Izuku moved to put himself on the side of Kaken opposite of All Might. He could see the hero still watching him. He knelt down and called Kaken's name, pulling up his goggles and his mouth guard down. Kaken immediately whirled on him and grappled the front of his jumpsuit. Izuku yelped as Kaken yanked him and pushed their foreheads together to snarl in his face. TDKU. What? Izuku grabbed Kaken's hands and tried to get him to let go. His ears rang and his head screamed at Kaken's loud voice. Oh God, he was going to be sick. You dumb sit. I had them and you had to get in the goddamn way. Kaken yelled. He ground his own skull into Izuku's, forcing his head back some. Izuku had to squeeze his eyes shut and try not to focus on his own pain. He wished nobody was around so that he could force Kaken off of him, but Izuku wasn't that kind of person. That hand guy was going to do something to you. Izuku opened his eyes but could only see the whites of Kaken's eyes in front of him. He heard Kirishima call out to both them. The ground rumbled then and both boys tumbled away from each other as a wall of concrete formed behind them. The shifting of the molded concrete had them rolling a little bit and luckily broke them apart. Izuku gave himself a moment to lay there and breathe a sigh of relief from being released before he sat up. Kaken hopped to his feet with a curse, ready for another fight, but stopped when they both saw pro-hero Cementos. Sorry about that. The hero apologized. Kirishima finished his jog over to them and came to a stop. He held a hand out to Izuku to help him to his feet. Izuku wavered a bit, but held his ground in his head. You three should go back and join the other students. We teachers will handle everything else. Yeah, you're right. Kirishima nodded. Kaken's teeth grinding together was audible, but he didn't put up any more of a fight. He was back to holding his side again. Kirishima noticed as well and moved over to him. Come on, Bakugou. You should get looked at. I heard that snap when that Namu thing. Shut up, Kaken barked, but did turn to head back towards the stairs. I already know. Kirishima sighed good-naturedly and shot Izuku a wry grin before joining Kaken. Izuku blinked. Had Kaken somehow made a friend after all of this? He looked back towards the wall that Cementos had made and disappeared behind. Izuku could still picture the skeleton man. His head throbbed harder and stole his ability to think. His eyes pulsed with each beat of his rapid heart. His trembling had yet to return. Izuku wanted to go home and sleep the rest of the day away, maybe not wake up for a while. Although he also wanted to talk to Shigaraki and Kurogiri and find out what the FCK this all was. He wanted to make sure Shigaraki was okay. There was still so much to do. DKU. Izuku jumped at Kaken's yell. Kaken scowled at him, standing with Todoroki and Kirishima. Hurry the FCK up. Izuku glanced once more back at the wall before turning and joining the other boys. He would deal with everything else later. It was almost surreal rejoining the rest of his classmates. He was relieved to see all of them and that most had made it out of their fights relatively unscathed. Of the students, Kaken had received the most damage. He had a broken rib and bruised multiple muscles. Kirishima, who had been subjected to the same treatment by Namu, had escaped without much more than a little bruising due to his quirk. The worst injuries of the lot were definitely on Aizawa-sensei, who the police reported had sustained multiple fractures and a shattered eye socket. It was unknown if it would affect his vision. Izuku shuddered to himself. Aizawa-sensei was lucky to be alive. He might have saved his teacher's life today. He thought. All might as well disappeared to go be treated by Recovery Girl without any of the class being able to see him. Izuku couldn't get the image of the man out of his head even as he spent the entire time holding his head. Eventually it was enough that the teachers and police sent Izuku off to go see Recovery Girl as well. Some worried he might have a concussion, but Izuku already knew it wasn't that. Nevertheless, he went anyway at their insistence. It was only when he was actually brought to Recovery Girl's office and he saw the skeleton man bandaged and lying in one of the beds did Izuku understand. The man turned his head when Izuku entered the room. He was unsmiling, but not in the same angry way from the USJ. If anything, his face was grim. And Izuku felt the weight of the same knowledge upon him. Somehow he had stumbled across something he shouldn't have, and now he had to take on that burden as well. Izuku still kept up his appearances, though, and shifted nervously in front of the door. He avoided his eyes and bit his lip. The air was tense. My, no need for that, Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked to Recovery Girl as she spun on her tall, wheeled stool. Come sit down. Don't mind him there. Where are you hurt? Oh, you know. My name, Izuku asked as he shuffled hesitantly to sit on the bed next to the skeleton man. He could still feel the weight of the man's stare on him. Of course, I treated you when you passed out at the entrance exams, remember? She gave a friendly laugh and pushed her chair so that she wheeled over to Izuku. Have some candy. She popped a few pieces of candy out of a portable dispenser and passed them to him. Izuku popped 2 of the chalky, fruity candy into his mouth. I don't remember, he admitted with a bashful smile. But I know you treated me, so thank you very much. She nodded. You're welcome. Now, what's wrong? You're very pale. Izuku's eyes darted to the skeleton man. His eyes were sunken into his face. Unlike All Might's normal face, his cornea seemed to almost glow in the darkness of his shadowed eyes. It only added to his skeleton appearance. It was a little disturbing to look at. The man cleared his throat then. I suppose I should interrupt, then. Oh, is this the boy? Recovery Girl asked. Yeah, wait. Izuku held up his hands, startling both adults. Wait, please. He lowered his hands as his eyes darted around the room without being able to stop and focus on one thing. I know you want to talk to me about this, but I can't even think right now, let alone comprehend what I'm about to hear. He looked to Recovery Girl and half begged. I know it's probably below what your quirk should be used for, but I have a severe migraine from my quirk. It won't be going away until I have a long sleep at least. Can you? That explains the skin tone. Recovery Girl frowned sympathetically. Tell me, Midoriya-kun, was it your quirk that caused you to pass out at the exam? Yes, you'll need to be more careful then. She scolded. You don't know what kind of effect overusing your quirk can have on your brain if you suffer like this, but I suppose it couldn't be helped this time. Izuku didn't respond before suddenly Recovery Girl's lips extended and embraced him on the forehead with a loud smack. In an instant his migraine faded and even the stinging of his cheek disappeared. He also felt his back tingle, and he knew those wounds would be healed as well. He felt more fatigued than he had when he had first come in. Wow, thank you. Izuku smiled, amazed. It was nice to be healed in a way that didn't require him drinking any kind of BLD. Mind you, I only use your own body to heal you. I'm only speeding up your own healing ability. Your stamina gets used every time, so you'll feel more tired. Izuku made a note of that. That's nothing new, he said with a wry smile. He bit back that smile when he realized his slip-up as Recovery Girl shot him a stern stare. He quickly turned his gaze to the skeleton man instead since he didn't want to face the maternal disappointment of Recovery Girl anymore. I'm ready then. The skeleton man shifted himself a little more upwards in his bed with a wince. Izuku climbed off of his bed and instead took a chair next to him. I suppose I'll just dive into it. The man sighed. Izuku nodded and was silent as All Might went on to explain his current state. He told Izuku the tale of a battle that history would not remember because All Might had pulled every string he had to make it disappear from record. He had motioned to his stomach that was now wrapped with bandages and told Izuku about the twisted wound he had suffered and how nothing would allow him to fully recover from it. He explained how he was weakened and had a time limit every day with which he could use his power. Everything he said was with an air of wariness and reluctant acceptance, as Izuku was filled with information that he was never supposed to have learned. There was guilt and sorrow and anger, and Izuku knew this was a man who wasn't ready to let go of his hero career yet. When All Might had finished, Izuku didn't really know what to say. The number one hero was in a state of decline. The villains were aware of this, and it was Izuku's fault. All of All Might's story explained the gaps in time he was missing and the reasons behind why he wasn't as active anymore. Izuku had time now to process everything. And as he did, so many puzzle pieces slid together. Connections flicked and sparked in his head at a rapid pace until only one question rang louder in his head than any other. A dreadful suspicion was filling his stomach with bitter acid to the point that he was scared that if he opened his mouth the acid would destroy his throat and tongue with his words. But he had to ask, because Izuku could not withhold his thoughts. "Who was the villain you fought?" "All Might," he whispered. He lifted his head to stare into the solemn face of the weakened hero. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears, nearly deafening him with how fast it was. He was calm despite the unease in him. "A terrible evil," All Might responded. He looked down at his own lap and clenched his fists. "Who?" Izuku pressed. "Young Midoriya." "Please, All Might." Izuku sat up straighter and removed his mask. He could feel the edge of knowledge pressing its knife against his back. He grabbed the edge of All Might's bed with white knuckles. All Might gave him a confused look at his insistence. "I know when to keep a secret. I need to know." All Might was quiet for a long time, eyeing him. Izuku tried not to let his desperation show too badly. He needed some kind of name. It was probably a villain he knew. He needed to know who was strong enough to damage All Might like that. And he was terrified that he knew. All Might breathed in deeply and let out a sigh. "Tell me first why you need to know, and then I will give you a name." Izuku's face was stricken at that. He pushed backwards away from All Might with the force of the rejection that arced through his body. His chest howled with nightmarish fear and black hatred because why couldn't All Might just tell him? Why was it always information for information? Why was nothing in Izuku's life easy? Why did he always have to tear himself apart to make even a little headway? He couldn't give All Might anything, but he needed to gather more information from All Might. He now knew the man's weakness and needed as much information as possible. All might even have the key to Izuku's freedom. He just needed to wrestle it from the man. But that required giving up a piece of his secret that he wasn't sure he could bear to part with. It was bad enough that he had given it away to Kaken during his weakened and foolish state. But Kaken didn't seem to even want to mention the time that Izuku was gone. He had no idea if he could trust All Might with that information. He couldn't trust anyone. Every person who knew was a possible leak. A weakness in the dangerous game Izuku was playing with his own life. He grabbed his own arms and turned away from All Might even when the man called his name. He needed to think this through. All Might had trusted him so far with this information. But that didn't necessarily mean he had wanted to give it away. If Izuku gave him information, he could threaten the hero back with his own knowledge. Their shared trust in each other could be tentative, but useful. Izuku loathed the thought of blackmailing All Might. It made him physically ill to even think about. But if he gave All Might any information, he technically held that card in his hand. Deku could find use for that. He already had the knowledge in his hands, but he could get more. It might be worth the risk. Izuku walked over to the door to the room and locked it. He turned back to All Might and felt his body shaking under the strain of his own stress. He was antsy and felt something in his sternum vibrating. He was sweating as he took a seat again and tried to breathe through the hysteria and back and forth of his thoughts. "Midoriya-kun," Recovery Girl called gently, and Izuku flinched. He was being a coward. He couldn't be like this. He didn't like that his mask was still down. He wasn't used to being this exposed. It was too many times in so few days. Recovery Girl was frowning seriously as she gazed at him. "Please, try to calm down. You're working yourself up into a frenzy. My boy, what are you so frightened of?" All Might asked with his own concern. He reached out for Izuku, but didn't touch him when Recovery Girl motioned for him not to. Izuku was glad for that. His skin might actually start shredding and he might explode if anyone touched him then. He felt very brittle and on edge. Izuku let out a shaky laugh. "What don't I have to be scared of?" "What do you mean?" It was taking the rest of his strength not to fist his words and fight them back or to vomit. Are you aware of my history?" All Might frowned and then shook his head. That was a surprise to Izuku. But then he realized that maybe All Might hadn't been in the area at that time. Izuku didn't look away from All Might's eyes. "When I was 13, I was kidnapped by villains. They kept me for over a year." All Might's eyes widened at that. Izuku felt no pride in shocking a hero like him. "My parents held a funeral for me ... but then I was found and rescued. Before I was captured, I was quirkless. But when I was rescued, I had a quirk." Izuku swallowed. The story felt like a fairy tale he was repeating, familiar, but separate from his own reality. Fake and unrealistic. The doctors said it was from extreme stress. I had no memory of my time with the villains, though, so there was no proof. My doctors also suspected that was from repression of my time there because I was probably tortured. Stop, Midoriya. My boy, you don't need to rehash your pain. All Might tried, but Izuku powered over him to cry. Can you both keep a secret too? Recovery Girl and All Might looked to each other. Izuku was shaking much more violently now. He knew that it had nothing to do with his usual tremor. He couldn't control his shaking. He could feel his fingernails digging into his palms. The acid burned stronger in his stomach. Part of him was screaming to stop because he couldn't trust them, but the other part of him was willing to bet on it. It wasn't like he was giving everything away. He was only giving a little bit. He was willing to lose even more of his body parts if it meant he could have even a little bit of hope. He could trust in heroes, right? I will tell no one of what you say here, All Might finally said. And despite not being in his full hero form, Izuku could hear the power in his voice. It was the voice of his childhood and all of his dreams. It was the voice of the one congratulating him and telling him that he could be a hero. All Might didn't know him personally, but he was Izuku's hope, the one he had always aimed for. One of the few lights he'd had in the darkness of his hell to look up to and hope to live another day to meet. The one who had told him not to worry and had beaten the odds by defeating Namu and MSTR's plan. I won't either, Recovery Girl said. I am a doctor first, and I never give away information about my patients. I will not repeat anything you tell us, Midoriya-kun. Izuku felt tears roll down his cheeks. He wiped the tears away quickly. He looked out the window from his spot and spun around, double-checked the door. He couldn't see any shadows moving under it and couldn't hear any voices. They were alone for now. Even so, he kept his voice quiet as he choked out. What I told you is the story that everyone knows. But it's not the full story. His eyes darted between the two of their faces. Neither of their eyes strayed from him. Izuku was close to hyperventilating. It was taking all of his willpower to keep himself under control even as he shivered violently. I remember who kidnapped me. I thought they had been captured, Recovery Girl asked with a tense voice. All of the villains who were involved. Izuku shook his head. No, they were underlings. They took the fall. Your kidnapper is still out there, she asked with shock. Izuku nodded and bit the inside of his cheek until it bled. The taste of BLD was nostalgic. He could remember many nights spent with BLD in his mouth. He stared All Might in the eyes. The man's face was paler with whatever thoughts were in his head. He's a powerful man, Izuku whispered breathlessly because he couldn't speak any louder. A terribly evil man. Are you suggesting, All Might asked as his own body began to tremble a bit, that you think the villain I fought is the one who kidnapped you? Izuku couldn't voice the words, so he just nodded. All Might took a breath. Do you know all for one, Midoriya Izuku? And then Izuku felt whatever courage he'd had drained out of him. It was like the bottom half of his feet just dropped out and everything inside of him had rushed out in a flood. He could only sink in his seat a bit as if his strings were cut. His strength was gone. He didn't know that name. No, he confessed. All Might seemed to deflate as well. Are you sure? Izuku nodded silently. Had he been mistaken? There was always the possibility that there was another powerful person out there, but it was horrifying to even think about. It was bad enough knowing that there was a villain who could rival All Might and injure him. It was worse knowing there was another villain out there that could be just as powerful as them both. Two villains and one hero that was fading away. It was a future Izuku didn't even want to contemplate. I see. That is probably for the best. Izuku had enough on his plate without meeting another evil person. Then who is the villain who had taken you? The door handle wiggled, and Izuku startled like someone had electrocuted him. His hands found the arms of the chair and he clenched them so tight that he could feel the skin of his hand stretch to the breaking point. He looked at the door with abject terror. There was a knock. Recovery Girl. All Might, may I come in? It was the voice of one of the police officers. Izuku recognized it from after the USJ. Wait, All Might called, and then lowered his voice to address Izuku. Young Midoriya, you can tell us. We can ask the police to wait. It doesn't matter. He stood up with shaky legs. He couldn't even look at All Might anymore. He was barely holding himself together with bits of tape and he felt like he was walking on shards of glass. Home was very, very far away. He wanted to leave, so he headed straight for the door. He ignored the calls after him and opened the door. He caught the surprised look on the officer's face before he brushed past him and left. He made it through 2 hallways before he had to burst into a bathroom and vomit up what little contents he'd had in his stomach. Izuku couldn't stay at the school any longer. He couldn't go home either, although he knew his mother was waiting for him. She had probably been called after all of this. He just needed some time alone. He just needed time to pull himself together. A place to cry and break down without anyone around him and no pressure to hide who he was. Because right then he felt as if his freedom had been dangled in front of him and it had been snatched away again. He was back at square one, only now the amount to lose was even greater. The shackles around his neck and limbs felt heavier than ever. After USJ, Katsuki had been dragged away from the rest of his classmates by teachers who had insisted he needed to see Recovery Girl to treat his broken rib. Normally Katsuki wouldn't give a shit about going to get healed, but he didn't want to leave yet. He wanted to stay and hear what the hell the police were doing, what the teachers were hearing from the students. He wanted to watch Deku's face to see what he told everyone. But he hadn't been allowed to do that. He was instead put into a separate car while Aizawa-sensei, 13, and All Might had been taken away as well. Katsuki was sure they would have just sent him to a regular hospital, but he figured the school wanted their students in fighting condition at least. The entire ride there had been spent with Katsuki scowling and glaring out the window and trying not to wince at the movement of the car on his rib. Recovery Girl had barely spent any time with him. She hadn't even let him into the recovery room. She had simply given him an embrace on the forehead and a couple pieces of city candy before she had given him back to the police. Whatever, at least he wasn't in pain anymore. Even his throat wasn't as raw from screaming so much. He was brought back to rejoin whoever was left of his classmates. Some of them had already been released from police hands and given back to their parents. His father had been waiting by the time Katsuki got back. He was dressed in his work uniform, which meant he'd come from work. Katsuki wasn't given back right away and had instead been told to wait to give a witness report. Katsuki looked around but didn't find Deku anywhere. It sat uneasily in his skin. Was the idiot being questioned right then? Katsuki couldn't remember him sustaining many injuries during the events. Of the three of them, he thought Deku had gotten off the easiest, even if he had come close to being swiped by that Namu thing. Katsuki looked around until he spotted a familiar redhead. At least he could ask someone he knew. Oi, City Hair. The fact that City Hair responded to his name by turning to face him even though he was talking with others just proved that he wasn't as stupid as Katsuki had previously thought. Plus he had held up decent in battle. Bakugou, they released you already. City Hair grinned and slapped him on the shoulder. Katsuki bared his teeth at him but didn't grant him a response. Where's Deku? He demanded instead. He kept holding his head, so they sent him off to Recovery Girl. Thought he had a concussion or something. Deku wasn't hit strong enough to have a concussion. Did Deku get headaches now? Katsuki had seen him holding his head before as well after training on some days. An effect of his quirk, or result of brain damage. Natural causes. You didn't pass him? The tape guy next to City Hair asked. He went not long after you did. No. Katsuki looked around them. Most of the class was gone by now. They had no reason to stay after the police questioned them considering their teacher was out of commission. It was practically the end of the day anyway. Katsuki wanted to get his stupid interrogation done and go home. He needed to talk to Deku without others around. He doubted he would get any truthful answers from him with that stupid mask on. Weird. What was he sent for? He wasn't injured any more than you. It's from overusing his quirk. Roundface butted into their conversation without any kind of warning. Her eyes were red, Katsuki noticed. What? He demanded. What did she mean overusing his quirk? Since when did he have that kind of drawback to his quirk? He gets really bad headaches when he overuses it. She explained. I was with him at the entrance exam. He used it so much that he passed out there. What the FCK? He never told me that. Was that another possible cause for Deku's brain damage? Did forcing a quirk at an age older than 4 maybe add that kind of problem? He didn't know. Dude, I thought you and Midoriya didn't get along, City Hair said with a confused frown. Why are you so worried? I'm not worried. Katsuki snapped at him because he wasn't worried. He wanted answers. It's because they're childhood friends. Katsuki scowled at her. Shut the hell up, round face. She looked a little shocked, but not by much. She had suffered through 2 lunches with him by now, and it seemed that was enough to get used to his coarse behavior. I like chubby cheeks better, I think. It's cuter. That's not exactly a compliment either way, Uraraka, Tapehead muttered. Well, you're Midoriya's childhood friend, City Hair asked with a grin. I suppose that explains what happened in the locker room, Tapehead noted. Katsuki turned his own glare on him. What happened in the locker room? Roundface asked. That also explains why you and Midoriya stuck together at the USJ even though you told me to leave. He was getting irritated. Did you not hear those villains? Katsuki demanded somewhat coldly, cutting off the chatter that he was tired of. He had attracted the attentions of the other students loitering as well. They knew him. There was an uncomfortable shift. Katsuki knew his classmates weren't the brightest, but all of them had to have heard that warp gate a hole in his threat. Half and City Hair had also been close enough to hear that hand guy as well. So that's really him, then, Earphone Girl said. She rubbed her arm as the few students that were left shifted a bit closer to each other. The conversation suddenly involved them all. Stupid eavesdroppers. He's the one who was kidnapped for a year, right? There was a tension in which Katsuki could feel the realization dawn on those there about his relationship with Deku and the shift in understanding the context of their conversation. He wanted to throttle them for butting their noses into things that weren't their FC King business. Isn't that obvious? Big Melons no, Big Hair responded. She turned to Katsuki. You're his childhood friend, right? Does that mean you were? Shut up. He barked at her. He didn't want to talk about their past, damn it. Especially not with these extras. Do you think all of the villains knew him? Pikachu asked. I mean, did they say exactly what they were there for? They wanted to kill All Might, remember? City Hair told him. Oh, right. Did the other villains say anything, Bakugou? Roundface asked. It was a little weird to talk to her without her usual annoying peppiness. When you were all fighting, they wouldn't tell me anything, Katsuki said. It still infuriated him what that hand BSDRD said. They all definitely knew something. Although Deku had a point that maybe the villains just knew about it as well as the common people did. Why would Deku's kidnapping be famous enough for villains to care, though? The people who had been captured hadn't even been big-name villains. They were just small-time people, although a decent group of them had been charged for the kidnapping and torture. It didn't sit right with Katsuki. They all seemed to know something, though, City Hair pointed out. I'm worried, Roundface admitted. Maybe the police know something. Eventually the group had been split as they were all taken away at different times to be questioned. Katsuki was forced to sit through the stupid questioning and answered what he could. He told his part of the story and demanded some answers of his own, but the police didn't have much to give him. The teachers present also were sketchy with their answers. Katsuki would have to try again at a later date since everything was too fresh. He was then also forced to sit through being scolded by said teachers. Apparently one of the other students ratted out about his last aborted attack on the villains. He was told he had been reckless and should have left when All Might said to do so. If Katsuki hadn't already gotten most of his rage out while still at the USJ, he might have blown another gasket. As it was, he could only grind his teeth and then storm off when they were done. He stomped over to his father and glared around him to see that they were one of the last ones there. Half and Half was the only one actually left, loitering a little ways away. He hadn't seen any sign of Deku. All done? His dad asked, putting away his cell phone. FC King finally? Yeah, he grumbled. He shoved his hands in his pockets. He looked around and waited for his dad to give the say-so to leave, but Katsuki didn't want to leave yet. Deku had been gone a lot longer than he had. Was he being questioned still? Had he already left? He asked his father. I haven't seen him, his dad said. Something nasty swirled in Katsuki's chest and threatened to climb his throat. He swallowed it back with force. He found himself digging his foot into the ground and glaring at Half and Half. His father sighed and placed a hand in Katsuki's hair, giving it a fond ruffle. How about we wait for Izuku-kun, huh? Katsuki shook off his dad's hand and didn't mention the way his chest didn't feel as tight now. He didn't like that he hadn't seen Deku since the USJ. He still remembered how Deku had acted after that panic attack the other night. And then he'd had one in the locker room just a couple hours ago. He'd read that they were extremely exhausting. And then the villain attack had occurred and Deku had overused his quirk. Could he be having another breakdown somewhere? Katsuki. His dad called. We'll be bringing Izuku-kun back to our place. Inko-san just texted me. We can do that? Katsuki asked with a raised eyebrow. Apparently we're listed under the people that can take Izuku-kun out of school. Even his father sounded contemplative about that. Katsuki wasn't sure how to feel about that. He knew that his parents were definitely a lot closer with the Midoriyas after Deku's kidnapping. But he hadn't realized they were close enough for this kind of thing. He wondered what Auntie Inko was doing that she couldn't pick Deku up herself. Was it a trust thing, or was it that she couldn't get away from work? He didn't bother to ask. He spent a couple of minutes chatting with his dad when he was prompted to tell him what all happened, but he didn't feel like rehashing the details again so soon. He was sure his mother would want to hear everything too. His dad could hear it then. Instead, he turned his attention to Half and Half. The other boy was still hovering around watching the school building as well. Where was his mother? Or his father? All of their parents had been contacted before they had been released, so surely his were too. Who the hell was he waiting for? Katsuki wasn't one to start conversations with people he didn't give a DMN about. But he didn't like that Half and Half was just standing there doing nothing. He had an air of anticipation that both Katsuki and his father had. It was grating on his nerves. Why the FCK aren't you going home? He finally called out. Son, his father reprimanded gently. Katsuki ignored him. Half and Half arched one of his stupid eyebrows at Katsuki. What does it matter to you? Katsuki didn't like this guy. He didn't like many people in the class, but he didn't like this guy in particular. He was clearly competition and admittedly really FC King strong. It enraged Katsuki to think that his explosions did nothing on that Namu thing. But his little ice could freeze that thing in half. Like it was nothing. He had frozen the entire building during the battle trials as well. Katsuki wanted to beat the shit out of him. It doesn't. Katsuki snapped at him. Then don't ask. You wanna FCKING go, Half and Half. Katsuki, his father cried. Katsuki ignored him again, seething. Half and Half only gave him an annoyed look. I'm waiting for Midoriya. What for? He narrowed his eyes at him. It's none of your business. The hell it ain't. Katsuki, enough. His long-suffering father sighed. Look, there's Izuku-kun now. Katsuki's head whipped to where his father was pointing and saw Deku himself coming towards the gate. He wasn't coming from the school buildings, though, and he held himself like he had no energy left. Katsuki felt himself sober up a bit at the sight. He remembered that weak appearance from the other night. Izuku-kun, his father called and waved. Deku's head raised up and his eyes widened a little at the sight of them standing there. Katsuki's dad motioned him over. Deku only hesitated for a moment before beginning to drag himself over. Hi, uncle. Deku smiled somewhat weakly. Katsuki could taste the other boy's exhaustion on his tongue. His face was pale and the usual darkness under his eyes looked positively bruised. Deku was looking wan and haggard, but he still tried to slide that mask into place. He really didn't want people to think much was wrong with him, did he? But what had happened to him? Are you all right, son? Katsuki's dad asked, clearly picking up on the same things Katsuki did. It was strange watching Deku interact with someone like this, Katsuki decided. This was the first time he was seeing it again and really coming to face the reality since his decision that Deku was definitely going through some shit. Katsuki didn't even feel that offended anger at the sight of him acting again, like how he had felt in the locker room upon actually seeing Deku breaking down into a panic attack. Katsuki could only see someone who was tired. Broken, the dark disgusting thing made a reappearance, much to Katsuki's distaste. Oh, yeah, I'm just tired, Deku confessed and rubbed his eyes. Recovery girl healed me and it took more out of me than I was expecting. It sounded like the truth, but he had barely been hurt and Katsuki had been healed of a broken rib. He should feel more tired than Deku did. But the truth was obvious. Where's my mom? Deku looked around. She's at our house, Katsuki's father said. We've decided you both will be staying with us tonight. What? Both boys cried. Since when? Katsuki demanded. Since Inko-san texted me. Katsuki's dad gave a warm chuckle and then sobered a little bit. I can explain on the way. You'd better, Katsuki grumbled. It wasn't like his parents to make snap decisions like this. Auntie Inko had stayed the night before on a couple of occasions, but Katsuki had assumed it was so she didn't have to go home to an empty house since Uncle Hisashi was more often than not abroad. What was the point of tonight, then? Wait, Midoriya. Katsuki shot a glare as half and half joined them. Deku blinked in surprise to see him. Oh, Todoroki, we have to go. Katsuki growled. Half and half ignored him. I just have a question for you first, Midoriya. Okay, what is it? Deku's head twitched a little in a confused tilt. During the fight with the villains today, Katsuki noticed his dad stiffen beside him. You managed to dodge an attack from that creature. How? Katsuki only vaguely remembered that moment because everything had happened so quickly. He'd heard that hand freak order that Namu monster to attack Deku, and everything in Katsuki had violently rejected the idea. His body had been moving to get Deku out of the way before he had given it any kind of command, much like he felt when he was battling. It was purely driven by instinct and the knowledge that Deku would probably not be able to survive a hit from Namu. It was a creature that All Might had struggled against. Katsuki had just needed to grab Deku. But now that he thought about it, he did recall seeing Deku drop to the ground right before All Might had thrown Katsuki out of the way of the Namu attack. At the time he hadn't been able to think about it because All Might had once again taken another brutal hit and because his brain had been trying to catch up. Now, though, he realized half and half was right. Deku had dodged that attack. An attack Katsuki hadn't even been able to see. He stared at Deku waiting for an answer as well and knowing he was going to get a lie. Deku gave a bashful laugh as the toe of his shoe dug into the ground. He crossed his arms over his chest and shrugged. Luck and good reaction time. I don't know. I just heard him command the Namu thing and knew that it would try to punch me or something, so I just dropped. I was lucky to escape the hit with only a scratch. Can you teach me? Half and half asked and would. Since when is suddenly everyone wanting to learn from Deku? I don't know if it's something I can teach. Deku waved his arms quickly in front of him, shaking his head. Training, then. Oi, Deku is training with me, you sit. Katsuki yelled. Kakin, Deku muttered. You can go screw yourself, strawberries and cream. Katsuki flicked him off and grabbed Deku's arm to pull him backwards. FC King, figure it out for yourself. Half and half glared at him. It's not your decision, Bakugou. Katsuki sneered. I have first dibs, idiot. That's enough. Katsuki's dad grabbed him by the back of the neck like Katsuki knew he had picked up from the old hag when she was actually tired of his sit. His 3 warnings were up as he was steered away from half and half. I'm sorry, Todoroki-kun, but I need to get these 2 home. Their mothers are waiting. Katsuki growled angrily at the handling but knew better than to force his dad off then. He didn't like having hands on his neck like this. Half and half looked a little disgruntled. Deku only gave him a small wave. Sorry, Todoroki. We can talk about it later, although there's not much to say. he added in a softer, weaker voice. His fatigue was laced deep into all of his words. Half and Half's eyes seemed to soften just a bit at that before he reluctantly nodded. Fine, I'll see you in class. Get home safe, Deku added as the boy turned and left. Katsuki ripped his dad's hand off and ducked away from him, avoiding the reprimanding gaze. Honestly, his mother was easier to deal with. His father knew way too well how to handle his and his mother's sit. The three of them left after that as well. Why are we staying over, uncle? Deku finally asked, considering Katsuki was busy angrily tearing at the bits of lint in the pockets of his brief. Katsuki's dad sighed a little. Well, to be honest, it was police suggestion. Both boys' heads shot up to look at the man then. Katsuki felt his heart rate jump into a faster beat. His dad made a calm-down motion with his hands. There were multiple witnesses to the villains implying they knew of Izuku-kun and his past ... so the police suggested staying somewhere else for the night, just in case. Deku was tense beside him. So Mitsuki offered our house. Izuku-kun, you'll stay with Katsuki, and Inko-sen will be taking the guest room like usual. That's not necessary. Deku shook his head. I can share with my mom. Shut the FCK up, Deku. Katsuki snapped at him. What was wrong with sharing his room? Katsuki didn't really want to share his room, but what was Deku's goddamn problem with sharing? It wasn't like they hadn't just spent the night together 2 nights ago. What kind of nerd still shares a room with his mom at your age? Grow the hell up. Deku sulked petulantly. I was trying to be nice, Kaken. Just FCking take the futon. Katsuki kicked Deku in the hip, making the boy yelp and stumble. His dad sighed beside him. Kaken, there's a footprint on my uniform now. Get over it. The train ride after that was uneventful. Deku dozed next to him with Katsuki's dad on the other side of Deku. His father met Katsuki's eye. Katsuki scowled and raised an eyebrow to demand for him to voice his question. His dad double-checked Deku before asking softly, is Izuku-kun okay? Katsuki wondered how much his parents knew about Deku. How much did Auntie Inko know and how much did she tell his parents? Katsuki muttered truthfully, probably not. His father gently coaxed Deku to relax on his shoulder and petted the boy's hair. Katsuki looked away from the display to glare out the window at the passing scenery instead. The cut Deku had received from Naomu was gone, which meant he really did go to Recovery Girl. He must have had another breakdown at some point to look as god-awful as he did now. It would explain why he had been gone for so long. Although the knowledge sat badly in Katsuki's stomach, the articles that Katsuki had read implied just how much energy would be taken out of a person after an attack. Deku had suffered through 2, a battle, and a healing from Recovery Girl. No wonder he looked like Sit. It led more credibility to the thought that Deku might actually know those villains, or, rather, had encountered them before. It would explain the negative reaction. And Deku had been lying to him earlier when Katsuki had confronted him. Katsuki's teeth gnashed together at the memory, and he let out a harsh breath. His father glanced at him but said nothing. Katsuki continued to glare out of the window. Those villains may have been involved with Deku's kidnapping. Maybe not directly, but they knew about it, and Deku knew about them. They must have met at some point. Deku had told him that he remembered his time with the villains, but Katsuki already knew it would be harder to get more answers out of him than it was to get Katsuki to admit his classmates better than him. Didn't mean Katsuki didn't want to try, though. The train station wasn't very far from where Katsuki lived, but Katsuki still called out next to a convenience store, "Hey old man, get us something to drink." His father and Deku paused. The immediate wariness on Deku's face was obvious to anyone who looked. Katsuki's dad only raised an eyebrow at that. We have drinks at home. It's been a long day, Katsuki argued with a scowl. Don't be a stingy bastard. Watch your mouth. His dad scolded, but it was done half-heartedly. Strong to tell a kid to watch his language when his mother cursed just as much. His dad's eyes darted between the two boys before smiling a little and giving in. All right, I'll get you both something since you deserve it. Diamen right. I'll take that as a thank you. Oh, thank you, Deku added. I'll go with you. I know what you want. His dad ruffled Deku's hair good-naturedly, unaware that he had ruined Deku's attempt to flee. But, let him treat us already, damn it. Katsuki grabbed Deku's shoulder and manhandled him over to the side of the store and out of the way of the doors. Katsuki's father ducked inside. Deku deflated like a the moment they were alone. His exhaustion became more prominent, but more sadness and annoyance showed. He fell into a crouch and crossed his arms over his knees before hiding his face in them. Katsuki stayed standing in front of him, but all of his questions seemed to flee. Deku was in a vulnerable state and Katsuki finally had him alone. He could probably get some answers out of him. He no longer knew what he wanted to ask, though. The only thing that came out of his mouth was, "Deku, please." Deku responded quietly. It was so quiet that Katsuki almost didn't hear it. It gave him pause. Huh? He asked. Deku lifted his head to look him in the eye, and Katsuki felt his heart plummet. This was the face of someone who couldn't bear anything more than what they already had. Please, Kaken. It was begging, pure and simple. He didn't need to add any more words to know what Deku was asking. Auntie and Co. was wrong about Katsuki. He did know something about sympathy. Someone without sympathy would be unmoved by what was in front of them. They would have reached into the bleeding chest of the person in front of them and torn apart the little bit of bandaging they had managed to put over their wound. A younger Katsuki might have done that. Katsuki from 2 days ago might have even done that. Today, Katsuki said nothing. He just crouched next to Deku and looked away from him, much like he had done earlier in the locker rooms. He gave Deku his space for himself while still offering his support silently. He let Deku choose the pace of their relationship. Whatever this relationship was between them, Deku just buried his face back into his arms and heaved a shaky sigh that whispered words in a language Katsuki did not yet understand of the weight Deku carried. Katsuki would give him tonight. His questions could wait until morning at least. Izuku was wrung out. He didn't even care if he was being obvious about his lack of attention to anything or anyone, he just wanted to sleep. Loud noises grated on him and chatter tried to get his panic to rise again. But it was like trying to get a pot that barely had any water left in it to boil over again. The feeling was never overwhelming, so he could just swallow it back down. He hadn't been able to feel too much even as Kaken managed to get Uncle Masaru to leave them alone for a little bit. Dread had been primary, but his mind couldn't cling to anything. That was why he had begged Kaken not to ask him anything. Not to make him think anymore when he knew he would have to confront the future sooner rather than later. He was so tired as it was. He couldn't even begin to play another round of Kaken's dangerous game with him. To his surprise, Kaken had backed down. Izuku wouldn't be able to think about that until later. He had only reveled in the relief until Uncle Masaru had come back with drinks for both of them. His was a sweet and creamy drink that he hadn't had for years. It had done wonders to soothe his tattered soul. Izuku could vaguely remember the rest of that night, although his mind had been preoccupied with animal needs like food, shower, bed. It was all he could think about. Although he did join Kaken with recounting what happened at the USJ to their families when dinner was made and they had sat down to eat, Izuku had been able to read his mother enough to know that she could tell he'd had another attack. She didn't force him to talk and mostly encouraged him to put more food into his stomach. Every time his cup of tea emptied, he was given more. Auntie Mitsuki had filled the bath and told him to go first. Izuku wondered what they had talked about when he had left to shower, but didn't feel like dealing with that then either. By the time he was finished with his shower, the futon was set up in Kaken's room. It was dark in there already, although Izuku didn't know how late it was that night had fallen. Izuku just placed his stuff aside and crawled into the futon with a sigh as he buried himself into the blanket. It smelled of a childhood that was long past. Although Izuku had no memories of spending the night at Kaken's house, he had never been allowed. Kaken had either always stayed at his house, or there was no spending the night at all. He had only been allowed to visit when he was younger. The bedroom was constantly cold due to Kaken's quirk, but under the thick futon he was nice and warm. His fingers pressed into the soft fluff of the futon and the pillow as his eyes drooped. He had forgotten what those childhood days had been like, but the scent was bringing it back again. The days he had spent in Kaken's room either alone or with some of the other boys playing pretend or with action figures, watching TV because Kaken had his own TV in his bedroom, fighting over who would be All Might and Izuku ultimately always losing because it was Kaken's house. So Kaken got to make the rules. Things had changed so much since then. Even through the gloom of the darkness, Izuku could spot some of the major changes around Kaken's room. Namely, the bed was so much bigger and the furniture was rearranged. He couldn't see much All Might stuff, although he couldn't see very well to begin with. He wanted to look a bit harder when he had the energy to turn the light on. Maybe he would finally be able to understand this new, foreign Kaken better then. The door opened to the bedroom and Izuku's eyes immediately fell upon it. Kaken entered with a wide yawn and kicked the door shut behind him. "Move, nerd," he said as he didn't bother to avoid Izuku's futon and stepped directly onto it. Izuku had to react quickly to roll out of the way to not get Kaken's full weight pressing down onto his sternum. Kaken then stepped up to climb onto his bed and lay down. The air was heavier with the humidity of the bathroom still clinging to him. Izuku chanced speaking, "You're going to bed early again." "It's not that early," Kaken muttered. "Plus I had to get a FC King rib healed today by that old bat." Izuku could see him scrolling through his phone again. He remembered that he should probably shoot off a text to Shigaraki to ask him how he was doing. He didn't want to start up a conversation, though, so he would text in the morning, explain his silence since he'd been busy and surrounded by people pretty much since he had last seen the villain. "What time is it?" he asked. "Look at your phone and figure it out." Izuku pouted a bit and didn't bother. He pressed his face further into his pillow and sighed again. It was nice to not have his back stinging anymore. He had seen in the bathroom mirror that his back was healed, but scarred more. That was nothing new, though. Now that he wasn't being constantly barraged by the presences of other people and now that he had silence around him, Izuku felt his nerves calm. He didn't feel in danger here, surprisingly. He didn't feel the need to be on edge. It was nice, almost like it was just a normal sleepover with his old friend. Kaken even seemed to be treating him better than he had in their childhood. But that was still weird for him. Kaken backed down earlier before he could even begin to question Izuku. Even now they were completely alone, but Kaken was keeping to himself. What was this? Was this a new kind of tactic? Or had his panic attacks been deemed a neutral zone where the game would be put on pause until he had recovered? That seemed unlikely. Why wouldn't Kaken take advantage of a weakness? Deku would have. He had been taught to take advantage of weaknesses. But he appreciated it. Kaken, Izuku called out softly. Kaken grunted. I just wanted to say thank you for, not asking me about what happened today. Kaken was silent for a few long minutes. Izuku thought he wasn't going to respond at all, especially as the light of his phone turned off. But then he said, whatever. You're not answering my questions anyway. I don't need your help with those villain FC curs. Izuku thought that definitely wasn't true. He was pretty sure Kaken didn't know nearly enough to figure anything out. The fastest way would be for Izuku to answer how the villains knew him. Even how Izuku himself knew the villains. Not that he would give it away. Besides, Kaken lifted himself up onto his arms so he could look Izuku in the eye. He stared him down as he said, I already figured it out. Izuku gave him an amused twist of a smile. What did you figure out? FCK off and stop laughing, City Deku. Kaken scowled at him. I already know you know that must be STRD. You never forgot your time with the villains. That much must have been obvious. What was not obvious, and was very weird, was when Kaken's voice darkened as he asked lowly, is he someone who helped but got away? Izuku blinked at him. He sounded angry, just like he had when he'd asked Izuku similar questions back at the USJ. Izuku didn't really get why he was so angry about it, though. Possibly because the heroes didn't do their jobs right. Izuku wasn't giving him anything. I'm not giving you any answers, remember? Kaken scoffed and rolled back so Izuku couldn't see him anymore without sitting up. Izuku didn't have the energy to do that. You just confirmed my theory, dumbass. Don't need you to agree to sit when you get so cagey. FCK. Izuku could kick himself. Out loud he didn't resist saying, FCKU. Kaken let out a sound that could have been either another scoff or a laugh. It was strong to tell without seeing his face. Go the FCK to sleep already. Izuku did, but only because he was actually exhausted and not because Kaken had ended the conversation. He woke up briefly later the moment he heard significant movement. His eyes popped open to see Kaken climbing from his bed and dragging his phone behind him. The house was quiet, which was weird because Izuku was used to living in an apartment where he could hear the neighbors. If Izuku strained his ears, he could very faintly hear the sounds of a TV going. He watched as Kaken pulled off his night clothes and grabbed his uniform from his closet. It still felt too early to be up, let alone getting ready for school. Izuku wondered if he should start getting ready too, but his eyes were distracted by Kaken's skin. It was somewhat surreal not to see his back littered with scars. Izuku was used to seeing people with scars, with injuries that never healed right but shouldn't be there at all. Even in the low morning light, Izuku could see that the other boy's skin was different, proof of a different past from Izuku's own. Unwillingly, he felt a little jealous. His body shouldn't look like a war zone. Kaken finally felt his eyes on him and he glared. Stop FC King staring at me, you perverted Sid. I'm not impressed. Deku snarked back without intonation. That only made Kaken bare his teeth at him. I'm not looking to impress you, a hole. He pulled on his undershirt and shucked on his button-up shirt. Go the FCK back to sleep already. God, I'm having to deal with your Sid this early. You're the one who always wants to walk to school together. Izuku pointed out as he wiggled out from the futon and looked around for where he had thrown his uniform. It looked to be on Kaken's desk. He got up to grab it, not caring that it was dirty, but received a pillow to the back of his head. He gasped as he realized just how strong that pillow was thrown. Pillows shouldn't hurt like that. He spun around with a shocked look. I said, go the FCK back to sleep. Kaken growled. He looked ready to fight Izuku even though he was only half dressed. What? School, though? Did you not hear a single FC King word Auntie said last night, idiot? You're not going to school today. Izuku paused and felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't remember any of the conversation last night. When had his mother decided this? Was she taking him out of the school after one villain attack? Izuku could go to school. He didn't want to miss any. What? Why? Kaken yanked on his breath and pulled on a belt. Even though he left the belt so loose his breath hung a bit like usual. Ida would get on him again. I don't know. Probably because you look like Sid and she's worried about you. He said it with a mocking sneer in his tone, like it was obvious. No, I'm fine. I'm going too. Good luck getting past that old hag. Izuku knew he was talking about Auntie Mitsuki. Crazy old woman won't let you leave the house if she's determined, even if you fight her. That definitely sounded like personal experience. Auntie has work, though. She's working from home today. Kaken walked over to the mirror and ruffled his hair a bit so it looked somewhat more normal. He turned as he walked towards the door and pointed at the futon. Just go back to bed, FC King Deku. You still look like sit warmed over. Izuku glared at him but reluctantly did climb back into the futon. Kaken left the room right after that. Izuku was tempted to just get ready anyway and leave, but he had a nervous feeling that the TV was on because Auntie was already away. Izuku was well aware that Kaken got his temper from Auntie, and Izuku couldn't fight back with her. He was stuck in the house whether he wanted to be or not. He would have to talk to his mother about it later, though. He couldn't miss school every time something like this happened. He needed to be in class as much as possible, for his sake and hers. When Izuku woke again, it was much later. He could feel the heaviness of the late day in the air as the sun was stumbling its way downwards again already. Izuku had to take a minute to shake off his warm lethargy from sleeping in before he got up to leave the bedroom. His mouth tasted disgusting, so he went to brush his teeth. He was relieved to see his bathroom supplies by the sink in the bathroom. His mother really had packed everything for him. He used the bathroom and his stomach growled furiously as he exited the bathroom. It was weird to wake up in someone else's house. He felt misplaced even as he passed familiar pictures hanging on the walls. He walked downstairs and looked in the kitchen but didn't see anyone. The living room, too, was empty. Was everyone gone? Izuku-kun, is that you? Izuku turned around to hunt down the voice of Auntie Mitsuki. He found her in the small study at the back of the house. Izuku had to stare for a moment because he was suddenly assaulted with memories of playing in that room years ago. It was empty of any toys. A mannequin stood there with Auntie Mitsuki sewing something onto the brief it was wearing. Oh good, it is you. You slept a long time, she said when she spotted him. Haha, yeah. Good morning. More like, good afternoon. She shot him an amused look. You slept most of the day. It's nearly time for Katsuki to get his butt home. God, he really had slept in late. Auntie Mitsuki placed her stuff aside and walked over to him to look him up and down. He was nearly as tall as her now, although she was definitely still taller. Kaken got his height from his parents as well. Well, you look a lot better now. You really needed that sleep. Izuku ran a hand through his hair. I feel better, he confessed. She nodded. Inko said to just let you sleep it off. She was worried you would have nightmares, but Katsuki said you slept just fine. Had they asked Kaken to watch over him? That grated on Izuku's nerves to think about. Auntie Mitsuki laughed a little. I assumed the brat gave you the warning. Why did Izuku feel like that should be capitalized? About how you wouldn't let me leave the house. He guessed. You got it. She slapped him on the shoulder and then spun him around. Come on then. I got some food we can reheat for you. Izuku joined her as she reheated what looked to be leftovers. Izuku wasn't going to complain because his stomach felt like it was eating itself. He had definitely regained his appetite. He had to satiate himself with water while the food heated up and with idle chatter with Auntie Mitsuki. They talked about how his mother had gone off to work as well and got much more information on them having to spend the night with the Bakugas. They were able to go home today. The spending the night thing was a just-in-case scenario. Thank you for helping us so much, Auntie, Izuku said, and felt a little bit of his gratefulness pass to her as he finally got to thank her for everything. Especially my mom during. He didn't need to finish. Auntie Mitsuki shook her head with a soft smile. Izuku wondered if that was what Kaken would look like if he ever smiled like that. Don't worry about it. We were glad to help. Besides, I think it made us all feel better to do something, you know. She placed down the finished food in front of Izuku and refilled his water before sitting down beside him. What do you mean? Izuku asked after he thanked her for the food and began to eat. He tried not to scarf it down. I mean that all of us wanted to do something, but none of us knew what to do. Auntie Mitsuki sighed and leaned forward on the table. Her voice softened in recollection as she said, when I saw the news, I just had to go see Inko. I knew we hadn't been as close since you and Katsuki had grown up and Katsuki started acting like even more of a punk. But she cupped her cheek and gave him a sad smile. But I'm a mother too. And I couldn't even imagine the pain if it was Katsuki. So I wanted to help where I could. Izuku couldn't look her in the eye. The pressure was too much. He might cry again. His eyes teared up. Still, thank you. I'm glad my mom wasn't alone since Dad is always gone. It was as much of a selfish endeavor as it was to help her. Auntie Mitsuki attempted to be humble, which was weird to hear from a Bakugou. But I think it did something to relieve the guilt all of us had. Izuku frowned. What's that face for, kid? You. Izuku swallowed and made sure his mask was on right before looking at her with confusion. You keep saying all of us. Do I mean Katsuki too? She asked knowingly with a wry smile. Yes, him as well. Izuku didn't bother to hide his shock. She laughed at that. What's with that? I thought you two were friends again. Is it really such a surprise? More than she could possibly know. There was no way Izuku could burst her bubble. It's not like he could give away the actual reason Kaken was pushing himself back into Izuku's life. Auntie Mitsuki let out another wistful sigh. I was happy to see Katsuki going to spend the night at your house, you know. He watched her. He was acting like the little sit he is. But it was the first time he was willingly going to visit your house. He hadn't been there since. She thought for a bit and then, well, since your funeral. It still chilled Izuku to hear those words. To know that a funeral was thrown for him. He didn't like bringing it up. It must have shown on his face because she gave him an apologetic smile. He refused to go over to your house the entire time you were gone. I don't think he could really believe you were gone. He even got in trouble with the school and fought some of the kids who kept insisting you were dead. Izuku couldn't even eat. His every fiber was focused on her words and absorbing this information. More information about Kaken and what had happened while he had been gone. What had made Kaken so different? Nobody talked about what had happened while he was gone. And Kaken kept avoiding even bringing it up. It was strong to imagine Kaken fighting people over him, though. I don't even think he fully believed it after the funeral. She went on thoughtfully. With that kid, she met Izuku's eyes and he recognized a mother's pain there. He saw it in his own mother's eyes all the time. The eyes of a mother who didn't know how to help her child. It really affected him. Izuku-kun. Even though he doesn't really show it now, you've noticed it, right? How differently he treats you. I could see it much clearer last night. Izuku really wished he could remember more of last night so he knew how Kaken had treated him. But he had a feeling it was similar to this morning. Of course Izuku had noticed how different Kaken was being. He was kind of gentler, in his own way. The bullying had stopped, of course, but there were other things too. He couldn't put them all into words. That's why I'm glad to see him becoming friends with you again, Izuku-kun. If there's one silver lining to the city thing that happened to you, it's that I think it caused Katsuki to mature a little. She stood up then with a stretch. Not to say he isn't still a little sit. He's still my pain in the butt. She laughed. Izuku allowed a smile to quirk onto his mouth at that. I hope you two stay good friends. Yeah. Izuku smiled to hide his conflicting feelings. I hope Kaken and I can become really good friends again. She ruffled his hair and left him then so she could finish her work. Izuku finished eating in silence and washed his dishes before returning to Kaken's room. This time he took the time to really look around. Kaken's room definitely looked more mature than his own. The All Might posters were gone, but there were still 2 figurines from his past. He had a punching bag shoved into the corner to make room for the futon, and there were textbooks stacked neatly on shelves above Kaken's desk. There was one poster for a movie that Izuku had never seen. Izuku was left reeling as he tried to put together the 2 images he had of Kaken's room, the then and the now. A small piece of paper stuck to the wall caught his attention then. He stepped over the futon to approach it and stared with shock as he saw it was a missing poster. His own younger, smiling face stared back at him. It was the notice for when he had gone officially missing. The edges were a little charred. The paper was slightly yellowed with age. Izuku lifted it and saw that the wall was a slightly different color behind it. He realized this picture had been hanging up for a while now. Why would Kaken have this hanging up in his room? Kaken avoided everything about Izuku's kidnapping. He had been visibly uncomfortable and silent with the reminders of it that Izuku had seen. Why would he purposely subject himself to seeing that missing poster every day? It was right next to his closet, so he had to see it every morning. The house rattled a bit as the door was thrown open. He could hear Kaken yell out how he was home, and he heard Auntie Mitsuki scream at him back about the door. Izuku only gave it part of his attention while his mind whirled. But Auntie Mitsuki had said that Kaken had been affected by Izuku's kidnapping, to the point that he had fought people over it. He had even continued that when Izuku was back because Izuku had seen him telling people off who had tried to bully him. Kaken had stopped bullying him when Izuku had come back. But that had just been because even Kaken wouldn't be that big of an butt. Right. But what if Kaken had been horrified by Izuku's kidnapping just like everyone else? Wasn't he just avoiding remembering it? After all, Kaken had been the last one to see him that day. Was it guilt? Izuku doubted it. Kaken didn't feel guilt like that. Besides, Kaken had nothing to do with Izuku's kidnapping. And then Kaken had started shoving his way back into Izuku's life. Izuku already knew the reasons, of course. He just wanted to dig out Izuku's secrets. And whatever friendship people were seeing was false. Kaken was purposely making his life harder. The roles felt reversed, and now Izuku was the one who didn't want Kaken near him. It was better if there was distance. Izuku needed to get his mission done without Kaken finding out. But Kaken still had this missing poster hanging on his wall. You just left the futon out. What the FCK? A hole? Clean up after yourself. Izuku blinked a couple of times to leave his own thoughts to find Kaken scowling at the futon still on the ground. He glared at Izuku. Izuku could only stare back. What? Kaken demanded. What the hell are you looking at me like that for? Clean up. Kaken. Izuku had to know. He stepped aside so Kaken could see the poster. Why do you have this? Kaken tensed. His face did that thing where it blanked out in that irritating expression Izuku still didn't know how to read. That softened look that Izuku couldn't understand on Kaken's face. Then it hardened again into a stern glare. What does it matter? He asked defensively. You don't like being reminded. Izuku took off his mask and pointed at the poster. So why is this here? You don't like remembering that year. FCKU. Kaken spat at him and kicked the door shut. Izuku didn't react to it. It's none of your goddamn business. It has my face on it. I think it's my business. Although Izuku felt a bit of a disconnect between that Izuku and who he was now. Continue to spout sit. Go on. He was avoiding answering by getting angry. He didn't want to answer him. Izuku wouldn't get answers out of him like this. He could spout sit, though. He thought about how Kaken had been acting recently. How much nicer he was. They were both playing this game with each other of cat and mouse. But Kaken had backed down yesterday. He never backed down. But he did yesterday. Because he could recognize when Izuku was exhausted. He had seen Izuku have a breakdown before. He had seen how he had been afterwards. He had even gotten Izuku to open up at that time a little bit. Yesterday's behavior was different from the last time a similar situation had occurred. The sleepover had only even happened because of Kaken wanting to force his presence on Izuku to get answers. This time, though, he didn't force any answers. Kaken's behavior had changed towards Izuku in the short time they had been spending time together. Izuku had thought it had been a tactic. Be friendly and get him to open up. Force the secrets out when his guard was down. But Kaken didn't take advantage when his guard had been down. He hadn't used his weakness to his advantage. Not even last night when Izuku had given him another opening by showing his gratefulness. Kaken had left him alone. Kaken had let him recover. Kaken never let anybody recover. Kaken, Izuku whispered and gazed at the missing poster again. He then turned back to Kaken with wide eyes. Are you actually trying to be my friend? Kaken glared, but his scowl disappeared. He was still tense, but not like he had been. His own eyes darted over to the missing poster and back to his face. He said nothing for a time. Izuku couldn't speak either. Finally Kaken bit out with as much reluctance as possible. So, you're just trying to get information out of me, though? Izuku continued quietly. Friends don't do that. Kaken gritted his teeth. You don't want to be my friend. Try again, DCK. Kaken snapped at him. In case you haven't noticed, I'm not trying to get sit out of you because your dumbass won't speak, so you're sneaking around instead. He accused. I'm just picking up what you're putting down. Kaken argued. I'm not an idiot like most of the people around us are. Just because I'm not fooled by your fake bullshit doesn't make me the sneaky BSTRD. That's all you. So why are you hanging around me so much if you're not looking for information and you don't want to be my friend? Izuku stepped closer to him, feeling his own anger rising. Is it because I have a quirk now? Am I suddenly worth your FCking time because I'm not quirkless anymore? Go FCK yourself. Kaken snarled and closed the distance to shove his shoulders. I don't give a shit about that. Oh really? Izuku waved a hand. Because you didn't seem really interested in being near me until you realized I did have a quirk. He scoffed an incredulous laugh. Hell, you thought I was faking this entire time. And then suddenly you started this walking home bullshit after seeing my quirk. And now you're walking to and from school with me every day. And you're trying to force me to study with you. And you want to train with me too. You're acting like we're friends, Kaken yelled. Izuku paused. Is that what you were going to say, Deku? That I'm acting like we're friends? Izuku said nothing. Kaken grabbed the front of his shirt and yanked him closer. He lowered his voice and growled. You listen to me, you dumb piece of shit, because I'm only going to say this once since it seems like it's not getting through to you and I'm not willing to sit here while you accuse me of sketchy bullshit. He pointed at the missing poster. That thing right there is a reminder. Things have changed, and that's the goddamn proof of it. I don't give a shit what you want from me. I don't do friendships. I don't even like people most days. But you need a goddamn friend because you're the biggest FC King garbage fire I've ever seen. But nobody else around you even seems to notice that you're on your guard every day. Nobody but me knows that you're a lying sack of shit, so nobody is going to be your friend because of it. Because friends don't hide that kind of stuff. Kaken released his shirt. Except me. I'm the only one who knows, so I'm the only one you can't lie to. If anyone is going to be your friend, it's me. And you'd better get FC King used to it. Because I ain't going anywhere, Izuku. Izuku could only stare at him with wide eyes. He felt flayed apart and every piece of him ripped open to expose him. Kaken stood there before him and saw through every illusion Izuku had. Because he knew that Kaken was right. Izuku had always needed friends. It was why he had followed Kaken and his friends all of those years. It was why he had been so lonely when they had reached middle school. It was why the villains were able to use Kaken against him. It was why even now Izuku couldn't hate Kaken even after everything. Because whether Izuku liked it or not, Kaken had somehow become his friend when he wasn't looking. His only friend who wasn't insane or a villain. Someone who he didn't have to be as on guard around, even though he still wasn't going to give everything up. But it didn't matter because he was stuck now. Kaken didn't give up, and now he was determined. He couldn't let Kaken know everything, but the younger, still childish part of Izuku was so happy. Izuku could do nothing but cry bittersweet tears, because he finally had Kaken back after so many years. Because Kaken was right. Everything had changed, and Izuku had once again lost another round. Not long after Izuku had finished crying and Kaken had berated him for being a crybaby over stupid sit, both boys ended up sitting down at the table downstairs in an attempt to study again. Izuku had actually just wanted Kaken to tell him everything that he had missed that day in class. But when Izuku couldn't understand how yesterday's lessons had interconnected with Kaken's messy notes, Kaken had forced them into another study session. He hadn't expected anything to really come of it, but Kaken was noticeably easier on him. His patience was still short and he still yelled at Izuku a lot. But it had usually only ended up with Kaken more determined to find a different way to explain the lesson. Izuku would not admit that part of the reason he wasn't understanding was because he was still trying to wrap his mind around their argument earlier and what it meant for their relationship. He still didn't really get Kaken's reasoning behind suddenly wanting to be his friend. He had made it sound like it was because Izuku needed a friend, but Izuku could survive without one. He didn't need emotional support. It's not like he could share his burden anyway. But he had to reevaluate a couple of Kaken's old actions. Some of them made a bit more sense with the new context. But it still left Izuku without answers as to why Kaken wanted to be his friend. He hadn't wanted to be Izuku's friend back before his kidnapping. What was it about his kidnapping made Kaken decide to become his friend again? Why wait so long when Izuku had been back for a year? He still suspected it had something to do with his quirk even though Kaken had denied that. Sometimes Kaken was just too strong to read. The study session didn't go too badly, though. Izuku ended up understanding just a little bit once Kaken had changed tactics a couple of times. He applied some of the concepts to real life and Izuku was able to picture them. With the picture in mind, he could understand better. The breakthrough had been exciting enough that he actually rejected his mother's offer to go home to stay and try to study more. He was eager to see if the tactics would help him. He really needed a new method for studying anyway. His mother had only smiled with joy and allowed him to stay as she went home without him, wishing him good luck in his study. They continued to experiment with older lessons until Auntie Mitsuki ordered dinner, and they all ate together. It was admittedly the happiest Izuku had been in a while. He got to ride the high of not feeling like an idiot and feeling normal for once. He didn't have to even try to put up a front as Izuku came more naturally for him than he was expecting. He only needed to be careful to watch his mouth and act more like Izuku and less like Deku, which was a habit he fell into when he was too comfortable sometimes. It was during dinner Izuku received a text message. He checked it and felt his smile disappear as he saw the coordinates on it. Dread filled his stomach as reality crashed down again on him. He had forgotten to call Shigaraki this morning because he had slept all day. He had been distracted by Auntie Mitsuki and Kaken after that. He had been bad. He hoped he wouldn't be punished. "Who's that?" Kaken asked through his chewing. Izuku blinked and looked up. Kaken motioned to the phone with his chin. "Your mom." Izuku couldn't say it wasn't her. He could still remember Kaken's accusation of him not actually having any real friends. He might not be wrong, but he wasn't correct either. Himiko was his friend, and technically so was Shigaraki and Dabai. But Kaken couldn't be told he was going to hang with Himiko. He was already suspicious of the girl, and Izuku wanted to make sure Kaken forgot her as soon as possible. With her following staying around so much, it was only a matter of time before she became a known villain. With her having been missing for a year, he was surprised she wasn't already. It wasn't like Kaken didn't already know he was a liar, and Auntie and Uncle were still nearby. "Oh," Izuku smiled easily and sent back a quick text to let them know he had seen it. "Yeah, it's my mom. I forgot to tell her I was eating here." Kaken's eyes narrowed angrily. Izuku's smile loosened into a nervous one even though he knew Kaken wasn't fooled. He dared him to call him on his lie. Kaken slammed his spoon down on the table and opened his mouth, but received a sharp rap to the back of the head from his mother. "Be careful, you brat," she snapped at him. "Oh, watch where you're putting your hands, you abusive old hag." Kaken immediately yelled back. "Don't slam your F-seeking hands on the table. Don't slam your F-seeking hands against my head." Both mother and son growled at each other while Uncle Masaru turned to Izuku and asked, "Is it time for you to head back, then?" Izuku nodded. "Thank you for dinner. I'm gonna head out, though." He pushed back from the table. Kaken whirled on him and opened his mouth again to try to call his bluff, but Izuku only ignored him and went to clean his dishware before rushing upstairs. He wanted to be quick so he could check on Shigaraki and maybe get some answers for what the hell happened at the USJ. His phone buzzed again while he was stuffing his backpack with his uniform and double-checking the bedroom for anything he was missing. He eyed the missing poster one more time before he pulled out his phone to go downstairs. "Himiko, we're being called Red Heart, Red Heart, Red Heart, let's meet and go together." Izuku really needed to hurry. He couldn't have Himiko showing up at his house, especially if he wasn't there. It would be just like her to show up right at his front door. He made up a lie to his mother about spending the night again at Kaken's house. He figured that if their parents were going to believe they were proper friends, then he could take full advantage. He only changed into his other outfit before slipping his shoes on by the door and waving as he left. He pulled on his gloves as Deku pushed part of his hair back. It felt nice to be Deku again, to not have to hide behind some kind of front. It was freeing in a way to be Deku because as long as he wasn't around anyone he knew, he could be whoever he wanted to be. It was a freedom he needed after the pressure of being Izuku for so long. He didn't have Kaken on his back. He wasn't having to fake being a hero in front of his classmates. And the only thing he needed to worry about at that moment was Shigaraki. He ended up feeling Himiko's presence before he saw her. It was a snap sensation of pure instinct as he dodged out of the way of a knife flying at him. He spun around to glare into the darkness as he heard Himiko's giggling. Deku went over to pick up the knife embedded into the opposite wall and yanked it out. "You caught me again," Himiko said as she crawled out of darkness. She had BLD on her face, but her eyes held a manic gleam to them. She couldn't stop smiling. Deku would have to be careful with her. "You're usually better than that," he told her, handing her back her knife. She happily stored it up her sleeve and linked her fingers with Deku's. Deku scowled at her and ripped his hand back. "Don't do that. You just tried to hurt me again. You're so much fun to practice with, Deku. You don't die like everyone else does." Himiko wiggled her shoulders in a flirty manner and licked her lower lip. "But you're so much cuter bleeding." Her hand reached up and she brushed her thumb along the scar on his forehead. "Just like then. You have BLD on your face," he told her, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to hand to her. She shrugged and just used her sleeve to wipe it off instead. "Do you think we'll get bloody tonight?" she asked him eagerly. "MSDR called me in as well. I'm so excited. He hasn't given me a mission in a long while. I can tell considering you've been missing." Deku glanced around before ducking into another alley as a shortcut. No train hopping tonight. Kurogiri wanted them there quickly. It was unnerving how close Himiko had been to Deku's apartment. "Have you just been following Stain this entire time?" "Nope." She popped her pea. "That's a newer thing. Only in the last month or so. I'm surprised he's only just starting to be on the news." "Have you been passing any of my information on to him to help him?" he asked, mostly as a way of asking is Stain part of the villain alliance. "No, that's boring." Himiko tried to hold his hand again. Deku pulled his hand back again with a glare. She threw herself at him instead, wrapping her arms around his waist. "It's much more fun to watch him work. You should come with me one night. Come meet Stain, Deku." She nuzzled into his arm. Deku pushed on her head to get her away. Irritated, "Get the FCK off of me, already," he snapped at her. "And I don't want to meet him. I have enough shit going on in my life." "Ew." She released him and stood up quickly with bright eyes. "I can hear it. I can hear Bakun in your voice." Deku's glare sharpened and dropped in temperature. He bared his teeth. "Just because I curse doesn't mean I sound like FC King Kaken. But you do." "Ew. Now I want to hang around with Bakun more. He's an influence on you, Deku. I want to see how much." "Stay the hell away from him or I'll kill you. Burning alive looks like it, SCK." She confessed with a disappointed sigh. Deku snorted at that. He could think of worse ways. But he had seen that fate for himself and had to agree with her. "So, what happened with Tamura's mission?" she asked. "I saw the news, but I don't like watching it. I have a feeling we'll find out soon," he told her. Anxiety bubbled in his gut and he violently bit it back down. Himiko was clinging to Deku's arm as they both exited Kurogiri's warp gate to enter his bar again. It was fuller than usual with not only Shigaraki, but Dabai as well. Himiko let out a little excited squeal at the sight of the latter, releasing Deku's arm to throw her hands up. "Dabai," she cried. "Oh God, you're here too. I should have known." Dabai grumbled around the alcohol he was sipping at. Deku looked him over but noticed that the older man hadn't really changed since he had seen him months ago. He didn't know where Dabai had been either, but it wasn't Deku's concern to keep track of him. Nevertheless, Deku smiled at the sight of him as well. He hadn't seen him in too long. He waved a greeting. "Good evening, Deku," Dabai greeted back as he kicked Himiko away from him. She dodged backwards with a laugh. "You didn't call me," Shigaraki responded with irritation, glaring at him through his hair. He had a bandage around his hand, but otherwise was unharmed. Deku was a little relieved at that. He hadn't been sure if Kurogiri had managed to stop the other bullets from hitting Shigaraki because Deku couldn't get there in time. "I've been sleeping all day," he confessed and took the open seat between Shigaraki and Dabai. He patted the counter and stared Kurogiri down. Kurogiri matched his gaze and waited. He stared longer. Kurogiri didn't move. Deku gritted his teeth and refused to ask, instead looking towards Shigaraki. "I've been watched by someone ever since you guys escaped yesterday. I haven't had the chance to call. I heard Sit went down," Dabai added. "News says most of your army was captured. We didn't care about them." Shigaraki clenched his hand on the counter. "We cared about Namu and All Might. And then Namu went flying." Dabai smirked, leaning forward to look around. "Deku heard whatever that thing was got captured too." "Shut the hell up," Shigaraki snapped at him. "My milkshake." Deku raised a finger at Kurogiri. He was ignored. Deku kicked the wooden bar beneath him and glared. "You didn't even join us, Dabai." Me too, Himiko called, lifting her hand towards Kurogiri. I brought the boys to the bar. It's yard. Dabai drawled at her. And you only brought one boy. Deku added. You were supposed to have been part of that mission, Dabai. Kurogiri informed him. Where were you? I was too far away to arrive in time. Traffic was terrible. Dabai shrugged and took another sip of his scotch. Besides, I didn't feel like getting arrested. You two seemed to have it handled. I wondered why you didn't actually bring anyone decent with you to the fight. Deku eyed the alcohol behind the bar. He might be able to grab some before Kurogiri got him if Himiko distracted him. If he couldn't get a milkshake, he was fine with something heavier. Kurogiri stared him down sternly with narrowed eyes, daring him to try it. Deku didn't even like alcohol anyway. He turned his gaze lazily back to Shigaraki. My reason was obvious and Himiko told me hers. Your mucks were really pathetic. They were a distraction. Shigaraki waved a hand. They were supposed to keep the kids off while we took care of All Might, with orders to kill. Deku pointed out. If the little hero kids died, then who cares? You tried to kill Kaken. Deku bit out, leaning forward angrily. Ooh, not his precious Kaken. Dabai clicked his tongue. Your poor boyfriend almost died. He's not my boyfriend any more than Tamura is yours. Deku glared at him. Shigaraki and Dabai both made disgusted faces at that. Deku grinned mockingly. I met Bakun. Himiko added in. He and Deku are, like, a lot alike. Where is my FC King milkshake? Deku called loudly. Please ask me nicely instead of ordering me. I do not work for you, Kurogiri said. When did you two meet? Dabai asked. I almost got to touch him. Shigaraki added. That sounds so wrong, Tamura. Yeah, don't be a pervert. Himiko agreed, making a face at Shigaraki. Why the FCK would I ask nicely? Deku growled at Kurogiri. You nearly got Tamura killed. Kurogiri reeled back a little, shocked at the accusation. It got the other three to shut up about Kaken quickly. What gives you the right to make such an accusation? The fact that I was there. Deku slapped his hand down on the bar. The moment All Might defeated Namu, you both should have retreated. Because of you, Tamura not only got hurt but almost shot up in other places. Our plan failed because of you and your classmates. Kurogiri shot back. If you had not gotten in the way, we could have done away with Eraserhead at the very least. You didn't exactly tell me your full plan. Deku accused. Maybe give me some idea of what you want me to do instead of leaving me in the dark. Why would you leave one of the only smart people in this hellhole villain association out of the planning stages of an attack? Sounds like an idiotic move, Dabai said. And then he added as an afterthought, sounds like something Tamura would come up with. Shigaraki clenched his fist so strong the knuckles popped. Deku could feel the killing aura coming off of him. Come over here and talk that trash to my face, he warned. It was actually the idea of MSTR, Kurogiri said. Deku, Shigaraki commanded. Deku reached out and slapped Dabai's drink out of his hand, sending it crashing to the floor. Dabai glared at him for the wasted alcohol while Kurogiri sighed in frustration. Deku only smiled. Double revenge. Shigaraki flicked Dabai off. Didn't need to waste perfectly good scotch. I didn't know I had insulted the MSDR. Dabai rolled his eyes. He didn't bother to try to clean up the floor. The plan was still bad to not include Deku. Kurogiri went to go get a broom and dustpan. Himiko immediately hopped the bar and pretended she was Kurogiri, picking up a clean glass and wiping it down with a towel. Deku snickered and ordered a soda instead. Speaking of which, he spun to face Kurogiri as the man came to their side of the bar. What the FCK was that at the USJ? Why did you both let the heroes know that you know me? He demanded. It was also part of MSDR's plan, Kurogiri said. Deku gave him a baffled look. Why would he do that? What was the point of name-dropping Izuku's name? It only made the actions of the villains look even more suspicious. It also gave them a connection to Izuku that shouldn't exist. Kaken was suspicious about it too. It had only enraged the boy. He didn't need more puzzle pieces. In case Namu failed, Shigaraki admitted begrudgingly. What's the plan? Or am I not allowed to know that one either? I doubt we would all be called here for only you to be left out of the loop. Dabai said. Oi, get me another scotch. He called to Himiko. Sir, I need you to ask nicely. Blades seem to find a way into drinks of people who treat me badly. Himiko warned him with a smile. She did spin around to look at the different bottles, though. Do not, Kurogiri called to her. You're not licensed to serve. Oh please, it's not an open bar. Put a blade in my drink and watch as I use it to stab you. Dabai said. There's a lot of stabbing threats going on here tonight, Shigaraki muttered while glaring at his own water. I'd like to see you try. Himiko responded as her smile sharpened cheerfully. Holy shit, Deku growled. I would like someone to answer me please. Himiko, shut up. I love it when you're all commanding. Deku-sama, she smiled and leaned on the counter. FCK off. Can everyone please calm down? This is supposed to be a meeting, not a social gathering. Hirajiri pointedly tossed the broken glass away before going to wash his hands. Himiko scrambled out from behind the bar as Dabai complained about her not getting him his scotch. Which is why I want answers. Deku gritted his teeth in annoyance. He needed to know why MSDR wanted his name out there. He didn't want his name circulating in the media again. He was supposed to be moving past that time in his life when it came to the media. He hated all of the noise and the cameras. Calm down, Deku. Shigaraki crossed his leg and rested his hands on it as he watched Deku with a bit of amusement. We don't know Sensei's plan yet. He hasn't even told me. His voice darkened. The next plan is one that I will make sure you're aware of. Good. Deku nodded. What exactly are we meeting for? Himiko asked. We have a mission for you three. Shigaraki smiled a little. Himiko, Deku, and Dabai all fell silent. They hadn't worked together in a long time on a mission. Deku was glad that he had told his mother he wasn't coming home that night. Izuku woke up suddenly and feeling groggy. The darkness in front of his eyes seemed to swirl, which only set him on edge. He froze and didn't move at all until he could register where exactly he was at. He couldn't see anything in the murky darkness, so he had to rely on his other senses. The room smelled of wood and the thick cloying scent of the bar, which did much to relax Deku a little bit. He was still at the bar then, most likely in the back room considering he could tell he was laying on a bed. However, he could hear breathing in the room other than his own. He had to strain his ears a bit, but he definitely recognized 3 distinct breathing patterns other than his own. There was a warm weight beside him and slung over his waist. Okay, so he was still at the bar and must have fallen asleep on what was probably the spare bed. Someone was laying next to him, and they were too small to be the older men. It had to be Himiko. He didn't bother to look. The others must be Dabai and Shigaraki. He doubted that Kurogiri would be anywhere near them if he could help it, and it wouldn't be the first time the 4 of them had passed out together. Deku inhaled silently and released the air in a soft rush as his heart calmed a bit. He couldn't sense anybody else in the room with him, but that didn't explain what had happened to him. His head was swimming, making him feel like his body was swaying a tiny bit back and forth with each beat of his heart. The edge of a headache loomed but didn't quite manage to start forming in his head. He really had to pee. He sat up slowly and removed Himiko's arm from his waist. He also tossed the blanket further over her when she whined and rolled away from him. It was definitely her. How did he end up in bed with her? Oh God, please no. Deku touched his chest and sighed. He still had a shirt on. It didn't feel like his shirt though. It was too silky. What was he wearing? He couldn't see. Also, was he missing his breath? His legs were definitely bare. He shifted. Nope, that wasn't his underwear. God help him. Okay, first things first. Bathroom. Deku climbed out of the bed and moved on memory to make his way to the door. It was about 2 steps in, and when he had stopped focusing on the way it felt like his brain was sloshing just a little bit in his skull, did he feel the brush of fabric against his thighs, uncomfortably high on his thighs. He felt around his legs and tugged on the hem before understanding with dread that he was wearing a skirt. Worse, it was probably Himiko's skirt. When the hell did he put that on? Okay, so now he knew he wasn't wearing his own clothes. Waking up is appearing to have been his worst idea at the moment. He walked with shame to the bathroom and had to cover his face when he saw the outfit he was wearing and the underwear he had on. He had no idea how he had ended up in girls' clothing, but the underwear was the last straw. This kind of shame only came from one thing. He had no idea when he'd had any kind of alcohol, but it was the only thing he could think of. That, and he must still be a little drunk, considering he hadn't planned on drinking. Someone must have spiked something he drank last night. It was too bad he didn't have any memory of it. He recalled receiving his mission from Shigaraki and then promptly deciding that there wasn't much that he could do at that moment. Shigaraki wanted all of them to recruit villains, a set of people they considered worthy of working together with as an elite group. You mean instead of the trash you sent at USJ? Deku asked. This will be a smaller force, Shigaraki confirmed. Why not just call on your MSDR's forces? Dabai asked with a wave of his hand. He has plenty of connections. Sensei wants me to have a group of my own. Those loyal to me. Does that include us? Himiko asked with a grin. Are we loyal to you, Tamura? I don't really have much of a choice. Deku muttered. No, you don't. Shigaraki grabbed Deku's chin between 2 fingers and tugged him sharply to look him in the eye. The grin on his face was a little twisted as he said, You're mine after all, Deku. You're my most loyal friend. Deku said nothing. There really wasn't much that Deku could do about the villains, though. He didn't have any connections or knowledge of actual strong villains. He had been focused on heroes the past couple of years, so he only knew of the villains that were captured, and if they had been defeated so easily by the heroes, then they weren't worth the time to recruit them. Dabai and Himiko would have to do most of the heavy lifting. I realized this, Shigaraki agreed when Deku pointed out how he didn't know any villains. It wasn't like he had the time to go hunting through the dark for people either. I don't need you for that part. You're going to be our judge of character. They will not even be able to see me until you give the okay, Deku. Anyone you deem unworthy isn't worth my time. Deku had to admit. The trust in him burned hot with pride in his chest. Did he manage to hash out some kind of plan with Himiko and Dabai last night? He couldn't remember it all. He only knew that after the meeting somehow the five of them had agreed to go to dinner. They had gone to some kind of seedy restaurant, which is where Deku's memories started to get a little shoddy. His drink must have been spiked there. He only had hazy memories of going with Shigaraki, Himiko, and Dabai to an arcade as well. From there, his memories ended. Somehow the night had ended with him drunk enough to black out, dressed in women's clothing, and back at the bar. Thank God he lied to his mother about spending the night with Kaken. Deku made his way back to the spare room with no idea what time it could possibly be. The bar's windows were boarded up and all of the lights were off. At what point did Kurogiri abandon them that he hadn't been there to stop things from progressing to this point? What kind of state were the others in? Deku felt around the bed first and procured his phone. To his relief, it still had battery in it. He checked it to find that it was still pretty early in the morning. It was before his alarm would normally go off. Wait, sit, Deku hissed to himself as he did some mental calculations. He needed to somehow make it back to his house before Kaken showed up to walk with him to school, even though he felt like CRP. He was glad he had woken up. At least he had a fighting chance of making it home before then. He turned on the light of his phone and looked around him for his clothing. His spare uniform should be in his backpack if he could figure out where he had left it. He flashed the light over the bed first to see Himiko dressed in his old clothes from last night. The main difference was that the tie was actually tied correctly. Screw her. He really hoped that the underwear he was wearing wasn't hers, but the odds weren't looking good. She was cuddled up to some weird, vampire-looking stuffed bear with bleeding fangs. Deku was struck with the faintest of memories of Shigaraki destroying a UFO catcher machine and stealing the doll for the girl. He had a feeling that wasn't a dream. Deku moved to a different part of the room, still wobbling a little bit. He wasn't sure he liked how vulnerable alcohol made him. He hoped he sobered up properly before he met up with Kaken. He still needed to make some plans with Himiko and Dabai about their mission. How the hell did he end up like this? He found Shigaraki collapsed half on and half off the couch. His lower half was fully on the couch with one of his long legs strung up over the top of the couch. He had mannequin arms duct taped to them, which Deku had to admit was hilarious. He was about to take a picture before he noticed Shigaraki's face. He was wearing his father's hand, but it looked absolutely disgusting. Upon closer inspection, he could smell the lotion he had bought for Shigaraki coating the hand. He gave himself a mental pat on the back for remembering to do that even while drunk. Someone had added a ridiculous-looking face to the back of the hand as well. He was glad he wouldn't be around to see the results of that discovery. Still no backpack, but excellent blackmail material. Deku took a picture and held his breath to see if the flash would wake anyone. It didn't. Speaking of which, he needed to check his phone's pictures to see if there were any pictures from last night. If so, he either needed to delete them or store them where they couldn't be found. Some pictures were worth getting caught over. He kept his search up and came across his bag with Dabai. The man was using it as a pillow where he was dressed in Hawaiian wear. Deku had to squint against the assault of colors on his eyes. What the hell? Did they all rob a clothing store or something? Dabai never wore stuff that bright. And frankly, he was insulted to even see it. He took another picture before pressing a foot to Dabai's side and shaking him. Hey, Deku pressed down and shook him harder. Let go of my backpack. I need that. Dabai blinked, blurry eyes open, and frowned. It took him a couple of moments to gain his bearings before his eyes dropped from Deku's face to his skirt. Deku realized too late that he could see right up the skirt and quickly brought his foot back down to hide everything. Dabai only snorted and smirked at him. Didn't take you for a cross-dresser, Deku. Nice strawberry panties. Didn't take you for a pedophile either. Yet here we are. Deku snarked back, and then aimed a sharp kick into the vulnerable man's stomach. Dabai let out a sharp curse and curled in on himself, allowing Deku to pull his backpack out from under Dabai's head. What the hell, Deku? FC King DCK. That was for FC King spiking my drinks, you DCK. I have school and you were forcing minors to drink. You weren't complaining at the time. Dabai grumbled and sat himself up on one arm. He sounded a lot more sober than Deku felt. I'm still tipsy, a whole. Lucky BSTRD. Where are the others? Still asleep, so lower your voice. Deku stripped off his shirt. Dabai snorted at the matching BR Deku was wearing. Deku quickly pulled that off before Dabai could take his own pictures. He pulled out his undershirt as Dabai snatched his cell phone from him to shine the light around the room. He began snickering to himself as he saw Shigaraki. Please tell me you got a picture of this. Feel free to text it to yourself. Deku responded as he finished pulling on the top half of his uniform. He pulled off the skirt and panties with great disgust and pulled on a pair of boxers blind while Dabai was turned away. He didn't care if he had them on backwards or not. He noticed the light pointed at the floor as Dabai texted himself. Do you remember anything from last night? Deku asked as he pulled on his breath. I blacked out thanks to you. Yeah, I still remember because I'm not a lightweight like you three. FCK off. Where was Kurogiri? Gave up after we left the restaurant and heard we were going to the arcade. Figured we would be fine. Kurogiri had made a terrible decision. He would be PSS when he saw this. That also meant the man wasn't anywhere in the bar. Deku was going to have to travel by foot and train back to his apartment. He would barely have time. You'll need to catch me up later. Deku stumbled and fell, but caught himself on the arm of the couch. He really didn't like feeling tipsy. He felt weak and exposed. He had to hurry. That, and we need to actually discuss our mission. That seemed to sober Dabai up a little bit. Yeah, we do. Meet tonight. I can't do much on school nights. Deku yanked on his backpack and reached for his phone. He turned off the light, plunging them into darkness. He left his borrowed clothing on the floor. If we're going to do anything, it needs to be on the weekend. I don't have a reasonable excuse for being out all night on school nights. Oh, that's right. You were telling me you were in that hero school UA. His voice was laced with contempt. Deku opened the door to head back into the bathroom. Dabai followed him and leaned against the door frame as Deku attempted to fix his mess of hair. He wished that he had a toothbrush as well, but he had forgotten it. How did that happen? He wouldn't go into details last night since we were out in public. It was my plan. Deku twisted a curl back from his head and then straightened bits and pieces of the hair. It fell back again over his scar. He shook his head a bit, spying for the enemy. Fun, Dabai drawled. You need to catch me up as well. Where have you been, anyway? Deku asked before dipping his hands under running water to finally rinse the dryness out of his mouth. He would grab a bottle of water from the bar before he left too. He slipped forward and almost slammed his head against the mirror while leaning down and cursed in irritation as he straightened himself. I've been planning the UA invasion since I had been returned from MSDR's training. After all, it's the only reason I got out of there. I'm not kept on a leash like you three are to your MSDR. Dabai reminded him. I was around. Deku rolled his eyes and then frowned. He looked Dabai in the eyes and asked, why do you bother coming back, then? If you have the option. Dabai tucked his hands into his stupid board shorts pockets. His eyes were shrewd as he said, because I want to. It wasn't an answer and both of them knew it. Dabai, of the four friends he had with these villains, was definitely the most conniving. Deku had great respect for his ability to form and implement plans. If MSDR had managed to get a hold of him, Deku was sure that Dabai would be the one who was Shigaraki's second in command, not him. Deku also envied his ability to come and go as he pleased. He may be part of the villain alliance, but he wasn't under MSDR's control. It was a position to covet. Deku could tell that Dabai was watching him closely. Now wouldn't be the time to ask the question he really wanted to ask the man. So instead he pushed past him to go grab the water bottle. Have fun dealing with the hangovers of the other two. And Kurogiri. Dabai frowned at the door to the back room. I'm gonna be out of here before Kurogiri shows up. He looked to Deku. We'll plan later, then. Yeah, I still know your number. I'll call you sometime soon. Deku twisted open the water bottle and double-checked the time. He needed to leave immediately. He headed for the door and chugged some of the water. You and Himiko know about the villains around better than me. Start thinking and we'll go hunting together. Himiko seemed pretty set on this Stain guy. Yeah, Deku had been considering him as well. He supposed that it was about time he met the villain. If he had been good enough to get even Himiko to change whatever her opinion had been about heroes, then he was definitely worth looking into. Deku was curious to talk to him anyway. He's on the list, and she's already an expert at finding him. She's a stalker, you mean? Dabai responded blandly. Don't point out the obvious. Deku snarked before he shut the side door to exit the building. He had to turn his attention to school. Izuku managed to arrive home in time for the sun to be rising. Kaken would be showing up soon. Izuku could only thank whatever kind of being there was above that for once things were going his way. Although he did end up vomiting into the bushes after running while his world was spinning. The vomit was an oddly bright color that told some kind of story of what he had ingested last night, considering he had a bit of time to spare and because now not only did his mouth taste disgusting but also smelled disgusting. Izuku went to the closest convenience store and purchased a light breakfast. He felt significantly better after eating and drinking another bottle of water as he watched the morning news on the television in the corner. There was a report of a store that had caught fire the night before as well as questions about the disappearing glass at an arcade machine a few towns over. Deku couldn't help his amusement. He wondered if it was him or Dabai that had burned down the clothes store as he made his way back to his apartment. Kaken was standing there waiting for him. The look on his face was priceless. He almost seemed offended. You look like Sid. Again, maybe that's just my default look. Izuku suggested as he rubbed his eyes and finished off his water. He stuffed the bottle into his backpack. Are you doing that late night training bullshit again? Kaken demanded as they both began their walk towards the school. No, he was actually telling the truth this time. Kaken still eyed him with irritation as if he was lying. You're going to get your butt beat in training if you keep coming to school like you're drunk on exhaustion. He warned. Izuku doubted that. Even at 20% he was still better than 90% of his class. He knew this for a fact. He'd had enough time to judge everyone's abilities. I'll be more careful. He tried to promise but knew it was a rather hopeless cause, especially since he would be spending the weekend with the villains. He would have to find a way to convince his mother to let him spend the night with one of the hero friends she had yet to meet. It had been risky claiming he had stayed at Kaken's last night. His luck was holding out for now, but he knew it was a matter of time before that ran out. He had never been a lucky person. They both fell silent as Izuku allowed Kaken to naturally pull ahead and walk in front of him. It seemed that Kaken had reached the limit of his vocal worry for Izuku, so there was nothing left to say between them. If Kaken really was trying to be his friend, though, he wasn't very good at it. Izuku was hesitant, but he wasn't fully against the idea of being friends with Kaken again. He could still remember days of buying hero cards and exploring in the woods when they were younger. He wondered if maybe there would come a day he could go shopping at a mall or go to an arcade with Kaken like he'd done with Shigaraki and the others just last night. Well, except without all of the damage. So Izuku glanced at Kaken and ducked his head a little bit. Call it what little liquid courage he had left in his system, but he wanted to try. So he asked quietly, "So, what was that movie poster you had on your wall?" Kaken eyed him from the corner of his eye, glancing back at Izuku as Izuku trailed after him. The boy then spun around and planted his feet in annoyance. "If you're going to talk to me, then you'd better FC King come over where I can hear your mumbling, Deku." Izuku blinked, but then did move to stand beside Kaken. The boy clicked his tongue and started off again. This time Izuku kept pace with his thug walk. Kaken had stuffed his hands in his breath again. "Now what did you say?" Kaken snapped when Izuku didn't repeat himself immediately. Izuku let out a squeak at the snap, but Kaken swatted at him with a bark of, "Stop your fake sit." Izuku would have to think on it later, but maybe he had exposed too much of the gaps between his facades to Kaken if he could notice even that had been forced. For now, he hit him back in the shoulder and glared. "I asked what the movie on your wall was about. I haven't seen it." He dropped his irritation and asked with honest curiosity, "Is it good?" "Of course it's FC King good. I wouldn't have the poster if it wasn't." "So what happens in it?" The rest of their walk to school was spent with the two of them discussing movies. It was honestly the most normal conversation he'd had with Kaken in years. Midoriya. His name was called the moment he walked through the door to the classroom, still finishing up a furious debate over what genre of movie was superior to the other with Kaken. He had to bite back the snap of irritation at being interrupted mostly because Kaken was wrong and Izuku needed to lay down the reasons why even though Kaken was getting just as riled up next to him. He had to remind himself that he was back in the presence of others and Izuku wasn't like that. Izuku didn't get so worked up. He had to pull on Izuku again properly. "You're back," Uraraka called cheerfully, rushing up to him with a joyful clap of her hands. "Oi!" Kaken sent a swift kick to his butt, sending him stumbling forward. Uraraka had to dodge out of the way as Izuku allowed himself to fly to the ground with a groan. Kaken made sure to stomp down near Izuku's face as he yelled, "I'm not done with you yet." "Kaken, we're in class," Izuku argued, pulling himself to his feet. "Bakugou, stop it," Ida called, jumping in between the two fighting boys. Kaken just leaned around, too worked up to be talked down yet even as Ida waved a strict chopping hand in his face. "You honestly think your sit opinion is better? I quote I'll kill you. What were you two talking about?" Kaminari pushed his way into the conversation. Asui drifted close as well with a curious finger to her lips. Izuku was pleased to see both of them looked better than the last time he had seen them. Izuku laughed and scratched the back of his head before fiddling with his fingers. "It was nothing important." "Deku," Kaken yelled, small explosions popping in his hands. Izuku sent him a nervous look before choosing to ignore him. He still needed to figure out how to interact with Kaken now that his acting had been properly exposed. Instead he turned back to his friends while Kirishima made his way over to Kaken. Maybe he had really made a friend too. "It's good to have you back, Deku-kun," Uraraka said with a bright smile. Maybe she had gotten too used to Kaken too. "We were worried when you didn't come back to school yesterday." "Oh, really?" Izuku asked, honestly surprised as the couple of classmates nodded around him. His old classmates at best tolerated him and at worst despised him. It was strange to experience actual companionship with his classmates. He would have to think about it more later. "We tried to ask Bakugou, but he kept telling us to mind our own business and shut up," Asui said. Izuku gave a sheepish smile and nod. That sounded like Kaken. He appreciated his privacy being kept, though. "He's not a very agreeable guy, is he?" "FCKU, I can be agreeable," Kaken yelled. Izuku felt a genuine grin on his face then. Kaken being teased by someone was a new experience. His old classmates had either adored Kaken or put up with his tendencies. None had dared to tease him if only because he was clearly the top dog of the class and eventually the school. To think that he would get to see this in real life was amazing. Also, it was so worth teasing him about again later. Aizawa-sensei had yet to return to class either and that worried Izuku. His injuries were definitely bad, but were they so bad that Recovery Girl couldn't heal him? Even All Might had been healed by the woman, although he was still walking around with bandages. Izuku had seen him only in passing with one of the senior classes outside of the window while he had been SWCH classes. He'd had to lock away the emotions his full, heroic form had invoked in him. They were things that he both couldn't and didn't want to process. All Might's secret was now another burden on Izuku's plate, and he had been steadfastly avoiding it. If he had to be honest with himself, that was probably part of the reason he had been fine with drinking the night before, even if he didn't remember it. There was just too much he could do with knowing who All Might really was. They were revelations that only pressed down harder on him the longer he thought of it. He had training with All Might that day, considering all of the teachers were filling in for Aizawa-sensei's absence. Izuku had to mentally prepare himself while he had gathered his things to go eat lunch. He would rather wonder to himself if Kaken would sit with them for lunch again with the new information about his friendship. Midoriya. Izuku looked up to see Uraraka and Ida waiting patiently for him, but they weren't looking at him. He turned his head to spy Zero standing next to him instead. He had a smile on his face like usual, but he seemed a little confused and nervous. "Yes?" Izuku asked. Zero pointed behind him to the classroom door. I think All Might is looking for you." Izuku's eyes immediately darted to the door, and he let out a yelp of surprise to see All Might peeking around the corner of the door frame and holding a bento. All Might." Izuku scrambled out of his chair as his heart went into hyperdrive in his chest. He had so many questions running through his mind, but the blinding one was the question of why All Might was acting like a high school girl waiting for her crush. It was a ridiculous thought, mostly because he had bigger concerns if All Might was calling him out. "Sorry, Uraraka. Ida, I'd better go," he told his friends. "No worries." Uraraka waved him off. "Go, Midoriya. It must be important if All Might is calling you." Ida agreed. Izuku would rather just spend lunch with them. He really wished that he could just feel normal for one day, especially a day he could remember. So Izuku finished gathering his stuff and approached the door. He caught Kaken watching him with a frown on his face, but nobody stopped him as he exited the classroom. All Might gave him a bright, cheerful salute as he called, "Good afternoon, Midoriya, my boy. Would you mind accompanying me for lunch?" If he was still bandaged up and damaged, Izuku didn't know. He hid it under his usual school suit and he didn't show any signs of pain. Izuku gave him a shaky smile as his trembling added to the appearance of being nervous. He tried to look as starstruck as he still kind of felt in the face of his hero and drew upon it. Izuku still adored All Might even through everything. "Why, yes." He cleared his throat and looked around at a couple of the passing looks he got. He lowered his voice and nodded quickly. "I'll eat lunch with you." All Might's smile didn't change as he motioned and said, "Wonderful. Follow me, then." They ended up going to one of the teachers' lounges, separated from the noise and the passing of students. There Izuku could only start as before his eyes All Might deflated in a poof of steam and smoke into the thin skeleton he remembered. Any errant wishes for his memories of post-USJ to be wrong instantly evaporated. He supposed that would be just too easy. All Might sighed in relief and massaged the place where his neck met his shoulder. "Thank you for joining me, young Midoriya. I had looked for you yesterday, but you weren't in class." The unspoken worry in the man's tone was obvious. Every syllable hit Izuku's body like arrows and stuck uncomfortably to his skin. He shifted with honest nerves, avoiding the man's shadowed gaze. "Yeah, I needed rest after everything. For the best." All Might nodded. It felt wrong to think of him as All Might in this form, though. "You look a bit better, at least." Izuku smiled awkwardly and didn't respond. The atmosphere was filled with unsaid words that neither male knew how to even begin to voice. Izuku knew that All Might had called him there for a reason, but he didn't know what it could possibly be. Nothing good, he was sure. With the way their last conversation had ended, he would probably be asked about his past. Izuku wanted to just run away, but at the same time this was an opportunity. He could learn more about All Might, become close to the hero and figure out more of his secrets. Why he was able to transform like that. Get more information on this all-for-one villain and the fight the two had experienced. If it was so drastic that All Might had to cover it up, it had to be important. Could Deku maybe get All-for-One to join their group? It was a terrifying possibility. Did Shigaraki or Dabai know about who that person was? The silence dragged on for too long and Izuku began to sweat. All Might eventually cleared his throat and tried again. "You seem nervous, my boy." "Is it?" He stopped, apparently reluctant to call attention to arguably the second biggest secret that Izuku had to carry against his cess. He tried something different. "Are you better?" "Huh?" Izuku asked with a frown, startled. All Might sighed a little. Izuku's need to run increased. "This is going badly," the man muttered to himself. Then, louder, he said, "I brought you here to apologize." "Huh?" Izuku asked again, even more baffled than before. What did All Might have to apologize to him about? The other day was stressful for everyone involved. Understatement. Izuku thought. "But I feel it was made more so for you by me." He scratched his hair with a grimace. Admittedly, it was for me as well, but that's beside the point. You were extremely distressed before we had even began discussing my situation but I think I made it worse when we began to discuss her past. You had frightened quite badly, my boy, when Tsukachi-kun appeared and fled. Who? Oh, the police officer. As her teacher, I should have realized when it was too much, so I wanted to apologize. You. Izuku shook his head quickly. You don't have to apologize. It wasn't your fault. Everything that happened was my fault, he wanted to say but managed to hold his tongue. Instead, he gestured with his hand as if it was all just circumstance instead of taking any of the guilt onto himself. His smile was wan as he added, but yeah, it wasn't fun. All Might huffed a small laugh. No, it certainly wasn't. So, are you feeling any better? Izuku gave a dismissive shrug. I'm used to stress. You shouldn't be. All Might told him gently, and Izuku instinctively recoiled at the sound. It's fine. Izuku smiled more. I just needed some rest. All Might was a strong man to read, Izuku decided. His face didn't change very much whether as his hero form or this skeleton form. Izuku wasn't sure what kind of response he had elicited as All Might watched him. Then, the man finally began. Allow me to ask you a question. Oh, but first, All Might reached for the large bento that Izuku had actually forgotten about in the wake of the awkwardness and discussion. All Might untied the cloth around box and opened it up to a small feast of simple foods. Please eat. I'm taking you away from lunch after all. Isn't this yours, though? Izuku asked with worry. His stomach did rumble a bit. I was hoping to catch you, so I made more than necessary. I don't eat very much anyway since. He trailed off with a vague motion to his stomach. Izuku sobered a bit as he remembered the damage to All Might. He remembered Naomu sinking his claws into the man's sides. He must have been in agony and had still persevered. He was reminded of his admiration of the man in front of him again. Thank you. Izuku picked up the offered chopsticks and gave his thanks before beginning to eat little by little. All Might seemed a little relieved to see it. After he ate a couple of pieces of meat, he prompted All Might to continue. Young Midoriya, if you are fine with it, I wanted to ask you some more about the villains who took you. Izuku froze and stared at All Might with wide eyes. The understanding that All Might was just another person who held more information than Izuku felt safe with revealing came crashing down on him again. That was now 3 people outside of the villains who had knowledge that Izuku remembered more than he had let on. He was still conflicted that he could trust the man in front of him. Deku put his guards up again swiftly, sitting up a bit straighter. Why do you want to know? All Might held up his hands placatingly. I wish to help you, he said with a tentative voice that Izuku recognized that his therapist used sometimes when Izuku got a little riled up. It was a sign that he was being out of character. He tried to reel it back in. All Might explained. You said that the true villain that had captured you is still out there. We can change that. No, you can't. How? Deku asked. I don't know their name. You don't? All Might asked with surprise. And then he frowned. Why did you ask me for a name, then? Deku held himself stiffly. Is this an interrogation? No, young Midoriya, he assured him quickly. Deku gripped the edges of the bento box. He could feel the wood of the chopsticks straining a bit. How would you begin to capture a villain that could be long gone? He asked seriously. I've been back for almost 2 years. The villain may not even be in this country. There's no point. But they could still be. All Might countered with caution. He could tell that Deku was on edge again. Deku had to fight against the urge to narrow his eyes and yank more at Izuku and his comfortable cloak. He was not Deku right now, even though he had fallen into his habits out of defense. It doesn't hurt to look. I don't know their name. Deku repeated. I never knew the name. Did you meet them yourself, then? Deku filled his mouth with food to avoid answering. What was the name they gave you, then? It felt like an interrogation. Deku wanted out of there. He wouldn't gain the upper hand this way. He couldn't even begin to flip the tables because Izuku was too nervous. It would be suspicious if he started asking his own questions. The conversation needed to end as soon as possible. I never got a name. I only called them MSDR. All Might looked grim and alarmed. Deku finally stood and left the rest of the food on the table. His smile was pleasant, but tense. I'm sorry, All Might, but I don't want to talk about it anymore. I never have. All Might was watching him, but it was with a shrewd and gentle look in his sunken eyes. Deku couldn't sense any malicious intent from him. And that was honestly scarier than if he had actually been interrogated. All right, then we'll leave the subject. All Might agreed with a nod. Deku itched to get out of there. I didn't mean to make your lunch unpleasant. We can discuss other things. He motioned to the food and offering. You can ask me some questions instead, if you'd like. I'm sure you have some. Izuku was reluctant to leave even if he was nervous. His first thoughts were to question more about the villain he had faced, to ask him about his wound and his powers. But his next thoughts were much more innocent as all of his childhood dreams returned to him. Greatest enemy or not. This was still All Might he was talking to, and there was a lot he could ask. There was a lot he definitely wanted to ask. So Izuku sat back down and shyly began to ask him some of the burning questions he'd always had when he was little. He wanted to know about the hero's life and some of the choices he had made in his battles. He could tell his questions had honestly surprised All Might, especially as his inner fanboy began to strengthen with excitement at the answers he received. It was enough so that Izuku could tell he was making the other man a bit uncomfortable, but Deku kind of thought he deserved a little bit of revenge. They spent the rest of the lunch talking about this. Izuku's trembling gradually came back to him as he relaxed and gladly let their previous conversation drift away. He realized too late that he had forgotten to ask about All for One and about All Might's quirk by the time the bell rang to dismiss him. It was a pity, and one that Deku scolded himself heavily for. It was his mission, after all, to study heroes and their weaknesses, analyze them and report back to Shigaraki and MSDR. All Might had to be defeated. But Izuku ignored that and left with a light heart and his mind brimming with the new information. None of it would be useful for the villain alliance, but it would be good for future strategies and his books on All Might. He couldn't wait to write all of it down in his notebooks. It left him feeling rather excited for the rest of his day at school. He hoped that the practical training for the afternoon would require some actual battle because he really felt like stretching his muscle. The day ended without any more incidents. Izuku was glad to return home and already had plans for what he needed to do for the night. This time he was expecting Kaken as the boy stood from his own desk and hovered impatiently in front of Izuku's desk. Izuku studied him surreptitiously as he gathered his books into his bag. Now that he thought about it, Kaken waiting for him was definitely unusual. The old Kaken would have probably just gone on ahead without him. It was odd that Izuku had now grown used to Kaken waiting for him. It wasn't unpleasant. Izuku took the time to say goodbye to his friends before he and Kaken departed together. Neither of them spoke as they traveled through the crowd of students flowing down and out the front doors. There were some students out front that seemed to be advertising various after-school activities and clubs. Izuku eyed them with wistfulness as he considered what he might have done in another lifetime. He had always been part of the Going Home Club through middle school because nobody had wanted a quirkless person in their clubs. Also, he had preferred to go find scenes of heroes and villains facing off. Actually, he probably still would have done that in high school. It was something he still wanted to do. A leg whipping out and kicking him behind his thighs caused Izuku to yelp and snap out of his contemplation. He nearly stumbled from the force of it as he turned a shocked glare at Kaken. The boy had a devious grin on his face that suited his angry features. Kaken, why? Izuku demanded as he rubbed at his thighs. Pay attention when I speak, Kaken commanded, as if Izuku was his to command. Izuku bit his tongue because he was still too close to the school and pouted instead. I asked you a question. What did you ask, then? Stop making me repeat myself all the goddamn time. Kaken continued to fume, clearly in some kind of snit. You're just FC King Deku. Izuku gritted his teeth at that. Kaken didn't know what those kinds of words did to him. Then why don't you speak clearer? Deku snapped back in irritation. Kaken appeared a little stunned before he reared on Deku and pulled him close by his tie. What the FCK did you say to me? He growled dangerously. I said. Deku repeated himself slowly as he tilted his head to the side. His hair shadowed his wide eyes as he said, clear the sit that you like to spout so much out of your mouth and speak clearer. Huh, you've got some goddamn nerve, Kaken shouted, but he released Deku suddenly as if burnt. Deku spotted some of the usual tells of Kaken wanting to attack him like he did everyone else who talked to him like that. The shaking fists, the tension in his jaw that was so strong that his nerves were clear against his skin, and the flexing of his right arm wanting to swing. But Kaken's face was doing something complicated, like he didn't know whether to attack or not. Like he didn't know how to react to the sudden change in Izuku. It was hilarious to Deku. Izuku decided to pull back again. He frowned with disgruntlement at himself for snapping at Kaken. He didn't understand why he had reacted so viciously and defensively at Kaken calling him Deku. Kaken always called him Deku. It had gotten on his nerves this time. Maybe he was getting a little too comfortable with Kaken, but that didn't warrant having to pull on Deku's defensive armor in his own anger. Perhaps it was a bad habit. Either way, he needed to calm down. Kaken had seen through his mask. But that didn't mean he would be allowed to meet all parts of Izuku. The less he saw of Deku, the better. Kaken didn't even need to meet Deku, with the exception of occasionally putting him in his place. At some point Kaken's unusual unwillingness to punch him would run dry. Izuku was sure. He doubted there was much he could get away with as Kaken's friend. Sorry, Izuku somewhat reluctantly murmured. That was harsh. Kaken's jaw worked against the words he was clearly trying to form. They had both pulled to a stop on a side street that didn't have many people passing by. Izuku fiddled with the strap of his backpack nervously, glancing at Kaken to see his reaction before looking down. Kaken finally reached forward to grab Izuku's hair roughly and shake him before pushing him away. Izuku yelped at the pain and blinked back the automatic tears as he rubbed his sore head. Kaken was already turning away from him and storming away. It wasn't his outrage stomping, but rather just his normal irritated slump. Whatever, he grumbled. and louder. When Izuku hurried to follow along, feeling a swirl of complicated emotions in his chest at Kaken's reaction, I asked you what All Might wanted with you earlier. At lunch. Oh, that was an obvious question. Honestly, Izuku was rather surprised nobody had asked him before while they had been changing. He supposed it had to do with him not having really talked to anyone that day. He had been too busy riding the high of chatting with All Might as a hero. What did you talk about? His career, Izuku admitted freely, and was relieved that he could say it with full honesty. A smile slipped onto his face. I got to ask him all kinds of questions. Kaken, you remember the things we used to talk about as kids? I wrote some of them down and remembered them. I can answer some of those questions for you if you want. Kaken scoffed. I don't give a shit. I'm going to be better than All Might anyway. I don't need to hear about him. I thought you were still his fan too, Izuku asked, a little surprised. Hadn't he seen some All Might merch in Kaken's room too? Kaken turned his head away sharply in disgust. I grew out of that. Why? Shut up already. Kaken barked at him instead, which only made Izuku curiouser. Don't be like that, he admonished. Tell me, why the FCK would I do that? Huh. There's nothing to tell anyway, dipshit. You're always trying to get stuff out of me. Maybe it's my turn to return the favor. And you answer precisely jackshit of my questions. Get your head out of your butt already. Izuku noticed that Kaken seemed to insult him more and get more defensive when there was something significant he wasn't telling him. Was it something maybe related to the missing poster? Related to Izuku's kidnapping? It caused Izuku to come up short at the idea. That couldn't be it, right? He couldn't even begin to comprehend that. Don't stop in the middle of the road or I'm leaving your butt behind. Kaken yelled at him as he entered the train station and scanned his Suica card. Izuku scrambled to follow after him and discarded the idea that had been forming. Chances were that Kaken had really just outgrown his love of heroes that Izuku hadn't managed to completely escape. Kaken was already looking forward to the future when he would be a better hero. Izuku was still struggling in the present. He supposed that he would always be the one trailing after Kaken. It was either that, or he would have to forge an entirely new path. Both possibilities were too terrifying for him to contemplate and far too heavy for his gaze. Izuku spent the ride on the train sitting and writing notes from his talk with All Might in his notebook. Kaken didn't seem keen to talk about All Might anymore, and Izuku wasn't willing to wait anymore, so their conversation ended there. He wrote absolutely everything that he could remember down, including some observations he had made as well. Obviously, he wasn't going to write about All Might's weakened state in public. But he did make other observational notes, such as his inability to read the man very well besides basic expressions. Was All Might going to continue to try to chat with him? Izuku doubted that their conversation was completely over. All Might was a hero first, after all, and Izuku was a key witness and victim. Izuku would have to make sure to play up his more paranoid and nervous traits in front of the man so that he wouldn't ask so many questions. All Might seemed hesitant to stress Izuku out too much. It was better for him to think that Izuku was too scared to even try to find the villain who had captured him. He had a means of escape to use whenever he needed to in case All Might pressed too much or Izuku couldn't maintain his persona in front of his hero. However, he didn't want to scare All Might off. Not completely, anyway. If All Might wanted to spend time with him because All Might was his teacher and wanted to care for his student, then Deku would have to take advantage. He could play up his nervous Izuku self, but also try to wiggle some answers out of All Might in return. He still wanted to know more about the other evil villain. After all, he wanted to know what had defeated All Might. He would have to sneak back at least a little information to his MSDR to satisfy him, considering he was supposed to be spying on all of his teachers, after all, especially All Might. But he needed to know all of the information first. He could filter his information as he needed from there. Boy, Kaken nudged him in the ribs, causing Izuku to sit straight up in surprise. He fumbled his notebook before catching it and slamming it closed as his heart raced in his chest. He stared at Kaken with wide eyes. Had Izuku been writing his train of thoughts in the book? He couldn't remember. Had Kaken seen? What did he want? What? Kaken rolled his eyes in annoyance at the antics and pointed at the notebook. When did you stop your muttering? What? That was honestly one of the last questions he was expecting. He had to screech his brain to a stop and back up quickly. What did I just get done talking to you about with the repeating of sit? No, I heard you. Izuku shook his head and finally got his brain on track. I don't know. Don't. Yes, you do, Kaken denied, but it wasn't with his typical anger. He had that face on again. Izuku was starting to connect that face to what Kaken might be thinking about now. He only wore it whenever he thought he was touching upon possible information that happened during Izuku's kidnapping, or something relating to it. The Kaken that could use that voice and have such a gentle expression might be one that Izuku could begin to believe was his friend, even as he cringed a little away from it. Izuku was also starting to find by the pain in his chest that he might be a little weak to it. He weighed his options and decided he wasn't releasing anything crucial to the puzzle as he confessed quietly, I had to stop muttering. It would make them angry. It made me a target. He didn't have to explain who they were. Kaken continued to stare at him, but Izuku had to turn his gaze away to look out of the window. It caused him to miss the stricken expression that crossed Kaken's face. In the silence that fell between the two of them after his statement, Izuku packed away his notebook. By the time he had looked up again from his bag, Kaken was climbing to his feet while the train came to their stop. Izuku followed the boy off and into their station. The crowd was thinning when Kaken asked, "Do you want to go to my place or yours for homework?" It sounded forced and awkward coming from him. Izuku wondered just how off-kiltered the other boy felt. Still, he admired Kaken for trying despite it. He was nothing if not stubborn and determined. "Oh, I can't today," Izuku said, glancing at his phone. He hadn't received any text messages today. He would have to call Shigaraki and Dabai later to check in with them. He also needed to think about which hero he needed to research next. Maybe MSDR would have an opinion. "I have to go to therapy today." Kaken scratched at the back of his head, baring his teeth at some thought. He muttered something that Izuku couldn't catch and finally just sighed. Whatever thought had been rolling around his head he decided not to voice. They went their separate ways when they arrived at Kaken's house, but Izuku's thoughts didn't leave the boy. Kaken had said that the missing poster was a reminder that things had changed. Why did it bother Kaken so much when Izuku brought up little things though? He didn't think his lack of muttering was such a big deal, but Kaken looked bothered by it. He had reacted similarly about his toes and now about his therapy too. He really didn't understand Kaken. The next day he was grabbed at school before class began by Todoroki. The boy had called his name and approached him, which was surprising in and of itself. Todoroki always felt like a separate entity of the classroom. He was very aloof. Izuku wondered if it was because his father was a pro hero that he was unaffected by all of the hero training. He had probably received some when he was younger. "Good morning, Todoroki," he greeted with a smile. Kaken made an irritated noise and brushed past Izuku roughly. Izuku ignored him. He didn't understand Kaken's problem with Todoroki. Todoroki eyed Kaken briefly as the boy plopped down in his desk before returning his gaze to Izuku. "I wanted to ask you again about the training." "What? Oh sit." Izuku had forgotten about that. He could barely remember Todoroki talking to him before Izuku had gone home with Uncle Masaru and Kaken. "Oh, that." His smile turned a little strained as sweat broke out on his skin. I still don't think I can help. We haven't had the chance to really go all out in class." Todoroki continued despite Izuku's protests. "If it was a fluke, then we can ignore it. However, I want to test myself against you. I think training will help both of us, Midoriya." He was really serious and Izuku was starting to get legitimately nervous. If Todoroki was going to actually fight him, then things would get rough. He was one of the people Izuku had decided he would need more than 20% to defeat. "Whoa," Kirishima called and practically vaulted over the desks to scramble over to Izuku and Todoroki. He was lucky Ada wasn't there yet to yell at him. "I heard training in Midoriya. I mean if Midoriya is doing some training." "Back up, city hair," Kaken growled as Izuku began to feel very cornered. He now had someone on every side of him. "Deku's not training with anyone but me." "Oh come on, Bakugou. You can share him," Kirishima complained. I didn't agree to Izuku tried, but Todoroki interrupted to address him directly. "I have already begun to fill out the rental form for the gym for training practice. If you can give me a date and a time, I can finish it." "Well, wait a minute, Todoroki. I'm coming too. I'll make some time for whenever you guys decide. I want to learn some of those sick moves you have, Midoriya." "Kirishima, Deku, I swear to God if you train with these a-holes when you said no to me then I'll LFCKING kill you," Kaken yelled, kicking over his desk and jumping to his feet. A number of the classmates around them were watching now as all three boys closed in on Izuku. Izuku could only hold up his hands as a flimsy defense. "I can't teach anything," he protested again. "Your reaction times," Todoroki tried, but his voice was barreled over by Kaken's declaration of, "I want to see your real skills, Deku. Show me your goddamn training." Todoroki glared a little at Kaken, but Kaken only flicked him off. "The Parker," Kirishima added enthusiastically. Izuku was realizing that he didn't have a choice in the matter. He was far too busy to train with anyone. He couldn't even use his full skill like Kaken was implying he wanted. Izuku was stuck at a handicap, but he knew he wouldn't be left alone, especially now that the others wanted his time and attention as well. Kaken was like a shark with BLD in the water, and Todoroki was even being surprisingly insistent. Izuku wouldn't be able to say no. He wasn't the type to do so, and he didn't have a legitimate excuse. After all, he was a hero that was both trying to make friends and to get better. He was supposed to be a beginner who could use all of the training he could get. It was something to take advantage of. Well, if anything, he would get to see his classmates' quirks up close and personal, maybe learn a trick or two along the way. He needed to study Kaken's new moves anyway since he had only seen bits and pieces in training. Kirishima could use some help as well that Izuku was sure he could provide. And he also had a theory that he wanted to test with Todoroki. He supposed it wouldn't hurt too much. He had time to kill until tomorrow anyway, when he would be going to be with the villains for the weekend. He didn't know what his schedule would look like next week. Okay, he finally agreed. I can do it if it's today. He highly doubted that they would be able to get it, though. Todoroki nodded. I'll put in the form, then. Oh my god, I can't believe he managed to reserve a training ground on such short notice. Deku murmured in disbelief next to Katsuki as the two of them arrived at one of the various training grounds across the school. They were the last two to arrive because Deku had been dragging his feet after the bell had rung for the day. Katsuki had attempted to hurry his butt up, but Deku could be a stubborn DCK. Now they stood with city hair and half out on one of the training grounds, dressed in their gym uniforms once again. Katsuki couldn't help his eager grin as he stretched his arms and legs. He had been waiting impatiently all day for this, the moment half and city hair had managed to convince Deku to do some training. He was still kind of irritated that it took their pressure as well to get the other boy to cave. But at least they had succeeded in helping Katsuki get what he had wanted. There you are, Midoriya. City hair greeted with his stupid enthusiasm and a wave. I was thinking you were gonna skip out on us. Haha, I wouldn't do that, Deku said nervously. Katsuki bit back the instinctive urge to growl at him for the blatant lie. He didn't really get why Deku was hiding his true personality behind such a weak exterior. It was a strange facade that reminded Katsuki of how Deku used to act before he had been kidnapped. But the Deku he was now was clearly someone very different. After all, the old Deku wouldn't have the S to talk to Katsuki like he had yesterday. But Katsuki knew that Deku wouldn't be able to keep up that persona while training. He had seen that mask slip and the other Deku come out during the battle trials and the other afternoon class training they had done in the past. He would have preferred to have Deku completely to himself so that he didn't have to try to maintain that weird butt mask of his. But Katsuki would take what he could get for the time being. So how long do we have? Deku asked as he glanced at the three boys that were waiting for him. Katsuki could see the reluctance dripping off of him, but he was covering it well to make it look like he was just unsure. 2 hours, half said. After that we have to leave the school grounds. Let's get started already, then. Katsuki called, impatient to move. He could feel his palms itching as more sweat secreted in anticipation. He let off a few small explosions to heat up the air around him more. Deku shot Katsuki a wary look as city hair PND his fists together with his own excitement. Katsuki could feel the boy's own anticipation from there. Half didn't even react other than to tense himself a bit. The air felt a little bit chillier near him. Wait. Deku waved his arms quickly in front of him. I haven't even figured out what we're doing. Obviously we're gonna train, idiot. They just needed to launch and start. He wanted to see Deku's speed and skill up close. The fact that they hadn't yet faced off against each other even for basic training was a fact that pissed him off. Deku shook his head. No, I mean, he sighed. City hair and half relaxed seeing as Deku wasn't putting up a guard. It only made Katsuki want to attack one of them instead. Why was Deku holding back? Deku closed his eyes and brought his hand to his mouth like he did when he was thinking. Katsuki abruptly remembered that Deku had stopped muttering, but he had come to recognize that this had replaced it. It still chilled his heart to remember the reason Deku didn't do his stupid muttering anymore. Katsuki had hated the muttering, but he preferred it to the slimy dark thing that slithered painfully in his chest. When Deku's eyes had opened again, something a little more solid had appeared in his eyes. All of you wanted to train with me for different reasons, right? He asked. He pointed at each boy in turn as he said, Todoroki, you just want to learn how to increase your reaction time. And maybe see if I'm as fast as you think I am. Yes, half agreed without hesitation and with a nod. Katsuki scowled at him. Kirishima, you want to practice parkour with me, right? Kirishima let out a bark of a laugh. Yup, those moves are super manly, dude. Deku quirked a smile and then pointed to Katsuki and Kaken. He paused, but both of the boys could feel an answer hovering between them. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at him a bit and stared him down. He didn't know why Deku was holding back. But if he was going to be Deku's friend, then he wasn't going to try to out him anymore. He was making better progress by not threatening to expose him to others. Katsuki would play his game and pretend this was all there was to Deku in front of other people. There was some kind of saying with honey and flies and such about this. Deku continued, you want to see what I've learned over the years for yourself? Yeah, Katsuki responded simply, and noted that he had used the term years instead of just a year. Deku should have only had a single year of training his quirk. Unless, did the villains train Deku? It was a dizzying thought and something that Katsuki had to hold back his reaction upon thinking it up. He couldn't let Deku know he had slipped up again. It would explain how Deku had become so good over such a short period of time. Deku had said that he remembered his time with the villains, after all, so if they had trained him then he would remember. But what would be the point? Why train someone they had kidnapped? He didn't have time to think on it further and hurriedly stored it away in the back of his mind to digest later because Deku was speaking again. So all three of you want something completely different out of this. We should focus on one thing, then, Hiroshima recommended. Since you said that you don't know how to teach. Deku scratched the back of his head and thought, how about this, then? He glanced around the area they were in. Half and Half had managed to reserve an open rocky area surrounded by trees. It wasn't the best place for Katsuki's fire quirk, but he had practiced in forests before. He knew how to put out the fires he started. If he kept to the large stones as well, it should be fine. They would probably be destroyed, though. Deku motioned to the area around them. No quirks. What? Katsuki immediately yelled. What the FCK? None at all. Half and Half asked with a raised eyebrow. I kinda figured it would be something like that, City Hair admitted. Deku raised his hands placatingly at Katsuki's shouting. It's my choice for the training, right? Well, I think this will be the best way to satisfy everyone. He lowered his hands and his face turned serious. You all told me your reasons for being here, but other than Kaken you haven't exactly said what you wanted. Hiroshima, you actually want to increase your mobility, right? You're a tank, but that also means you're slow because you know you can take the hits. But that also makes you an easy target if you're just a shield all of the time and decreases your range of attack. If you were more mobile, it would help with your close-range attacks and make you less predictable. Hiroshima nodded, thinking it over. You were really slippery during the battle trials. I couldn't even really land a hit on you. Even when I did, it was barely a punch. I just couldn't keep up. Deku nodded. Katsuki watched curiously as the other boy analyzed them. It was further proof to Katsuki that Deku wasn't an idiot and his brain still worked well. And Todoroki, you also have pretty much the same problem. I do. Half and Half asked, a little surprised but also annoyed. Katsuki smirked a little at that. Half and Half thought he was so damn good just because he got into the school on recommendation. It was funny to see him knocked down, even if it was in a minor way. Yes, you're a long-range fighter, but you mostly stay in one place while attacking. Deku made motions with his hands as he explained. Your control over your ice is amazing for both attacking and defending, but you don't move yourself at all. What do you do if you come across an enemy that isn't affected by your ice? Like, say, the warp guy from the USJ. Both Katsuki and City Hair watched Half and Half think about it with a frown on his face. He ended up saying, so you believe that if I learned to parkour as well, it would be an escape method? Deku held up a finger. I'm saying that if you learn it, your reaction time will increase, which is what you want. You can dodge attacks better. Parkour requires extreme hand-eye coordination and reaction time needed to make split-second decisions. He backed up a few steps while pulling on the gloves he had as part of his hero outfit. For example, Deku turned then to the nearest stone. He didn't hesitate as he ran over and launched himself at it. His hands found purchase after sliding only a little bit, and then he was scaling it like he was sticking to the wall. He twisted his body and sometimes flipped upside down completely to get a foothold. Katsuki found himself approaching to get a better look as City Hair next to him cheered. The rock had to be almost 3 stories tall. Deku climbed up about halfway before he kicked off of the thing to launch himself at a separate rock. Katsuki had tensed in surprise as Deku somehow managed to span a 10-foot gap even at a sheer angle. He managed to grab onto a small outcropping on it and hung from there with only a foot planted for extra support. See? He asked, barely sounding out of breath. Amazing. Half and Half murmured next to Katsuki. I can FC King do that. Katsuki claimed. It looked easy enough, after all. The rock wasn't exactly smooth, but it was sheerer than a natural rock. There were chunks missing from some of the other stone towers from various attacks during training. He could take advantage of those. God, those moves are so cool. City Hair called and clapped once. Deku finished climbing up the rest of the way and motioned. Of the 3 of you, I already know Kaken will have the easiest time with this bit, he said, crossing his legs and staring down at them. Katsuki felt a grin appear on his face because it was obvious he could handle it. Even Deku was pointing it out. Deku continued, due to the nature of his quirk he already has strong shoulders and tougher palms. Climbing in this kind of environment needs a strong grip and stronger upper body strength. I would give you gloves, but I only have these. He shrugged. He looked to be more in his environment here with his mouth rambling like usual. He continued with his analysis. Kirishima as well will have a better advantage for similar reasons. Todoroki, you have the body to climb here but not necessarily the grip. It comes from not being a close-range fighter. Half and Half said nothing in response to that. We'll practice some simple and maybe intermediate moves first. Parkour is meant more for a city environment, though, so feel free to practice it whenever you want. Where the police can't see, anyway. Climb this thing and then all of you get over here like I did. If you can manage to copy my moves 3 times before the end of this, we'll move on to part 2. What's part 2? City Hair asked as Half and Half ran his hand over the rock with a thoughtful frown. Deku grinned then. You're going to try to catch me without your quirks. Katsuki had been only a little invested in Deku's decision of how their training would go for the day, but Katsuki had gotten fired up quickly when he realized it was definitely harder than it looked. Whatever foot and hand holds that Deku seemed to find were mysterious to him. When he was actually on the rock, climbing it wasn't a problem. It was finding the footholds first. His fingers ached from the strain of holding all of his weight when he couldn't find a bigger handhold. Sometimes he was left dangling by his fingertips while Deku could scramble up like he was a FC King spider. The worst part was the jump from the first rock to the one that Deku's smug, judging but was sitting on. It was difficult to judge both the power he needed to make the jump and react in time to find the grips he needed. If he crashed down to the bottom, Deku forced him to start over. Katsuki wanted to blow all of the FC King rocks up and punch Deku in the face, and he made sure to voice his longing. "You have to get up here first," Deku had mocked, temporarily removing that mask enough to peek from behind it. It had only made Katsuki more determined to make it. He had never climbed anything so tall before with his bare hands. He had climbed trees and statues when he had been younger, but they were never very tall and he had never made it too far. When he was older and training, he had relied on his quirk to get him to new heights. He hadn't used climbing as a training exercise. He had never been up so far by his own body strength. If anything, he definitely did better than City Hair and Half and Half. Half and Half had a thinner frame that was built more for quick combat, similar to Deku's lithe figure. He didn't have the grip strength like Deku had predicted. But even Katsuki had to give Half and Half props because he didn't stop trying. Maybe he wasn't quite as much of an entitled a-hole who didn't earn his way into the school like Katsuki had thought. Shitty Hair definitely had the best stamina of the three of them as well as strong hands. He could climb the rock the easiest of the three after a couple of tries. But unlike Katsuki, he didn't have the power to make the long jump between the two stones. He usually fell a bit short, but he occasionally did make it. During those times he would slip without a grip and fall like Katsuki did. The three of them were cursing up a storm while Deku just watched. The hardest part was having to work around each other. With all three of them trying the same things, they either needed to move around the others or push them out of the way. Sometimes they risked slamming right into them during a leap. It was frustrating for all of them to the point that even City Hair's cheer was being made a bit bitter. Especially so when Katsuki had crashed into him and sent the two of them falling. Katsuki almost ended up wrecking his sit because he was so PSS by it. FCK. He finally screamed and this time didn't resist blowing something up. Got it. This shouldn't be so FCKING strong. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Half and Half scowled as he wiped sweat from his head and glared up at Deku, who had continued to watch them with those curious eyes. Midoriya, explain. Yeah, man, give us a hint. What are we doing wrong? City Hair breathed, leaning on his knees. Then he winced as he examined his torn-up hands. I don't want his FC King help. Katsuki yelled at them. I don't need no mother FC King hint. I'm gonna climb that thing and beat his butt on my own. Do it, then, Half and Half challenged. You think IFCKING won't? You're finally asking for help, Deku said, sounding surprised. I didn't think you all would think to do so. I don't want it. Katsuki didn't need his help. He would figure it out on his own, even though he itched to just get a good launch with his explosions. But if Deku could do it, Katsuki could do it. Deku shrugged and looked at City Hair and Half then. You're exhausting yourselves at this point, which means you'll have less of a chance of getting up here. You're running out of steam. Exactly. But we haven't even finished one round of this. What the heck is wrong with our technique? City Hair asked. Other than not being able to move like you do. Half and Half added. Katsuki backed up and threw himself at the stone again. He found now familiar holds as he climbed. His muscles ached from overworking them and he could feel the BLD on his fingers. But he still climbed furiously. Look, Deku pointed at Katsuki. Kakin is on it. Katsuki ignored him and dug the toe of his shoes deeper into the handhold and turned his glare to the other rock. He had thrown himself at it so many times now that he felt he could do it in his sleep. He just needed actually grab the little outcrop that Deku had used. Judging distance and angle was second nature for Katsuki because he always had to automatically account for his movements with his explosion. It frustrated him to have to hesitate to search for places to land. He could feel how slow he was. Deku had moved with speed and agility even though this was his first time in the training area just like them. It PSS him off. Katsuki climbed higher instead. He didn't need to leap upwards like Deku did. He didn't have the other boy's maneuverability. He decided to just shout FCK it, and threw himself across the gap. His body slammed against the stone, but his hand found the outcrop. His grip was true, but his feet scrambled against the rock. He let out a yell and yanked himself upwards with all of his strength, grasping desperately with his other hand until he found another spot. His knee locked into another place, and then he was hefting himself upwards by winding his body around. His only thought was getting to the top even if he had to use his goddamn teeth to do it. So when he ended up actually coming to the top and seeing Deku grinning at him, he was a bit stunned. His mind had blanked of anything but the task ahead of him. It reminded him of the times when he would get so angry he could only attack. His instincts had driven him. "Whoa," City Hair cried from down below. "Bakugou, how did you do it?" Katsuki only stared at Deku for a long moment and thought back to what he did differently this time. Deku blinked at him and said nothing. "You'll have to use everything," Katsuki finally said, but the words felt foreign to him. It was more hypothesis than anything. He still needed to try it a few more times. "You have to use everything and trust that your body can handle following through. Otherwise you'll fall." Deku agreed with a pleased grin. It looked good on him, Katsuki thought, to see Deku genuinely happy. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen that kind of smile on him. Katsuki's eyes dragged on Deku before he turned to his classmates still below and called, "You have to FC King, stop thinking so strong." "What does that even mean?" Half and half growled, looking frustrated. Katsuki only grinned, still feeling exhilarated and riding the high of actually climbing up with his own DMN strength and nobody's help. His head was filled with Deku's proud grin and the need to test out his theory. He had to prove to himself that what had happened wasn't just a one-time thing. He threw himself off of the rock and lit off of a few explosions to slow his descent before he landed. His hands were screaming at him and his body ached like crazy. He was sweating like a mother-seeker, but he was actually having a bit of fun. "Watch and learn, you dumb FCKS, cause I'm about to show you up once again."